Oop, did I? All right, I unmuted the right thing. Good job, me. All right, guys. Welcome to the stream. I see a lot of people pulled in. How long have we been live? Oh my god, I hate when my overlay messes. Not my overlay. Stream. There we go. Now I can see all the chats. Uh, all right, so we are here for Voice of All Things, episode 33, on March 3rd, so 3/3 at 3 p.m. Eastern time, with the man, the myth, the legend, Threevil. You guys may not be able to recognize him with his glasses, but look at the resemblance between him and his logo. That's crazy.
1-to-1, baby.
Yeah, it's 1-to-1. It's beautiful. Yeah. So how you been? How you been, Threevil?
I've been doing great. Just being a little bit low key with the YouTube stuff, but it's gonna get back on track. Been dropping stuff on Twitter here and there. Just chilling, bro. Just letting that One Piece lore just marinate in my mind, bro. Just chilling. Hope you guys been good, including you, Par.
Yep, yeah, have been good. This week was kind of like crazy. We were just, we were setting up for the stream, and we started talking about the SBSs and how crazy this recent week has been with that. So we could talk about that a little bit. There's a main topic here today that we'll discuss in full. Some of you guys may already know what I was planning on talking about, but first and foremost, right, we should put up the screen. You guys see Threevil's channel. He's shot it was crazy at the Reverie. You came at 33.3 thousand subs, and yeah, you're already breaking it. You're at 36k. Oh, when you get to 369, that's a pretty dope number. That's a screenshot.
369, bro.
Yeah. And so, the other thing about it is we are glad and lucky to have Threevil here, because a few weeks ago, was it like a week after the Reverie or something like that, the Gorosei, or not even the Gorosei, that's too respectful to the people who did this, but we almost lost the channel. We almost lost a lot of stuff. You got to keep your, like, I know you have a second channel too, right? Is that all that stuff is stayed?
Yeah, so the thing is, I had a second channel because of algorithm stuff, blah blah blah. But like I kind of decided, again, more algorithm stuff, that it's best if I just have everything on my main channel. So like, yeah, I lost this channel for like a few days while I had my second one, but like the second one only did so much. It's such a small minority compared to the main channel, of course.
Yeah, so like, that stuff is super rough. I mean, unfortunately, Rogers Base was the first one who got to experience it, I guess, within our community, from what I know at least. And because he went through it, he gave our community, Threevil, like a whole instruction manual, and I'm sure that paid dividends, because I think your channel was up like within a day after that, right?
It was I think it was at the 48-hour mark, something around there. Like, Roger's base is goated. Like, ParVision's telling you guys the truth. Like, this man, like, I'm in a Twitter group chat with all these creators, but Roger's base, bro, like a whole essay on like, do this way, do that, do this, do that. He was a massive help, bro.
Yeah.
Like,
and that, like, because of Rogers Base, I'm now way more confident that this won't happen to me, because he told us the solution to prevent it from ever happening, which I already was like aware of. But it's like one of those things where you're like like when your credit card company is just like, you should do this to protect your credit or whatever, and blah blah blah, and then you're just like, yeah, I'll be fine, right? Like, you don't really worry about it. But then this kind of thing happens so close to home, right? Like Rogers Base, then who's next? And so I've been telling everyone to buy like the digital security keys. I'm sure you also as well, but more than protected. So I see Mimojis saying, what happened? Why did I never hear about this? Well, that's another reason why we're talking about it right now, is because a lot of people probably unsubbed, understandably, because what happened was his channel, Threevil's channel, Threevil and Rogers Base's channel got basically spoofed by like a fake Tesla channel, and you can't really tell the difference when they do it like the way they did it. And a lot of people probably unsubbed. Some people, and this is YouTube too. YouTube kind of unsubs people anyways. So if you aren't subbed, go sub. If you were subbed, go check if you're not subbed now. Definitely keep on track of that, because like 3 was saying when he first joined, he's got a lot of stuff cooking. We, and we've talked, you, me, Dax. I see Dax in this chat, and Hidden Island previously, and yo, it's crazy. You guys tied for the winner, and then there's a tiebreaker vote, and then 3 stayed with me for a long time afterwards. So like clearly 3 Hidden Island, all these creators, they have great ideas, but 3 ideas, I feel like there's a certain niche part of like when I start theory crafting, and I'm like, ooh, I should ask 3 about this. He would know a lot of stuff. And so I've asked him, but the 2 videos that I said, they've been delayed, and so I'm like, I just bothered 3 for nothing. But
hey, that's how it is as a creator. Sometimes you got to put stuff on the back burner, and I won't even lie, like before I made my channel, I was like, okay, yeah, I'm gonna do theories, but there's this one certain video I have to make at some point. I kept pushing it off, and then finally at some point, like I had the thumbnail made and everything, and I was gonna record it, and then like this big channel I won't name, they did the same exact video 1-to-1. It's not really like theory related, and it exploded, and I was like, bro, no. I knew I should have did that.
Yeah, it's always funny when that kind of thing happens. I always there was like I think last stream when I was talking with Teching afterwards, there was a lot of people still in the chat, and we were just just talking, and I shared a bunch of ideas that I had when I was a lot younger. And something that I realized then was like, people were telling me to patent this blueprint invention thing, because it was really cool, and it honestly could still be made. I just don't have the time right now. Hey, but if there's any, actually just real quick, if there's anyone in engineering or wants to do something like that, watch the last VOD I had with Teching, and then listen to the idea and see if you want to work on that, because more than fine with working on extra things. But I learned something when I was younger. I was just like, kind of like, when an idea comes to you, right, if you don't act on it, this is like a spiritual thing. When the idea incepts your brain and you have that epiphany moment, if you don't act on it and you don't fulfill the idea, like the dream that was there, that idea finds another person to fulfill it. That's kind of the way I see it. So like, if you don't do something with the idea when you have it, you can't be mad when it ends up coming up later on. Yeah. And it's like a sad truth. But then I was also saying it, I was like, you know what, like you can't own the ideas, and so you have to, sometimes I'm like grateful that the idea at least exists, right? Because if you had the idea, you'd want to see it come to fruition, no matter how, as long as it's done in good faith, right? So it's definitely an interesting thing, especially in the space, right? Like I think this last SBS, which we'll start off on, since that was pretty hype, viral kind of thing. I don't know if we got the full release of like all of it. We got some of it translated, not all of it, because SBSs have volume SBSs have like a bunch of questions. I think maybe the most viral ones were like 5. But what was did you talked about it yet, or done a stream yet?
No, I haven't said anything about my feelings. I made like one joke tweet, but I mean, it's just a joke, but I've not spoken about it seriously.
How does it make you feel? How does it make you feel then? SBS 105.
Not good.
Uh-oh.
Because like the thing is right, I always believe in a balance. Like you should be able to give your honest opinion. Try not to be too lenient, too gullible, but you don't want to be like too strict and too stern or whatever. I try to stay in the middle. Yeah. But like this SBS 105 just like rubbed me the wrong way, from like Chopper not being able to cure a disease, even though his goal is literally to cure all diseases. Then you have like the Zoro thing, which I feel like you could have just threw in Wano, or even go further. It's just, I have a lot of mixed feelings right now.
Yeah, no,
But
that makes sense. I put out a video of my first like face, not first, but like a face cam video because I needed to get it out fast. But I expected a lot of things with that. I think with the Chopper situation, it was interesting because I think the SBS can play a healthy role because it might be something with Chopper specific one where it's like Oda might have assumed that we realized that Chopper wouldn't be able to do anything until like meeting like a Vegapunk person, right? So then in the course of like what to chop off at the end of Wano, right? Because I think a lot of us, if not like, I'm not gonna say 100%, but like most people I think in the chat and the creator community believe that like the end of Wano was expedited for various reasons. And the thing about it though is like if a situation goes unresolved, Oda has shown even with Chopper situation, he will address it when it's relevant and it is resolved. For example, in when Chopper worked with Caesar with the monster point thing, he didn't show it to us when Caesar was on the ship with Chopper. He showed it to us when it was relevant that Chopper was going to use his monster point, and then he was like, "Oh, here's the flashback." So now that Oda has this SBS and sees that reaction, I wouldn't be surprised if like in the future, like it, or even if this was already planned, like at the end of Egghead, when after Chopper talks with Vegapunk and sees like, oh wait, he knows a lot about devil fruits, he might include like Chopper like in 3 panels, like Chopper talking to the people in Ibisu town, realizing he can't do anything, and then being saddened by it real quick. And it's like, would we if you think about the end of Wano, there's so many priority things that we would want before that we still didn't get, right? Marco, Yamato, those situations. And then what happened a few chapters later when it was sort of more relevant in the Straw Hat's eyes, then we got it, right? So that's kind of how I see it. But I definitely understand that frustration because I was saying the whole point of it isn't whether Chopper could or couldn't cure them. It's more that we want to see Chopper attempt or like care, but we didn't see that. So that's always the
yeah,
rough one.
and like the whole Zoro thing is like basically in SBS, for those of you that forgot or maybe you want to hear about it, basically Zoro's ancestry was revealed in SBS 105, and like it was basically, I guess the majority of people would say underwhelming. And like there's one side of it where people will say, well, Zoro's a simple character, he doesn't need to be connected to this person and be from this island or whatever. But it's just like Zoro, I believe like Zoro could be focused on being the strongest and being the world's strongest swordsman and just being top one while simultaneously having an interesting background. Like I don't think it's, people are like making this false dichotomy where it's like either he's connected to all these people and then he's just gifted and like he does no work and he's just like a complete hack, or he's connected to nobody and like his backstory is irrelevant. And I don't think it's only those two options, but unfortunately Oda kind of took the liberty to give Zoro a empty background.
It's okay. So I this is the main thing that I made the video about. The one, so for those of you guys who are listening, my last video was about I woke up to a bunch of people saying like Zoro's a plant confirmed, which is hilarious based off of what was given. But yeah, in the SBS we got Zoro's lineage and it shows that how it relates to Kozuburo and Wano and all that stuff. And the way I'm kind of seeing it, or backing it up, it's like if you take a step back, right, and you think about it, even when Oda said like, oh, Ushimaru isn't Zoro's dad, right? Not I don't think a single one of us thought like, oh, this means that he's not related to Ryuma. Most of us came out as like, oh, that means Ushimaru was his uncle, right? Like something goofy like that. And it's like
grandfather.
yeah, and in grandfather. Oh yeah, you had the video about that, right? The grandfather thing, right? So like one way or the other, the relation was there. The Ryuma connection was there. I don't think Oda expected us to be like, oh my god, Zoro confirmed Ryuma's person, right? Like related, right? I think that was on the nose there. And then what Triva was mentioning, it's like people kind of take it like, and I get it because it's anime and I get it, this is a trope, but like Ryuma's his distant ancestor, one. according to the what was revealed to us, Zoro doesn't know his parents. So it's like, at what part does like lineage like actually matter when the sword god is like this far away from him, and like the to the point where like Zoro is on the island. Like, if you guys think about Zoro's backstory real quick from like chapter 5 and episode, I think it was 19 in the anime, which by the way is important to me, that Oda in the anime took out Zoro's backstory from the Morgan's part, and he inserted it later on and did a full, he gave more flesh to it, and I think that I would treat episode 19 in the anime as Mark, or episode 19 or 20 as anime canon, because I don't see Oda giving the anime free reign on Zoro's backstory so early in the story, especially. But when you think about what was told in the SBS, it's like, wait, if Zoro had this lineage and it mattered like to that extent, then why didn't anybody else know? Like, why didn't Kozuburo, why didn't Koshiro like recognize, like, wait a second, this is Furiko's like blah 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 blah. And that should tell you that like Zoro had nothing, bro. He was just this like wandering child, just apparently he was challenging a bunch of dojos. And so not like, I wouldn't use that to take away from Zoro, but my takeaway, and you guys can hear my explanation on the previous video, is, and I talk about this, one of the things that we were just saying is like, sometimes you have to push videos aside. I pushed my Shanks video back. I'm pushing my Elemental Hockey video back for Aurora Noah Zoro video, because I think what we should look at the SBS and see is that Zoro's grandfather, Zoro's dad, that name, Roronoa, is probably way, 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 way more important than we ever realized. And the reason why is because Oda in volume 4 of the SBS said Zoro's name is a reference to the most violent, cruel French pirate, Francois Lola Noas or whatever. And for Oda to do that early on, that should tell you he's had this planned. And the thing about it, that's a French connection. We always attribute the French connection to Sanji, but now that we're getting like the Rome connections, the Vatican connections, the Saint Saturn J Garcia, the Spaniard connections, we shouldn't sleep on the French connections. If we're emphasizing the Zoro French connection, I would pay attention there. So I'm gonna have a video on that in a little bit.
Yeah.
But yeah, so like I'm not too worried about the SBS, but the other part about what you were saying is like the emptiness. The way I saw it too was when you look at Kozuburo, right? His reveal, Oda told us about Kozuburo's backstory 65 chapters beforehand in the SBS. He told us everything. And then in the chapter, he did what he did in chapter 1033. That's what I'm seeing here. I'm seeing that same thing where it's like Oda gave us Zoro's thing, and then maybe in like a year and a half, it's going to be, relevant, that kind of thing. So I'm not too upset about the SBS, but I understand why people are upset.
It's just like a lot of the time it feels like Oda's like giving us a little treat for Zoro and then like snatches it away. Grim Reaper, no. Oh, you want a favor from Vegapunk? No. Your father, no. Like Ryuma, Grave, no. Hating Orochi, no. Like it just gets super, super draining. Like a lot of times, like
yeah.
Again, this is coming from someone who tried their best to be fair, but it's just my perspective. It's just my opinion.
Yeah.
I think this is a great. At the end of the day, I love this story. Amazing story. Don't have any regrets about it. It's just like, sometimes things could be better in your opinion, but it is what it is. And what about the Tama thing?
Oh, the Tama thing. Real quick. I see there's super chats. I'm gonna get to them right after the SBS conversation, because then we're gonna jump into like another main thing. And there was one other thing that I was gonna say. The other thing about the SBS too, and you said it at the very beginning of the conversation, some people don't even read the SBS. It's even amongst like our community, and like Oda writes the SBS like, I think knowing that like a majority of One Piece fans don't even know it exists. And like, and so I talk about that in the members post. So I have an extended cut of my last video for members where I basically address the point where I had to fight people who read the manga. They're weekly readers. they don't think the SBS is canon. They don't think it's important. They don't think that there's any value towards the SBS. They don't even know what it is. And I was like, wait, what? Like, what do you mean? And then they're like, well, it's not in the manga. It's like, wait, no, it is in the manga. It's just not. It's in the volumes. You just once you buy it, you get the SBS. Like, it's in there.
Are they in the Viz like chapters on Viz.com? Because I read the Viz all the time from the site, and I never remember if SBSs are included. Do you know?
No, they're not included because Oda does the SBS when the volumes come out. So the volumes come out after, way after. So the Viz doesn't put in the back. The Viz is. Shout out to Viz. I'm subscribed to Viz. Obviously.
The Viz is shout out to Viz.
But you know, like they come on, bro. We don't need. It's a digital space. We don't need the page flipping thing. Just give us the long.
Oh, that's so annoying.
Yo, like if Viz cared about like surviving, they would just like look at all the pirating websites and realize like, hey, there's a reason why they like these.
Yo, I have a brilliant suggestion for Viz. This will make them millions of dollars. Dark mode, please. Why are we still in light mode 2023?
True. Like, oh my god, you know what would be crazy actually, if they could invert the panels and you could see the panels in dark mode. That'd be kind of sick. Now that I think about it, like, I kind of would like that. Maybe I'll test it out. Someone in the chat, I know some of you guys may already do that. I just want to see what it would look like. I hate scrolls, page flips plus dark mode. That's fine if you're scrolling and it's more about the option, right? Viz doesn't give you the option. They have a zoom option that barely zooms, and it's like, what is the point of the zoom if it's gonna like do a 10% zoom, right? Like, it's pretty garbage when you think about it.
Bro, Viz.com should have got us young Marco. You see that? Viz.com, you're slacking, bro.
Yeah, it's pretty interesting what Viz does. But I see Hidden in the chat. Shout out. Was talking about you earlier, but shout outs to Hidden.
Big Hidden.
Yeah, Hidden's dope.
Oh, he was talking. Yeah,
he said he just came in and said Kings.
Yo, Hidden's that guy. I love every creator in the community.
I
love watching everyone succeed, bro.
And speaking about other creators succeeding, the Tama thing was probably one of my favorite ones because on the first half of it, because of the Kurozumi thing, right? Like that was Randy Troy from like chapter, I think it was like 9-12 or something, when Hitetsu comes in. He just starts connecting those dots from the very beginning of Wano, and it's the reason why I like that so much is because that theory was like adjacent to some of my theories, in the sense of Vanderdecken as a mushroom is something that it doesn't ever need to be confirmed in the story. I like, a lot of people would prefer we don't even ever talk about Vanderdecken. Completely get it, right? The Kurozumi Tama being that, it's like amongst all the things that are important to address, like Chopper and the Devil Fruits and Smile Fruits, that's way more important than right now the Kurozumi thing. But Oda did take the time to confirm that in SBS. But then what that also told me, and this lines up with the Hiyori thing, which I'm interested by the way he answered that, because the way I always rebutted with that was that in that context, it wasn't, to me, when I read that, it didn't look like Hiyori was saying it, because when the guy, what are the plays called? What the type of plays? Kabuki plays?
Yeah.
Act
1, Act 2, Act 3.
Yeah, those plays, like the narrator is that entire chapter he's narrating, and almost like none of the events are actually like they're dramatized, every single thing. And so I thought that was a dramatization, but Oda was saying like, no, that's not what Hiyori said. I was like, huh. So he doubled down that was Hiyori, but he was saying that it was about Orochi specifically, which a lot of the community took that as like, oh, so the cycle of hatred is continuing because of, the reference of Kurozumi rather than the singular thing. I was like, maybe, I'm not Japanese, Eastern culture isn't my first thing, but I'm assuming, like, if I refer to you by your last name, you would assume I'm talking about your entire family, right? But like in Japan, it's not uncommon to like refer to someone by their last name, especially if you're not like if you're not homies with them, right?
Think of like a football player, like you read the back their last name, right?
Yeah.
But when you address the football player, you're not addressing his whole family tree.
Yeah, exactly. But on the other side of it, which I did find interesting, was Oda did double down and say like, wait, the cycle of hatred isn't over, because he was saying that and this is goes back to the Zoro comment too. He did this in both of them. He said, "I wonder how the people of Wano will receive Tama now, knowing that she is Kurozumi Tama." And I was just like, wait, so he is gonna address that when he asks a question to us in the SBS. You kind of have to be like, all right, he's gonna answer this. He's doing this on purpose. He did the same thing with Kozuburo. He said like, in chapter 968, the SBS, he said like, what, Zoro's lineage, question mark, question mark. Well, that's all I can talk about today. And then in the Tama one, he's like, oh, like, I wonder how the people of Wano are gonna receive Kurozumi Tama. In the Zoro one, he's like, huh, what a mysterious, strange tale that not even Zoro knows about. And he said, he asked a question too. So 100% see a lot of these things being addressed for sure.
Yeah, so like with the Tama thing, right? I
Yeah.
remember specifically like when Wano was ending, Tama was at the grave and she said, oh, I think she addressed her mother and her father, something along the lines of that. But on the gravestone in Japanese, it was never translated by TCB, maybe by Viz, but I doubt it. It said Kurozumi on it.
Yeah.
And I remember like I forgot who it was. It might have been Arthur or someone else, but like a bunch of people in Japan were saying like, yo, that tombstone that Tama's at, that's literally Kurozumi. And I remember so many people and creators specifically, they were like, no, it's not Tama. There's no way it's Tama. That makes no sense. It's not Kurozumi. Like all these things. And like now that we see it in the SBS, it's just like reassuring to me that what I believed was true and like what Oda said was true, but still making a waste of it. Because I feel like Tama being a Kurozumi, there's so many great things that could have came from that never did. It almost is like when Zoro was really angry at Orochi, like what was the point of that? You were probably better off just not putting it in the story in the first place. Because like again, it's like with the whole teasing thing, like if you give someone like a taste test about something or for something and then you just take it away, it's just like I'd rather have you not do that, you know. But with Tama being a Kurozumi, I remember, you're right, Randy Troy, he called it so early on, and like the moment I heard it, I was like, bro, I am down for the cause.
Yeah, that one was, and you made a good point too, where it's like, one, the community, we were talking about this off call, like right now there's like a trend of like, that's a reach, that's a stretch, blah blah blah. And it's like, you know, I wasn't in the community when Wano started, but Randy Troy got me on one of his theory for theories, and he explained to me what started it, what sparked it. And it wasn't that like that was the bread and butter of it. There was a lot more context to it that made a lot of sense. But the and I love the way Randy explains his theories, because he takes it from like a narrative focus rather than like like what would sound good in the story. And that formula that he uses does play well. It's been proven a few times, more than a few times, that like, you know, good writing is what is being reflected in the story, right? But with the Tama thing, he saw the hair color. He saw that, once he saw the hair color, he's like, wait a second, purple, pink, like that, maybe there's a connection here. And then because of that idea, it led to a bunch more. And I love that, because in a lot of stories, you know, those simple connections are lost. Like, you know, it's not that detail oriented, but One Piece is. And so you get a lot of people that are like, no, there's no, that's you're reading too far into it. And the problem is, if you say that about One Piece, you're probably on the wrong end of the stick, because it's like I mean, this one's one of those goofy ones, but the Stussy in chapter 860 or whatever, when she's Smoothie rings out the giraffe, and then Stussy's like drinking the giraffe, and then boom, we get Stussy drinking Kaku. Pause. But like, you know, that small connection, it's like Oda could have had any animal in that thing, but he had a giraffe, and it's like, whoa, that's pretty wild, right?
Yeah.
So
yeah, I believe, like, this is why I respect you as a creator. I believe that there's, depending on what part of the story you're looking at, there's a certain approach you should take. Like sometimes you pull out the magnifying glass and you look at the context of what's being shown. Sometimes it's like, oh, there's going to be a narrative device here because these characters are going to be inversions. Sometimes Oda's fucking hinting to like this culture. Sometimes Oda's referencing this part of the story. Like, I think like the art of being a theorist in One Piece, if you're trying to like, you know, get the nail on the head every single theory, like you have to know, how do I explain this? You have to know which type of magnifying glass you need. Like not every mystery is like, oh, history or like religion or mythology. I got to use that magnifying glass for every single mystery. I don't think One Piece is like that. And like for you, you've taken such an approach like most of the time, or pretty much like all the time with your theories, where like you'll have the outcome sound completely wacky, but when you take someone down the trail, it makes sense, and that's the important part. And that's like why I respect you as a theorist and as a creator, because you give actual reasons that not only like make us learn about One Piece, but you also have people excited for like the next chapter. I hope you realize that part. Like you are part of the reason why people are excited for 1077, 1078, 1080.
That's very kind. I think for me, I just look at it, and we talked about this previously. There's like a lot of negativity out in our real lives, right? And I think Oda is the type of guy to just be like, yeah, there's a lot of negativity in the One Piece story, but you know, he wants us to look at the fun, have fun, and then when he writes like a conclusive point, like a plot point, I think he starts from the fun side, right? And then he puts in like, you know, it'd be crazy if like Stussy, like, you know, if he planned Egghead out, it's like Stussy attacks Kaku, and then he puts in details that he laughs about all the way up until the point, right? I think
Yeah.
Rocks, the God Valley thing is something that we'll talk about in a second, because I think that's something very similar in this light. There's a perfect discussion thing, because you know, there's a lot of ways to go about writing, but I think Oda first and foremost has like a, what is really funny, how do I get people to like get to that point, right? I think you know, there's a lot of people he shared the ending of One Piece with, and I feel like that is the way he started those conversations. He's just like, wait, do you want to know the ending of One Piece? And he says something crazy, and then the person's just like,
What?
what? Yeah, exactly. And then it's like a 3-day conversation where the guy, like, if Oda's just at a bar, because we know he's like a crazy drinker, smoker, whatever. He's just chain smoking, drinking with this dude, and the dude just can't leave the bar because he's like, this man just said the craziest, the most batshit crazy thing. I can't even leave, and they're just
Yeah.
talking about it. That's the way I see it. Yeah,
The
or
way
they
that
laugh. Yeah,
the way
exactly.
my brain's like, I love this too, like with One Piece and the community creators such as yourself, is like our brains are generally like wired differently. Like you, Paul, you're not going to think the same way I do, but that's the good thing, right? Everyone has their own unique approach. But like what I think like kind of separates me from most people is like my brain's so hardwired differently, where like I like generally don't care about the conclusion of theories anymore. Like
Hmm.
that part is like completely irrelevant. Like the way my brain is like, okay, what's step one, and like every single step until like step 30. And
Yeah.
like that's like what really grabs me. And like with you, like how I told you before we started, or maybe we are already live, the wings of the Pirate King thing,
Oh, yeah,
like
yeah,
I
yeah.
love the reasoning for that. And like that's what really grabs me as a creator, that's what grabs me as a consumer. Because like just like people watching, even though I make videos, I'll still watch videos, I'll still watch streams, I'll still watch TikToks or whatever. But yeah, just I really appreciate everyone's unique approach.
Yeah, and so you know what? That's a good pause to take in the super chats, but and shout out the title of the stream, Voice of All Things. Where if you guys are new to the streams, usually what we do here is I try not to make it chapter related unless it's like, I mean, Egghead's been making it hard not to talk about the chapters, but we're in a break week also. And I like listening to the voice of all things. I think that is the thematic of the story, where it's everyone has their own voice, everyone has their own opinion, everyone has their own perspective. And One Piece is one of those stories where I think like if you are only focusing on your own perspective, you're probably not seeing the way Oda wants us to see it, in the sense of like Oda's writing the story to that pulls in so many different viewerships. Each arc reaches out to a different person. Each you know, religion, back history, country's history, religion, mythology, whatever it is, like it's connecting so many different people. I've been recently, there's been a lot of people who've been sending me a lot of like Roman, French, like all these things, and they're personally tied to it, and that's just like so cool. And then in Japan stuff, I got connected to a bunch of Japanese viewers who are constantly in the stream now, and it's just a great thing. Like it's like every island you get a new focus that makes you new friends and new conversations. And like in Egghead, or not in Egghead, in Wano, truthfully, one of the reasons I started talking to Dax before he started like creating was because he's environmental science major or graduate, and so I was making my Pluton as a cloud video, and that required a lot of like meteorological stuff, and I knew about that stuff, but I was like, let me talk to experts on this. And then Dax just happened to be someone who was like corroborating details between him and his professors, and I was like, yo, that's dope. So it's just one of those really cool things. And so with that, let's get to some of these super chats because I see them piling up, and then we'll get into the main conversation, which actually relates back to what we were just talking about, how Oda might be playing not games. He's not might be playing games. He is playing games with us. So
he's playing with our hearts.
Yeah, he's playing with our hearts, and we'll talk about that. So let's see. Just shout outs to everyone in the chat. There's a lot of people here on a Friday break week. Definitely a dope
today's
time.
Friday.
Today is Friday, right? Today's
All
Friday?
I knew it was the 3rd, because that's what we had plans for. My days are blending into each other. I'm sorry, I'm stalling.
No, like I don't think it could be appreciated enough that like it's Threevil, 333 Vol. Which, by the way, I don't know if you saw my Discord message. I wrote live with Threevil, and I wrote live with 3 E's at the end, and then I realized your name backwards is live, like live, like we're just.
What?
Yeah, I wrote live with Threevil, and it ended up being what is it called? Not a parallelogram. That's a shape. A palindrome.
Something.
A palindrome. A parallelogram. Yeah. So I was like, huh, that's crazy. It's all about that perspective. And so episode 33, guys. This is my 33rd episode of Voice of All Things. Obviously, I streamed more than that, but these like episodes, it's kind of crazy. 33 episodes is a lot. That's 33 weeks of this, and happened to get Threevil here, and then March 3rd ended up being like, I'm not telling, like, this is some kind of like fate thing that just kind of happened, because we were planning on streaming we were planning on streaming last year, and then just things didn't line up, and then I just hit you up before I had Joy Girl on, the first Voice of All Things of this year, and I was like, yo, I need like this week. And then we took a step back and we're like, wait, that's the 3rd, that's March 3rd, that's also the episode. It was just so cool. It's so cool. But yeah, not to stall out too much about that, I appreciate that. Let me see. So I think I saw memberships along I hate Streamlabs does not tell me about memberships. Let me see if I missed something. Okay, so Streamlabs doesn't tell me, but the first notification I have on my end is Silver Crown with $5, says, tell Threevil that I was in rehab for 108 days, but I'm out and sober and healthy, and I'm back on One Piece. Silver Crown has been letting us know about that. So shout outs to you. Glad you're sober, glad you're back. Not sure if Threevil, Silver Crown's a big person in your community.
He's an amazing guy. I love everyone who supports me, bro, to the fullest, and he's an awesome fucking guy.
Yeah, actually, I that was something I was supposed to put in the intro. So
should I avoid profanity? I just I just forgot to ask that. My bad.
Yeah, I mean, we're not Brago level size. They don't check our stream. If there's no cursing in the first 5 to 10 minutes, we're good, right? So, but what's it called? The oh yeah. So truthfully, the way Threevil runs his Discord, I can't say from personal experience, because I'm obviously not even I want to be active in my Discord, and I used to be, but then ever since like the kid and all that stuff, like life, I haven't been able to. But the way Threevil is active in his Discord is the way I would want to be. So if like you guys want to talk One Piece, whatever, Threevil, I'm sure you still do this like regular, like a voice call, chats, discussions. Like I know you did that a lot last year. I hopped into a few of them, we talked.
Yeah, because I made my server almost 2 years ago. It's always in there. It's extremely difficult, but I think it's really important to show people that support you that you care for them, and the least you could do is like have a small conversation with them.
Yeah. So like,
which you
yeah.
do all the time. Don't even stress about that.
Yeah, I remember in our first conversation you said something like, it's like a family vibes. You try your best. It's hard. It's very hard to do, parasocial relationships, but then Discord and then trying to run a YouTube channel, keeping everything on tabs. It's admirable at least, and you're not always going to be able to uh, portray it in the best way, but that's just how relationships, that's how friendships in the first place work, right? It's all it's all
It's all
about
about understanding each other.
exactly that. I was trying to find the words and you found them for me. And so the next super chat, JP Legend with €2 says, don't forget to ask him about Lucci X Robin. JP Legend, when I brought this up on the previous stream, you guys try to pin this on me that I was the one excited, but you've been super chatting this every single time. Lucci X Robin. So this stemmed because in chapter 1074, I believe, we saw, like the panel where like not all the satellites, like Shaka, Usopp, Frankie, and Lucci and Kaku were like tied up, and Nami was stomping on Lucci, right? And Robin was stopping Nami from doing it. And so in the thing, I was like, oh wait, what? Like, if anything, Robin should be like beating up on Lucci because of Lucci, she's had a life of hell. I mean, I'm sure Robin, for most of her life, could have avoided like normal Marine people, but it's because CP0 was after her, also like the Cypher Pole agents. And so the fact that she was trying to stop it, I was like, I wonder if this is like some weird situation where like, and then I immediately stopped it, but I had Sai on the call. And Sai is notorious for Rule 34 conversations. And I was like, oh no, this chapter is going to start Rule 34. And then my chat was like, no, Par, you started this. And I'm like, oh God. I don't know what JP Legend wants me to ask you about it, but what is, if you ever saw a picture of Robin and Lucci together in the same thing, what would you do? Would you click away? Would you save it? What would you do? Would you make a thumbnail?
I would easily like click away after I saved it.
Yeah. There's, that's fair. Some people, if I told that to some creators, they might make a thumbnail out of it. So you guys get to hear Threeville's integrity here.
No, they would save that. They would send it to their mom.
Oh no.
We'll post it on Facebook.
Oh, oh no, you're in the Reverie chat. So I don't know if you saw this. We'll talk about it later, but the Japanese thumbnail meta, we talked about it like last year or something in the Reverie chat. That's just crazy. Like their meta, like how we have like our thumbnail meta and it's so obnoxious. Their meta, I would quit. I would quit if I had to use their meta.
Wait, so wait. Someone brought up the meta to their channel?
No. It was just, like in the creators chat, we just talk about creator stuff sometimes. And so they were bringing up how like Japan's YouTube scene is very new, but it's blowing up. Like there's this one dude who started at the same time as me and has like 700,000 subs. Yeah.
Mochi?
I don't know the name. I think it's a full Japanese name. Not sure. But their thumbnails, and then we were talking about that. I was like, yo, this is crazy.
Yeah, like I've been a lot of the One Piece content that I indulge in is like straight from Japan. Like I have a Twitter that's like exclusively following like Japanese people.
Oh wow.
It's like another one. And then I have like a YouTube channel sub to a shitload of One Piece YouTubers that are from Japan. But like in case you guys don't really know where Par is coming from, like I don't know if you're addressing this thing in particular, Par, but a lot of times when people are making One Piece videos in Japan, they'll put like 99.9%, 100% chance on their theory thumbnails. And I feel like if you did that as an American, oh my lord, I could just imagine the comments, bro.
Yeah,
I could just imagine. But yeah, but Japan theories are insane, man. I don't know if you yourself have like
no, I haven't. Which is funny because this might have been my first interaction with the Japanese community, because there was a few people who came onto my channel from a particular video and told me that years ago in the Japanese Reddit, it was an idea that came up that got some traction. It was popular, and they were asking me if I saw that, if I was a part of it, or if I could read Japanese. Like, no, like have you seen most of these comments? Most of these comments are roasting me. The comments were essentially, it was on Mihawk as a sword, and so obviously initially most people were like, no, there's no way. But then the Japanese people were viewers were saying like, yo, this is a theory that was in Japan. And I asked them, I was like, wait, when did they come out with the theory? Because I came out with my theory like very soon after chapter 1033, which is the crux of why I was saying what I was saying. And they said that it was before it was like mid at the beginning of Wano, and I was like, what? How did they based off of what details did they think Mihawk was a sword, and in what context and in what evidence? And they're like, it was just kind of like a based off like the belief system, and then like Bleach and things like that, other fiction influence. And I was like, whoa, that's crazy, because I wouldn't have thought of that without chapter 1033. It was an idea. I did talk about it in a previous thing, but then when Kozuburo talked about swords, I was like, all right, hold on. This is like, if you just look at the lines that he says, it matches exactly what Oda describes Mihawk as in his Viver cards, in his introduction. It's like one of the craziest things.
Yeah.
So I see that One Piece talk. What's up? Oh, what they come and
Yo.
say? Should have said the truth about Kid being a bum in all respects of the series. Yo, you know, to address that One Piece talk, how are you feeling about the Kid situation with Shanks?
There's no way Kid beats Shanks. I don't even look, bro. I'm all about hearing people's perspective. Everyone deserves respect 100%, no matter the context. Well, you usually, well, my mic just, or my camera just tripped. Generally people deserve respect, right? But like, I don't want to entertain that idea, because in my opinion, there's no way that happens. Same thing with Law. I think, like, let me put it this way. I'm going 100 miles an hour right now.
Go for it.
When we first saw Law come across Blackbeard, we're like, okay, Law versus Blackbeard. We're all kind of leaning towards Blackbeard. Law won't die, whatever. But now we get introduced with Kid versus Shanks, and now you can see like there's a beautiful parallel here where it's there's Blackbeard, Shanks, Law, Kid. And you can see like Oda's trying to set something up with these 4 different characters, because there's 2 sets of parallels. But the reason why that's so important is because I think at the end of the day, Blackbeard's the only guy with 2 devil fruits. He's an emperor. Kid needed Law. Law needed Kid to throw Big Mom off the arena. That wasn't even a real win. So like if everyone could come to terms with Kid losing to Shanks, then the only possible outcome for Law is Law losing to Blackbeard. So then you have these 2 guys that split from Luffy, go down and lose, while Luffy defeats Kaido, rises up, and now he's at Egghead, he's gonna go to Elbaf, whatever. I think that's very intentional, and it's okay of characters to lose fights.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah. So here, I don't know if you've heard, Dak Sake shared it with me earlier with my teching stream, and I brought it up later. And I haven't heard people talking about this, but I think truthfully what Dak said is probably the case. But to frame it real quick, do you see a way where Law's fight gets interrupted? A third party comes in, and if yes, who and what?
Yes, I believe that's possible, but it's not something I would bet on.
Okay, all right.
And Sword. But that's a whole different theory in itself. And yes, it has many, many great points, and I do like it as a theory. But you would use a theory to fuel another theory, and then that kind of spirals into
headcanon. Too strong of a headcanon. More head and less canon.
Exactly.
So with the reason why I asked that is because I remember when the Law situation happened. When we got the beforehand, when he first got on the island, I was like, wait, Oda named this island. It was named Winter Island. I was like, that'd be crazy if there was someone on the island that would be like, I think in the live reaction, it was kind of like, wait, what if like, because Rayleigh came in on Amazon Lily, I was like, what if this is like Scopper Gabon's intro, and Scopper Gabon is just chilling on Winter's Island, and he's just like, who's interrupting my nap or something, like a Zoro type of moment, right? And then like he just sees Law and Blackbeard fight, and he's like, I don't know who you are, but this is, we're not doing this right now, and then like stops it, whatever. And it was like an interesting idea, but at the same time, I'd rather have Blackbeard just complete whatever he's doing so that we can expedite the rest of the story, and stop stalling out like Blackbeard specific parts. It'd be annoying, in my opinion, if again you know, on Amazon Lily, he got Kobe, yes, but he wanted a different thing. And I'd rather give Blackbeard what he wants so that we can move to where he needs to be faster, and
Yeah.
we stop, you know, bullshitting around like what Blackbeard's like end situation
Yeah.
is. But with Shanks in that situation, Dax Sake said, and I love this idea, is that because, especially because Dory and Brogy are there, the thing is, Dory and Brogy were the giant warrior pirates, right? The OG giant pirates, right? They come to the island and they're probably like, wait, where's our captain? Where's Chief Joru, right? Where's our boy? And then they realize that Big Mom killed them, and that's probably the news that they have. And we know that the Giants have a thing against Big Mom because of Chief Joru's death and that village destruction at the hands of Big Mom. And so I would imagine very soon after Dory and Brogy being there, they get the newspaper that Big Mom was defeated by Eustace Kid and Law. And so it might be a situation where once Shanks confronts them with Dory and Brogy are like, wait, that's Kid, that's Kid, that's the guy who beat Big Mom. And it might be where like Loki, the diplomat, the leader, he might be like, you know what, like, is there a way we can figure out this peacefully, right? Like, this guy is saved it, he avenged us. He did something that us Giants have been wanting to do but could never get to a point to do it. And Kid did it according to the newspapers, and so they might treat him as a hero. They treat like this Mother Caramel just saved a few giants, hero, right? Shanks, hero. Wonder why. Chief Joro was considered a hero of the Giants, so avenging him would give you a lot of clout. And it's so it might be a situation where the Giants might mediate it, and it would still be where Shanks win and Kid loses, because Kid doesn't want to lose to Shanks. Kid doesn't want to give up his poneglyphs, but then Shanks might be like, the only way is if you give me a copy of your poneglyphs, then I'll bounce. And if the Giants respect you being here, then that's good with me. And then he might leave. And it might be like that kind of a situation where we don't have Kid like get his second arm ripped off and then beat. I was joking about it. If he actually fights, the main thing that I see is, what's his face? Ben Beckman opens up a cooler. They take out Kid's arm, and then they start beating Kid with his own dismembered arm from a few years ago. That's how bad I see it for Kid. So
That's bad.
Yeah, and so like that's why I think that's the way Oda's gonna go about it. I feel like that plot point with the newspaper makes a lot of sense for me.
Yeah. I could definitely see a scenario where, you know, the long running theory, Ragnarok, blah, blah, blah. Like, I could see that taking place on the Elbaf because of, as pretty much like everything you talked about, with Kid, Shanks, probably Blackbeard. I could see everyone coming together at this one big spot, Elbaf. And, you know, that might actually have Elbaf surpass Wano if Oda knows how to fulfill plot points, you know? Don't have Zoro angry at fucking Loki if he's just not gonna do anything about it. But you know, I'm rocking with Kid, man. You know, at the end of the day, he's not scared. He doesn't have a whole Straw Hat crew. He didn't have a Rayleigh. He went out. He did his business. He got Awakening. I think Kid and Law are amazing, phenomenal characters. I just can't really see them winning. And I think like in the case, because again, it's just an opinion, in the case that Kid loses again, I don't even think like he has to lose his other arm or anything like that. I'd imagine that the gap between Kid and Shanks at that time when Kid lost his arm is probably smaller now. Obviously Kid's not really at Shanks's level, but I don't think it's like complete decimation like before, you know?
Yeah, I mean I asked this at the Reverie. I'm not sure if, you know, I know you were there, I'm pretty sure, when Hidden was lawyering up for Kids coming around on Elbaf. My main question was to people in the chat who didn't see that section of the Reverie, the last Reverie, was is, now that we saw Kid going to Elbaf and we didn't know Shanks was there at the time, is this an opportunity for Oda to starts turning around the narrative of Kid and how Kid is being received in the story and the focus he's getting? And my perspective at the time is like, yes, but I didn't necessarily see a way how. A lot of people are using the Giants, like Kid beats up the Giants, Kid takes over Elbaf, Kid blah blah blah, and then Oda's just like, oh, you think that I'm gonna change it with Kid? Here's Shanks. Let's see how you deal with this situation. I'm like,
Yeah.
I don't really know.
I think like and I say this with all due respect, this not even towards you, but I think a lot of the time like people don't know how to power scale, right?
Mhm.
Because like Kid to me is someone that is of admiral tier. If you had like a whole level of characters that were like admiral tier, Kid and Law are at the complete bottom because again they worked together. They pulled out awakenings. They were doing all these things against Big Mom to throw her out of the arena, meaning they had like this unconvincing win. But Luffy, who had to use his awakening with Haki infusion and all these different tools to beat Kaido in this 1v1, that just goes to show that Luffy is of Emperor level. Meanwhile, Kid and Law are struggling at Admiral level, and I don't even think they would be able to defeat Admirals. But the reason why I address all that is because, again, Kid did not have a Rayleigh. Kid did not have a Shanks. Kid did not have this whole crew that the Straw Hats did. Kid did not train for 2 years. So I think like as Kid keeps climbing the ranks, eventually when Kid reaches Emperor level, people will just say that Oda flipped the script. But in reality, I don't think he ever flipped the script. He just didn't have those options. He didn't have those same tools as Luffy and the Straw Hats.
Yeah, I actually have a video on my channel. I'm pretty sure the title is still just why Kid has shit hockey or something like that. Really bad hockey. Like that's or why Kid is so bad with hockey. And it wasn't like shit talking Kid. It was more so like, armament hockey, right? The reasons why Luffy learned armament hockey was one, Rayleigh, but two, because he understood the value in armament hockey because he faced a bunch of Logias. So what I talk about in that video was, like at Crocus explained, there's like 7 paths in the Grand Line, right? And Luffy took one of the paths. When you look at Luffy's path, you realize that Luffy faced pretty much every Logia in the story. There's not even like a small chance that really Kid would or anybody would ever have confronted a Logia, considering what Luffy went through. Crocodile to all the way to what was the most recent Logia? Like, is Caribou really the most recent Logia?
Caesar,
right? Yeah, Caesar. Nobody
Yeah.
else went that path except for Law. But like the point being, if Kid went a different path, then he never confronted a Logia. And then when you think about his powers, he would wash anybody with his powers if they weren't a Logia. There are some Paramecias, but the Katakuri wasn't just in paradise beefing with other people. So when you put it in that perspective, it's like not everybody had the same path as Luffy, where even if you imagine a Luffy that never faced Aokiji, never faced the admirals, right? When he was learning from Rayleigh, when Rayleigh showed the armament stuff or talked about it, his realization was like, wait, I can touch Kizaru, I can touch Aokiji. Well, the thing is, if you never experienced that, you would never focus on armament, right? Like that's the important thing.
I think Kid would wash Katakuri right now, and I say that in all seriousness. I think like the truth of the matter is that Katakuri is extremely overrated because of Future Sight. So like, let's be real with each other. Is Katakuri Admiral level? Let's be real. Let's be real. He's not, but I can confidently say that Kid is at least at bare minimum scraping the surface with Admiral.
You know
This is about to get heated.
Yeah, no, the chat's about to go wild. Yo, Larry, that one, I know that's Larry with the oh nah, but like something in Film Red, you watch Film Red, right?
Yeah.
So in Film Red, the way Shanks talked to Katakuri was crazy to me, because like when Katakuri came on the screen, the whole movie theater was like, oh shit, like Katakuri, he's here, dope, right? And then Shanks like kind of talked to Katakuri like he was a baby. I don't know if you remember that, when Katakuri is just like, oh, he's talking about like the Future Sight, and Shanks is like, that's not a big deal, buddy. And then he just kind of like shut it down, and I was like, whoa, that said a lot to me. I was, and if you were to take that like confrontation, though obviously Oda like, the thing is with Shanks specifically, I feel like Oda probably had more conversations with the director, but outside of that, probably less. But if that's the portrayal, you could take what you said about the Katakuri Admiral situation and kind of see it that way. And when you're saying that though, like you're not meaning like Katakuri couldn't fight an admiral. That's not what you're meaning. Like it's
Oh,
just
no, no,
meaning
no,
like
no.
an admiral would
Of
just win
course.
over Katakuri. But like
Yeah.
Katakuri is the type of guy who would be able to like box with an admiral for a very, very long time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. I'm definitely exaggerating when I say, and you know that part.
Yeah.
When I say Kid washes Katakuri, I'm not talking negative. It's an exaggeration. But
Yeah.
I do honestly believe Kid will beat Katakuri because Luffy was going head to head with Katakuri, right? Pulls up on Kaido and Wano, gets completely speed blitzed, and look how Luffy was able to blitz Kaido, blitz Big Mom on the rooftop, right?
Yeah.
And then Kid and Law and even Zoro and even Killer, all these guys were super quick with the speed. So just like the rooftop alone lets me know that, wait, that means Kid has higher combat speed than Katakuri. People are not gonna want to hear that, but
So to we were hopping off the super chats here. I'm gonna read some more super chats, but one thing to connect back to the SBS since we are talking about Kid. Actually, I think that One Piece Talks, they had a super chat relating to this conversation. So let me. Oh yeah. I remember this is from their last episode. That One Piece Talk, thank you guys for the $10 super chat. If you guys don't know that One Piece Talk, their podcast every single week, talk about the chapter, break weeks, a lot of fun. They do top 30s and they do call-ins every episode. So it's a lot of fun to talk with them. And this particular super chat is in relation to that. So someone came on and said this. And when I heard that, I was like, no. So he said, yo, Threeville, did you hear about KKG Association? Have you heard of that?
no.
He said, apparently there's a kids kinda good club. What's your thoughts on that? And can you do more push-ups than ParVision?
I'm in the KKG. I've been rooting for Kid like 3 chapters before he started fighting Big Mom. I was doing the chapter reactions. I was in the mud part. I was on the battlefield fighting for Kid. Nobody was on my side. And I mean nobody. Kid is that guy. Give him a Rayleigh, give him a Straw Hat crew. Yo,
I feel you. I think in the recent chapter, it's hard not to be in the mud in in the KKG in the kids kind of good because kids kind of good, sure, but Shanks is him,
Oh yeah, for sure.
so
For
so
sure, 100%, for sure.
so it makes sense. The thing is, I'm on the same thing where I was hopeful in Onigashima, so my viewers know. I was saying like prior to the raid, I was saying that there's gonna be like Kid probably is gonna pull out a railgun, and then he pulled out a railgun, and it was just like the craziest thing because it's like if he were able to do that, the sky's the limit with what comes next. If he's able to use magnetism in that way, and the thing is the way I see Kid right now is my main problem, and a lot of people know I have like a scientific focus. I study physics, engineering, that kind of thing. So at my college I was commissioned to make a railgun for physics demonstration. But the point being is like right now Kid is underutilizing his power, and whether Oda wants to make that how that transitions to the end of the story, that's up to him, right? Because the way I see it is Kid could easily become one of the strongest people in the entire verse if he just uses like the mobility of his electromagnetism, right?
Yeah.
Like he could just start flying. Like he could just start flying and bouncing off of things. Like he could start using his mobility like as if he's a god, and he doesn't do that right now. And I like if Kid ever comes to the point when he does that, like what if the last war is in a heavily metal place? Like Kid is gonna be a god there. Like it's gonna be crazy. So I'm curious to see the way Oda does it, because ultimately it comes down to where in the story Oda's at and how much time and what he puts focus on. We had this conversation before. If Oda doesn't focus on it, that means that it's something that we shouldn't be focusing on, right? So
Yeah. So like people are gonna think I'm coping with this, but like Oda has genuinely put these restrictions on Kid in his devil fruit. He has like this hacks prevention, because like if Kid wanted to, he could assign positive on Big Mom N or whatever on Big Mom's head or S, whatever. Like he could have 2 of the same on Big Mom's head and her waist, so she just completely like rips apart, right? But Oda's obviously gonna have like restrictions on Kid because that would make him too overpowered. Same thing with Big Mom herself. Remember how like with Big Mom using her power, people would have to be scared or whatever.
Mhm.
Like that's literally just hacks prevention, and that's like the whole idea of hockey in One Piece. Because there's these powers like Law even, where it's just extremely overpowered, like the fruit at hand. But there's gonna be these little rule sets in accordance to the devil fruit, so that these characters aren't getting out of hand, and Kid is one of those characters. So like, but the thing is, like, there's so much hate propagated to Kid that when you acknowledge his hacks prevention set by Oda, people just assume that like, oh, Kid's garbage, that's why.
Yeah.
Like, Kid can't just like one shot with like, again, with the two opposites or whatever the hell, to take out a character. Like, it's super unfortunate for Kid, man. And I think there will be a day where, you know, Kid curb stomps Ben Beckman. And then Shanks is like, wait, you took out Ben Beckman? All right, come see me then. And then like that's a situation where Kid gets his shine while simultaneously having Shanks be that guy. And shout out to Rock's review, because I think he threw that out there, and I think I saw it the other day. But that's on the table.
Yeah. You know, I'll be honest. I think the fallacy you just described is something that I fall into when it comes to Caesar. Caesar's power, bar none, to me is the most broken devil fruit power. Period. Like besides
Period.
Anel's fruit, like if you were to give me Anel or Caesar's fruit, the world would be over. Like if you gave Vegapunk either of those fruits, like it would be game over. It would be donezo, because he just knows so much that you could do with energy. He knows so much you could do with air. The thing with Caesar is he is the gas Logia. That means any gas, all gases. He could just wipe out like an atmosphere. He can create his own atmosphere. He can create his own barometric storm, like, you know, pressures. It's just the amount of things. But then at the same time, like you said, it's like if you were to do that, Caesar would be broken. Why would you?
Yeah.
Caesar's not meant to be like that, and Kid is supposed to be like that, but maybe not yet. Maybe there's like a certain amount of things. And you know, the thing is with Kid, we haven't gotten a lot of focus on him, but I would have loved if for Kid, if he had like a mental limiter on him, like given, and this is like a super common trope when it comes to broken powers. Like people have used their powers and then they had repercussions from them, whether like a personal, like they accidentally hurt somebody they didn't mean to, or something like that. And like Kid's one of those powers where it's like easily you could like, he could have like mentally put a limiter, like I'm never gonna use my power like this directly ever again, that kind of thing. And I would be interested to know if that's like what Kid was saying when Law asked him like, is that all, like what else can you do? And then Kid's like, I'm not gonna tell you everything I can do, right? Like there is that window of what else Kid can do, and the reason why Kid doesn't do it is because of a personal failsafe, even outside of like a narrative thing that you were saying, like the restrictions that you'd have to put on a character like that. There easily could be something like Kid, you know, when he was a kid. Oh, we got the backstory. We don't know when he ate his fruit. I don't know. I don't think. But in his backstory, his the female friend that him, Killer, and all the other crewmates had on their island, who died from the gang thing, it could be like he was responsible for part of that because of his power. Something related to his power ended up doing something crazy. I wouldn't be surprised. I wouldn't be surprised if...
It's just like sometimes I feel like Oda kind of wrote himself in a corner for English readers when it comes to Kid, because like if he doesn't take a huge massive W, then it's like, oh, Kid's garbage, LOL, L Kid, right? But then like if Oda is gonna give Kid a win or something even nice for his character, then it's people just saying like, oh, Oda feels bad for Kid, he's finally hyping him up, Oda's like turning the script. So either way, no matter what Oda chooses to do, it's just like kind of like having this hate agenda propagated by like meme uploaders and stuff like that. But I don't know, we'll just have to deal with it with Kid, I guess.
We're gonna have to see what happens. I have a feeling he's gonna take the Dak Sake route, just like smoothing it over, keeping everyone's reputations intact, but at the same time, I keep on saying Dak's Sake's theory. He told me he has an extension to that, so I don't know if he's posted it yet or talked about it. So when I'm extending it, this is not what Dak Sake was saying, but the way I see it is like Kid and Shanks could clash, and it could just not Kid and Shanks, but the crews could clash, and there could be a certain amount of what's it called, like um, detailing in there, so we can get a respect of for each person's powers, right? It could be
Yeah.
something where Shanks like is like, yo, that's yo, he's actually powerful. This sapling is actually, you know, because Shanks called them saplings, but these saplings are actually powerful. And then that's when the giants step in, after we get a view of the powers.
Hmm.
And yeah, so
Someone in
hopefully,
your chat,
yeah.
someone's named Mimsy167 said, why specifically English readers? I said English readers specifically because Japanese readers and Spanish readers don't act like this with Kid. Like, it's insane, like, why only people that are on Twitter, Instagram, whatever, YouTube, like that are English will have like this huge agenda against Kid. And I think the only explanation is because of the long running meme of Kid. Like
Mhm.
people, you hear a joke and a meme and like a troll like so much that you just start believing it. And like then you have like this cognitive bias where it's like, oh, well, he needed law. And that must mean that Kid isn't even top 50. And it's just like, it's just like reiterating the same joke over and over, and then you know casual readers, casual watchers, they're just like, oh, it must be true.
Yeah, yeah, it's gonna be interesting. So the next super chat, I'm almost debating reading this because Mr. Bushido knows I have a video that I want to talk about this in the future. But you know what? I'll share it. Our paths don't cross too often, and I do tend to talk about these things when I get the mood. So, €5. Thank you, Mr. Bushido. He says Shanks beats Kid's father, who is Captain John. That's how he is Yonko like Blackbeard. He beat Wang Zhi. This is why Kid hates Buggy and Shanks. And so I think the most standout part of that is beats Kid's father, who is Captain John. What do you think about that? I know we might have talked about this briefly, but you have any thoughts about like what he said?
Yeah, so I love theories about the real life Captain John and how it translates to Captain Kid.
Yeah.
I think that kind of stuff is super, super interesting, and I think Oda's gonna take that route. But like as far as Shanks eliminating this Emperor that like we somehow haven't really heard about, I don't really know the probability of that because like you know I was talking to some friends about this yesterday. It's kind of unfortunate where like all the big names in One Piece, all the strong, legit people are like you know, for the future villains, antagonists, whatever, we already know who they are. Like, sometimes I feel like there isn't anyone super strong and powerful that hasn't really been talked about yet, from the Marines to Emu, the Gorosei, Blackbeard, Dragon. Like, it would seem kind of weird to me if there is somehow an emperor that like just went completely under the radar this whole time, and like that's who Shanks took out. As well as like just a future villain in general, like I think on the map is literally just what Kid, Law, Blackbeard, maybe Shanks if you want to go down that territory, and Emu. But regardless of that, I do think Oda's gonna use some kind of real life Captain John, Captain Kid material. I've looked
Yeah.
into it and it's really interesting.
Yeah, yeah. So I'm actually making a longer video because I put out a theory, a shorts that Shiki, or I always spoil it. That killer, the reason why he's masked, like and the even when he got the mask off, we covered up his face. It was because that he could be the clone of Shiki, and the reason there's like it matches the hair, it matches the goatee, everything matches. And some people even point out the lips even match. And I was like, damn, that's I didn't even say that in the short. But then I took a step back and I ended up realizing that like, wait, the timeline works out where uh he could just be Shiki's son. And the reason why I was thinking about that is because in the short I talked about how Luffy has indirect connections to like the Rogers Pirates, right? Like where he learned from Rayleigh, right? He was inspired by Shanks in a lot of ways.
I hear you, ParVision.
Yeah, yeah, I know you hear me. Wait, I'm curious what you're pulling out though. Wait, what is bro pulling out? Damn, he has a whole vault. I'll finish the thing in a second. I just want to, I'm curious now. Yo, we made 3 people get up. That's crazy.
I got it. I got it.
All right. What were you pulling out?
All right, you're gonna appreciate this. I
Okay.
got you, bro.
Okay.
I
Okay.
got you. You see this?
Yep.
This is canon, everybody. For the last time, One Piece Volume 0. This is canon, okay? So Par is preaching. Let me show you guys this, man. Because I want everybody to know ParVision is speaking nothing but the truth. You see this? You see Shiki right here? 20-year plan? This is canon, okay? There's no arguing this. Shiki has a 20-year plan. The movie's not canon, so we have to ignore the movie. Strong World Volume 0 is pure canon.
And like, so I see a way where Oda could not reintroduce Shiki directly and just say like, oh, the movie events like happened, but they weren't like exactly what it is the movie, but something similar of that nature, right? But again, I think a lot of people are sleeping on the fact that Shiki was inserted in the story, constantly gets referred from Impel Down to chapter 957, constantly gets brought back up. And so the Shiki thing, if you look at his timeline, it wouldn't be weird, right? If the Rogers Pirates, their remnants interacted with Luffy, right? We get Shanks inspired Luffy. Luffy goes sails, meets Crocus. Crocus goes on, not Crocus. Luffy goes on, meets Rayleigh, right? And then it's like the Rayleigh aside, Crocus isn't like a main, he's not like in the commander levels of the Rogers Pirates. Neither was Shanks, right? Buggy, another one of those pirates. And I was almost thinking like, if Oda's painting the parallel between Luffy and Kid in that way, it could be that their backstories are mirrored, and that Kid might have interacted with the Rocks Pirates like Luffy interacted with the Rogers Pirates. There might have been younger people. There might have been people that in like how Shanks was to Rogers' crew. There might have been people relating in that way to Rox's crew that interact with Kid and Killer. And the main two pirates that outside of Big Mom and Kaido and Whitebeard that we know their history, that would be Captain John, who had in the story an extended storyline, right? Well, Captain John's treasure, the way he died, and then also Shiki. Those two characters were introduced to the story in a large way. And what were their outcomes? Was Shiki just not doing anything? Was Captain John just not doing anything? All of these people came out and had families, so why not Captain John and why not Shiki? It could be that the kids' crew is related in that same way, where they might even also know Wang Ji. Like Wang Ji could have been like their Rayleigh, for example. It could have been something like that, where they weren't completely guideless, but they were guided by Rocks Pirates rather than Luffy was with Rogers Pirates. So I'm not sure where Oda will go with that, because I don't see that coming up with the Shanks moment. But there's a lot of ways, because a lot of people think that Kid is dead. I don't think that makes sense either, because if you really want to think about it, Killer's mystery of his face being hidden so much, that's like we can't run by that. Like Oda, even if it's not for Kid, right? I know the memes are there that Killer's the real captain, so like think about it like that. Like if Killer's actually that important, he was readdressed in this SBS with the fruit. Oh, that's another thing I want to bring up actually. But we'll get to that in a second. Is that there's no way that like Killer and Kid get removed from the story given how much Oda has put into them. So one thing that I will say, or I want to ask you, is in the SBS with Chopper's fruit, they said something really odd, and I addressed this with my members. They said that because Killer's smiling, he has now turned the Kid pirates into a joyous band of pirates. And joyous, like I didn't see the raws, but joy boy, like smiles. I know a lot of people have the theory with smile fruits being connected to joy boy, but then also like we've seen it, every antagonist has gotten slightly better after interacting with Luffy. And Oda chose to preface the Shanks and Kid moment with that line that Killer made the crew joyous. Do you think that's going to play a role here? That was so odd to me. That was probably one of the oddest things in the entire SBS so far that I read.
No, that's definitely odd, but like the thing is like I think Shiki having some sort of connection with Killer makes a lot of sense, and like that is something Oda would probably do. It's just like, you know, there's the other side of the coin where it's like Blackbeard, right? Because as you see here in One Piece Volume Zero, when Shiki pulls up to talk to Blackbeard, or I'm sorry, to talk to Whitebeard,
Yeah.
you can see Blackbeard right here on the edge, like right behind Shiki, and that to me strikes me as like that one little clue that Oda would do. Because think about it, right? Again, Shiki pulls up on Whitebeard and says, "Hey, I have a plan," or maybe he doesn't tell Whitebeard he has a plan, but on that same page you can see Shiki talking about a 20-year plan.
Yeah.
But 20 years from that moment was what? When Rayleigh started training Luffy. So how about there's like this two sides of the same coin? There's this kind of parallel where a Roger pirate worked with Luffy, a Zebek pirate worked with Blackbeard. And you know, a lot of people go on this like agenda or go on this tirade about how Luffy and Blackbeard are parallels and versions, two sides of the same coin. I think something like that is definitely on the table. And you know, maybe with a 20-year plan that Shiki claims to have that was never fulfilled canonically, that could be connected to Blackbeard. That's why Blackbeard knew to go to Hachinosu. That's why he took out Wang Shi, Rocky Port, the whole maybe the missing fourth road poneglyph. You know, knowing poneglyphs in general, like I think if it doesn't work out for Killer, then it could work out for Blackbeard. And I think I went totally off track. You were asking about the joyous
No, I put both of them together so you could respond. But yeah, like I definitely don't think that even those plot lines are done with, right? Like the Shiki thing, especially if you think about it like this, right? Kozuburo, right, in the SBS, I mean, we already knew this, sailed as pirates away from Wano, and now we got confirmation there was like, what, 25 people on that boat. I talked about how, well, it's probably, like, it's basically confirmed in my mind that Higurashi and Semimaru, the two Kurozumi people that influenced Orochi, they were the two people that were also probably on that boat leaving with Kozuburo. And the thing is, what about, like, Shiki easily could be from Wano, like the names of his swords, his aesthetic, like the way he is. I mean, the fact that Strong World mirrored Kaido, and like I always talked about how Kaido is Shiki 2.0, or Kaido is the new Shiki or whatever, because they're both the king of beasts in a lot of ways. But it just makes sense that, especially in that Tama SBS where he's like making Wano more important again, I feel like that's where Shiki would come in. I definitely see that. But the joyous one, yeah. What are your thoughts on the joyous thing?
Joyous. Ah, man, I don't know, because it could be like the Smile Fruits being connected to Joy Boy, but at the same time, it's kind of putting the focus on Killer with that statement. I don't know, man.
Yeah.
I don't know, but that's definitely not something I say. That's like, oh, you know, pass by it, ignore it. I'm trying to come up with something, but
yeah,
I just thought people don't ignore it.
Yeah, that was one of those ones where like I'm you know, thinking about so many ways it would make sense, but then Kid being called a joyous pirate band, I was like, what are we saying? Like, that didn't make any sense to me.
Kid working for Luffy, let's go, baby. the Kid ship, bro, Grand Fleet got Kid on there. That would probably never happen.
Yeah, it'd be, I mean, there's
hey, you know what though?
Whenever you say it'll never happen, that's when Oda is like, you know what? Bet, you know?
But you know what? This moment of you're bringing up the whole joyous thing, it kind of reminds me of when Usopp and Chopper would talk about the human fruit, and then Usopp's like, why would they ever want that? And it just feels like that's so weird. Like if that meant nothing, why would he go out of his way to draw that? It doesn't sit with me right. And after going through the story over and over and over through the manga, like at least like 3-4 times, the anime twice or whatever, like there's certain things when you're just so fucking obsessed with One Piece that like they don't get past you. You're like, no, this right here means something. Even if I take the bias aside, even if I try to not blow things out of proportion, like this moment, this statement right here, this is gonna matter. So Chopper, the human fruit, the joyous band, the pirates, I believe he was worded, all these things. Shiki,
yeah,
Killer's face.
Man, Oda do be cooking. These 20 years plans, man. It's crazy. It's crazy. Um, Let me read. I see a bunch of super chats that might relate back to few conversations we'll have in a little bit later. But I do want to talk about now that we're about like, oh, we're very deep in the conversation. I didn't even realize time wise. Uh, so we'll get to the main thing that I wanted to talk about, and then we'll come back to the super chats. And then if Threeville needs to go during that, that's completely fine. And I'll continue to. You guys know I address all the super chats no matter what. So let me just read a few of these ones. Terrible TJ, $5 super chat says, "It's always a blast to see my two favorite One Piece content creators discussing the story. Let's go, keep up the great work, guys." Shout outs to you, Terrible TJ. And yeah, there's a lot of people here. Hopefully you guys are enjoying the conversation. And strap in for the next part because it's gonna be an interesting one. I knew this video that I put out would be interesting, but I think me and Threeville might be more on the same page than not. But we'll talk about that. So Mr. Miles with $2 super chat says, "Awesome to see you and Threeville discuss, bro." Fun fact, me and Threeville have had previous streams together. The first one got lost to the Void Century, and the second one I think was on your Vaz channel. It might have been, I forget. Or no, it was a stream that you weren't planning on posting anyways. It was just like a conversation. It was like during a break week, and I was like, oh, it's break week, like I could hop in, there's no spoilers. Then we just ended up talking. There's a few of those. So me and Threeville,
your stream with Hidden, me,
oh
and
yeah,
Dak,
true.
crazy.
Yeah,
that was crazy. Y'all need to go watch that VOD if you haven't.
That one's a good one. I mean, that one probably wrote the ending of the story in a lot of ways.
That one was heat, bro.
Yeah. So Shake That Hole, cool name, $10 super chat, says, "Love super collabs like this. Y'all both real." I don't see the emojis here, but it says, oh, probably goats, real goats, using the vision. I see boxes. I'm assuming it says goats. Rewatching Marineford, I thought Akainu wanted to body Luffy so bad. He all discussed this. My theory, Dragon stole his girl and made Luffy. Oh, so you're saying Akainu's vendetta about like Luffy and killing him relates to Dragon and his thing. Interesting. I could bring this up again later at the end, but I am curious. Do you think that Dragon used to be like an admiral? Or like connected to any of the like Akainu and all of them, like they ever interacted with Dragon at all?
No, I think people and again I say this respectfully. I don't want to step on anyone's toes. I'm not trying to be disrespectful. Appreciate everybody. I just think like sometimes people kind of drag it, you know, because during Marineford,
Dragon D's,
they're dragging it. Nah, but during Marineford, they also said they called Ace son of Roger, but like no one really addresses that, right?
Mm-hmm.
So when they call Luffy son of Dragon, then it's like, oh no, wait, that must mean that Akainu had this relationship with Dragon, but they don't ever look at it from the lens of like, okay, then that means Akainu had a relationship with Roger, which was definitely never explored at all to any extent. So like when I hear son of Dragon, I think that's because Dragon is this such notorious figure in the world, this leader of the Revs, the worst criminal you'll ever see, and like Luffy's the son of him. It doesn't even have to be like a case where Akainu's connected to Dragon, because it wasn't like that when Akainu called Ace son of Roger. That's just my perspective. I think actually with Dragon, I believe when he grew up in Goa Kingdom, I believe his outlook on the aristocrats was exactly like Sabo. Sabo saw all the BS going on, and Dragon was like, you know what? I'm gonna dip out of Goa Kingdom, and I'm gonna make the freedom fighters, you know, sails to this island, and eventually there's a breaking point, and Dragon's like, I need to start the Revs, because this freedom fighters, this isn't cutting it. I need to start the Revs. That's how I personally take the you know, the Dragon upbringing and, you know, why he's leading them. I don't really see him being an admiral, and I guess Cypher Pole, maybe that's on the table, but I don't have anything that pushes me towards that.
Yeah, I'm gonna be thinking about Dragon a lot more in the future. I've mainly thought about Dragon from a power perspective, what power he is, because that's always been one of my favorite things to talk about since Logtown. But narrative wise, I've been always waiting for a little bit more, and like you're saying, like there's nothing that it's not something that you can detract from, but that there's also not a lot that you can support it with, is what you're getting at. So yeah, and we might bring up Dragon in a different way in a little bit later. So Matt Cypher, thank you for the 10 months. You just asked how you guys doing. We're chilling, we're laughing, we're having a good time. Thank you for the 10 months, bro. Terrible TJ became a member. Appreciate you. Thank you. Visionary Pirates. Oh, maybe this weekend I'm gonna have some dope announcements. So join the Discord for that, because I'm usually don't post it on my YouTube. Maybe I should. Oh, I could do a members post. All right, never mind. I'll post it to members.
You're all over the place.
Yeah. Danny has been a member. Oh, Danny for the 5 months. Visionary Pirate, what's up? He just says, "Yo, how you doing? How you doing?"
Danny's a real one.
Yeah, Danny, shout out to you. This is a joke from my SBS video. Baby Pluton $5 super chat says, did you all hear the new mathematical formula? Shimotsuki plus Shimotsuki equals Alabama. It's in the realm of Pythagoras theory and pi. So that's because I was addressing the point where I always thought that Zoro would be a crossbreed of like different clans in Wano, or like something like that, and the Roronoa name was like an orphan name that he got. But now that we know that the Roronoa name was a lineage name, it is different. But a lot of people were back then when I said like, oh, Zoro could be a Fugetsu and an Uzuki clan combined, or a Shimotsuki and a Kurozumi or something like that. They're like, no, that's lame. It's definitely his Shimotsuki. Like they just got lost or whatever. But I was like, when you really think about it, you have to have crossbreeding. It would make no sense to continue to have that, because then if they were just doing Shimotsuki plus Shimotsuki all the time, then you're not coming out with the best child. I mean, if we're promoting Alabama incest, then Zoro would be the poster child of that, but he's not. Oda escaped the allegations there. So, but a lot of people wanted Zoro to just be pure bud Shimotsuki. I was like, I don't think I want that. Like, it's a little weird.
Yeah, that's definitely weird.
Yeah,
to say the least.
Definitely a weird one. So Mr. Bashir with the €2 says Pin Zero means snake eyes, so Hawkeyes killed him. I don't know if the age would line up, because Mihawk would be too young to have killed Zoro's grandfather, I believe. Maybe the timeline matches up, I'm not sure. But I wouldn't sleep on that connection. I am gonna be talking about that later.
Oh yeah, if you want to talk about later, we can.
Yeah. Or I was gonna talk about that in a different video, or in a future video. Do you have something to mention about that?
Yeah, so like I don't even think that it has to be a case where Mihawk killed Zoro's grandfather. I think even Zoro's father would make sense, because think of it this way, right? Again, Zoro having this great connection to Mihawk and these swordsmen, and oh, this guy died, blah blah blah. That doesn't interfere with Zoro wanting to become stronger and being number one. Like all this extra lore, it's just adding to Zoro, right? So I want to preface by saying that. Now, if you look at Zoro, he was labeled as a pirate hunter, right? If Mihawk was this guy that was sailing the seas, he was known as a pirate, and he killed Zoro's father, and like, by word of mouth, they told Zoro, hey Zoro, your father was killed by a pirate. This would influence Zoro to want to go take on the world. I'm from Shimotsuki village, of course I want to be a swordsman, let alone the number one swordsman, but I heard that a pirate killed my father. And like, I also want to add ParVision that like, if like, let's just say that's true, right? Mm-hmm. That doesn't have to mean that both Zoro and Mihawk know that Mihawk killed Zoro's father. It could be like one of those twists of fate that isn't even revealed to either of them. And it's just, again, it's adding to Zoro without interfering with his character. And I think like if Oda took the opportunity to do that with Zoro's lineage, or Zoro in the SBS, or just in general, I think that would be so good. Like, I can't reiterate it enough. Like, this added lore, it doesn't have to interfere with Zoro.
Yeah. The way I'm seeing it is Oda added a very important line at the end of it, which was that Zoro is not aware of like the tales. So to me, there's a degree of understanding here. He could know his dad and he could know his mom, or he could not know his parents. Like, and he was just completely orphaned. They could have died, very early on. Like, before he was like conscious, right? Before he downloaded a consciousness, as we meme about here, right? I could see it very well like that, where it's something like one way or the other, Zoro's mom was not alluded to be from the village. She was alluded to be separate from the village because Kozuburo married someone from the village. Koshiro, I think, married someone from the village, or it wasn't even named. But then on the other side, it wasn't said like that. It wasn't said. It was said a thief's daughter. And again, my perspective on this is, and you guys hear it in 2 videos from now on my channel, is that while it may not be important to Zoro, the Ryuma connection might not be what we should be focusing on, because that's something that we all kind of knew about. There's newer information that we didn't know that was revealed by this, and it doesn't exact, like, a lot of people are skipping it. They're like, if I ask you the question, what's new information from here, the focus on this, focus on that. But at the end of the day, a lot of those things can be extrapolated, in the sense of, like, they were heavily implied, like Zoro's connection to Ryuma, right? So if you subtract that, what other information did Oda give us? Look at that, and that might be what Oda wanted to tease, because that's what it is. And then question why, like what Threeville is saying, how could it be a situation where it's not important, but it's not important to Zoro in any way, but our knowledge of it as a viewer elevates the story? And there's multiple ways that you could take what was given to us and elevate the story heavily. And again, another teaser I'll give you guys: keep the recent the Gorosei's naming scheme. Keep the thematic behind them in mind, and then try to apply that to Zoro, because that's what I did. And I told one of my mods, I told 2 creators now about it, and they're like, "Yo, that's interesting. Can't sleep on that now." So definitely
Mars.
definitely not there. Though I have another idea for that. But real quick, last 2 ones before we get to the main agenda. Then there's a bunch of super chats we'll get to after that conversation. And if I see super chats that are related to that conversation, we'll read it concurrently. But at the end of the stream, we'll address all the super chats. No worries. Trevor Verges. I'm so bad at pronunciations. Trevor's Arts. Shout out to you. I know who you are. We talked. Thank you for the sub, bro. Appreciate you. I see you're still here. Apologies for butchering the pronunciation. Oh wait, I pronounced it right. All right, hold on. I gaslight myself too much. Look at that, Verge. Oh my god, I'm clean with it. This is, by the way, on the Twitch chat. If for those of you guys who are like, wait, what is he reading? Appreciate you. Mr. Miles at $2 said, "Hello, handsome men." Appreciate that compliment. Thank you.
Real one.
So now, real quick, we talked about Shiki. We talked about the connections that bring him back into relevance. Earlier, we also talked about how the way Oda might write a story, or the way it feels to me, and this could just be my perspective, is Oda thinks about like something really funny and then writes forwards and backwards to that point, and like these are the things that he wants to hit, and he kind of makes it match the story and brings it in. That's not how everything is written, that's not the only thing, but there's certain plot points that are like reveals that Oda's just like laughing about, it's like that. And one of those ones is, I think, in the community has been hyped up to no ends, not without validation. It makes sense to. It's God Valley. God Valley is one of those things that it's like, it almost feels more important than the Void Century to a lot of people. God Valley seems like it's one of those things that once we know about that, we will understand a greater knowledge about a lot of the story. And I recently put out a video, and I know Threeville's watched it. Some of you guys have watched it. I'm hoping a lot of you guys have watched it, because this conversation might lose you, because while we talk about it, you might not see the connections, but I implore you to go watch the video, because I think it paints the connections really well. That God Valley and Rock specifically, in regards to God Valley, is not what we think. And what I mean by that is God Valley was the thing that was said to be erased. God Valley is what Sengoku said vanished without a trace. He did not say that about Rox D. Zebek. That's the first thing. Then the second thing is when you look at the entire description, right? A lot of people take away that Rox is going to be number one in the verse. Rox is going to be super strong. Rox is the most vicious pirate. Rox commanded, the current Yonko, and he did it out of might and fright and power and things like that. And there's one thing that I didn't address, which I'll address in a later video, or we could address it here too, depending on what people ask. But the point is, it's like the information that we got from chapter 957 was from Sengoku. Sengoku, and not just Sengoku. Sengoku was not a person who was even there. He might have. We don't even know if he got the information from Garp. Garp does not want to tell the story. And so between Sengoku and the news reports, which we don't know if Big News Morgans was telling the news reports at the time, but he is old enough technically to maybe have been the person, because he's old enough in the Beaver card. Oda emphasized this. He's old. Perospero is 50 years old, and Big News Morgans calls him Perospero Kun, which means that he's significantly older enough to like down talk Perospero's age, essentially. So we don't know Big News Morgan's age, but that being said, we know from the news reports throughout all of One Piece, it's all propaganda from O'Hara to now. Look at the way they're reporting Egghead. It's Luffy is holding Vegapunk hostage. Like, that's not what's happening. Like, that's not what's happening. The thing is, Big News Morgans knows the truth. So do the Marines. Lucci knows the truth. I'm sure the Gorosei guy probably knows more than most. I don't know what Kizaru knows, but the people who are in the know that's not the case, right? Lucci, if you ask Lucci what's happening, Luffy's not holding Vegapunk hostage. So if you were to ask Garp what happened at God Valley, I wonder what his story was, but we don't have his story. And at the same time, you look at what Sengoku says. Sengoku says a bunch of things, and then you think about it, like, wait, Luffy did all these things. That's what they've been saying about Luffy this entire time. So like, pre-time skip Luffy was able to do all of these things, and they're not testaments of power in a lot of regards. They're not at all. Like, even Kid had a bigger notoriety of being evil than Luffy did, but Luffy is the one who got covered up by the world government, taken down warlords, directly fought Eni's lobby, punched the Celestial Dragon, but still at the time, Kid had the worst notoriety. So it's like, it's very interesting in the way we paint God Valley and Rox. And so again, there's a lot more that we talked about, and I summarized a decent bit of it, but the synthesis point being is that there's a lot of ways where Rox is not that guy that a lot of people want him to be, and he could be, but based off of what we know right now, it doesn't feel like that. And I'm curious about what your takes are about God Valley and Rox at this point, because we'll talk about the second half of the video in a little bit.
Yeah, 1000% agree, like straight up. And I mean, I'm trying to think at like how to articulate how I feel without just repeating what you're saying.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, like, come on, guys. Like, at the end of the day, the Marines, they're gonna propagate what they want. They're gonna tell people what they want. The Marines are going to tell the world what they want the world to believe. And it goes back to what Doflamingo says. The victor, they're the ones that write history. They choose history, however it was worded, right? And like how ParVision said, when you see Luffy getting wrong news, and you see this guy getting wrong news, like, that's all going to fuel up to Rox D. Zebek himself. And it's not to say that Rox D. Zebek didn't exist, because I think there's plenty of reasons to believe he did exist. But like, all the details about what happened in God Valley and Garp being a hero, like, I think those are going to be exaggerated in the way to help Garp, in the way and in a way to make the Marines and the world government look better. And I love how ParVision also pointed out to you guys that Garp doesn't want to talk about God Valley, right? Now, to most people, that's like, oh, maybe he did something embarrassing, or maybe he's hiding something. But like, think of it this way, right? Sengoku is a third-party source who most likely wasn't even at God Valley himself, and he's telling people, yo, this happened, this happened, he was raced, whatever. But like Garp himself, the one who was there at God Valley, he's not even gonna confirm it. So like Sengoku could just go out and make up all these lies. Garp doesn't want to talk about God Valley, so it just gives Sengoku free reign to just say whatever he wants. So I'm definitely in the same boat as ParVision. Like, eventually, we're gonna get that God Valley flashback. We're gonna see how Zebek is the father of Buggy. Okay, both of them, they want to be king of the world, and it's gonna be a completely Roxy Zebek. I can never remember the phrase. Falling upwards, falling upwards.
Same
He's
thing.
gonna do the same thing as Buggy, falling upwards, falling upwards. That's why like Zebek has always been a silhouette, because there's only so much you could do with a silhouette. So I'm definitely on that boat. Like, yes, there's a character, pirate Zebek. He went to God Valley, but was he a bad guy? Was he killing people? Was he like what was the lore exactly? Because Sengoku wasn't even there.
Yeah, and the Buggy point is the thing that essentially you guys can probably tell by the thumbnail, which I'll pull up in a second. But the idea, right? What we were told about Rox's pirate crew was that he had the strongest people on his crew. And the thing is, it's not just one point, it's 2 points within the story that besides Luffy's crew, right? Besides Luffy's crew is the MC's crew, right? Zoro, Sanji, they're different. That's interesting. Sure, Rox could follow Luffy. The same conversation will be had. But there's 2 points in the story where you gather the strongest people on the sea and they're under you and you question it. You wonder it. The first one is, or the second, let's start with the second one, which is the reason for the thumbnail. What did we just get? We got the Cross Guild. The Cross Guild is literally that, where some dude who has no means or actual like legitimacy to rule over Mihawk, the world's strongest swordsman, and Crocodile, one of the most devious warlords in existence next to Doflamingo, right? And the thing about the parallels there is like, look at Rox. Rox had the world's strongest man, Whitebeard, and he had Shiki. What did we just talk about Shiki? Shiki had a 20-year plan, but then on top of that, he was looking for an ancient weapon. What was Crocodile doing? Crocodile has a long plan and was looking for an ancient weapon. It's so crazy that there's this parallel here where it's like, yes, the leader of these people, yes, we know the context of it. We know the context that Buggy is not that guy, right? But look at and I bring it up in the thing. Look at what Law said when he found the news. He said Buggy must be a capable person, must be actually like a person of notoriety if these people are going under him. But that's Law. This is Law. This is like one of the smartest people in the show, right? He's still saying this about Buggy. Why? Because he doesn't know Buggy. But the thing is,
So if Zebek had Kaido, Big Mom, Shiki, blah 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 blah, we must assume that he's capable, right, Par? Isn't that what we assume?
Right, but then if you got to know him, which this is what I'm expecting. A lot of people paint out this picture that Rox is the world's Roger's strongest adversary. What was said in chapter 957 was Rox was Roger's first foe and perhaps his greatest. And he had a formidable he was Roger's formidable adversary in Road to Laughtale as well. Those are the 3 buzzwords I want to throw at you. First foe. That implies that Roger actually knows Rox for a long time. It's not like they met at God Valley. Roger had been a pirate for a long time. So he was the first foe. And when you look at Luffy's first foe, it's actually Buggy, because Alvida was Kobe's antagonist. Luffy had no problem with Alvida. He had no problem with Morgan's. Morgan's was Zoro's. If you even look at the last panel, Luffy doesn't even hit Morgan. Zoro does.
Yeah.
And Buggy is the first person to damage Luffy's straw hat. He's the first person that Luffy tells his dream outside of his friends. He told Kobe, he told Zoro, but he didn't tell Alvida, he didn't tell Morgans. He told Buggy, and Buggy's response was, if you're the Pirate King, I will be the Pirate God. And Threeville said it too.
Yeah.
Since then, Buggy has said the same thing that supposedly Rox was saying. Buggy said, I will become the king of the world.
Marineford. He said that Marineford. And let me slam dunk this for you, ParVision. Guys, seriously, sit down and ask yourself. Turn off all the music, turn off everything, and ask yourself, did Roger start from Logetown and make it all the way to Lodestar without encountering a foe? Because God Valley was after Lodestar. You guys know that, right? Ask yourself, did Roger really not get a single foe until God Valley? Do you honestly believe that? Do you honestly believe that? No. Why? His Par is spinning.
And it's like the thing is, it's like even the future of the plot line, it's the same thing is happening. What's happening right now is the cross guild is unchecked right now. Luffy is going through some stuff. One way or the other, towards the end of the journey, they're probably going to meet in the same way as Rox and Roger. And the way I see it was Roger probably hears the news about, like, Rox doing something, and he has to go stop him, whatever. And like he says what Luffy said to Law. He's like, no, 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 trust me. He's a moron. He's a moron. Like, trust me. But the thing is, you can't sleep on Mihawk and Crocodile, just like you can't sleep on Big Mom, Kaido, or at the time, Kaido wouldn't have been as known because he was 15 years old, which is an important point we'll talk about in a second. Shiki, Whitebeard, Big Mom. Those names alone, yeah, we need Garp. Even Garp would be like, I need reinforcements, right? Like that's you don't even need to count Rocks into that equation. And at the same time, when you look at it, Buggy is a menace to a majority of the world. Like, the thing is, at the same time, when you look at Marineford, think about what Buggy's not epithet, but Buggy's main feat that the world, I'm pretty sure they saw it, was he survived the slash of the world's strongest swordsman. Like, this is a situation where the world's strongest swordsman, Mihawk, who we know is insanely strong, is can't hurt Buggy. Now, I implore you to answer this question. Can't you see a world where Oda gives Rocks a power that does very much the same thing with Whitebeard, with Kaido? It's so, like, to me, the thing is, like, a lot of people, and this is something I haven't addressed in the video yet because I didn't want to bring up power stuff in that Fraud Valley video because it was talking about God Valley Rocks, God Valley and Rocks specifically. The power stuff aside, right? If you think about it like this, Kaido was 15 when he experienced Rocks. That's the last time he ever experienced Rocks. Think about all the 15-year-olds we know in the story. They would get washed in by anybody, almost anybody in the New World. Anybody with hockey would wash Luffy at 15. Anybody. And then it's like, yeah, Kaido was incredibly strong. Sure, he's in the New World, he's fighting things. How many times have we seen a situation where this incredibly strong person just had, like, a counter to them and they couldn't figure it out? Think about Enel. Enel fought Luffy, and if you gave Luffy's fruit to anybody else, Enel would probably have them in their top 5 too. He'd be like, yo, anybody with his goddamn fruit can actually hurt me. Like, you know what I mean? And then on top of that, if you understand the context, which we didn't even talk about, the second way, you don't even have to think it's a Buggy parallel. You don't even have to think it's a Buggy parallel. But you don't need to be him to get these people on the crew. Why? Because Davy backfights exist. And the problem is, Davy backfights, when they were introduced and tied to Rox's Island. Rox's Island, Pirate Island, is the progenitor of Davy backfights. And the first line about Davy backfights is, that's the way that sailors get the strongest sailors on their crew. Hey, what's the strongest crew with the strongest sailors? Oh, the Rocks Pirates. If Rocks got his crew through the Davy backfights, and the thing is, even Zoro, even Sanji, even Luffy abided by the rules because it's an honorable thing to do. I wouldn't be surprised if that's what happened here. They just abided by it, and Kaido was the only one, right? Was the only one that wasn't a stereotypical pirate when he got introduced there, right? And the thing that happens, we get an interesting thing. Big Mom calls Rocks unreliable. If you think about Foxy, if you had someone, like, actually competent on Foxy's crew, they'd be like, yo, Foxy's not reliable either. Or don't trust Foxy, right? Why? Because Foxy lies to you. Foxy will cheat you out. Could Rocks be doing that same thing? Sure, but let's look at it, the other perspective, what Big Mom said. After God Valley, Big Mom called Kaido a rat. I wonder why. Like, why did Kaido feel like or why did what did Kaido what could Kaido possibly have done to get that situation? Could it have been that he betrayed or countered a Davy back rule? Is that the shamelessness thing that happened here? And again, you look at the parallels between God Valley, what was told to us, and you look at the what was told to us about uh Davy backfights. It's not even like me inserting it. It's like, no, Davy backfights originated from Rox's Island. Like, I don't know what to tell you, because if we're painting that parallel from the very beginning, it's like, wait, hold on. Um,
Yeah,
why wouldn't Oda paint this connection here if he's gonna do that?
yeah.
And you
It
look
wouldn't really make any sense. Like, how are you gonna basically what you're saying? Like, how would it have been done on the Rocks Island without Rocks himself doing that? And I totally like how you say or how you pointed out that Big Mom called Rocks unreliable. Like, you don't really see them doing that to Mihawk, Kaido, Whitebeard, Big Mom. Why are none of them called it slipped my mind. Why are they not called
unreliable, untrustworthy.
unreliable, right? So that's like another clue, in my opinion, why Zebek is gonna have more of this kind of fraud nature, more of this silly, goofy, like I'm scheming, I'm not doing things the right way kind of personality, kind of character arc. And that's, that even fuels my agenda on how do I say this? Rocksteady Buggy. Come on.
Yeah, and like, it's the way I see it is whether it's a direct line, because we know that we at this point we know Shanks 100% from God Valley, but Shanks and Buggy are the same age, and Roger had them both on the crew. It would make sense that Buggy was also from God Valley as well. And it's like, where did that connection come from, right? If we're saying that Shanks is Celestial, maybe Buggy's Celestial, maybe it's flipped, maybe Shanks is from Rocks, maybe Buggy's from Rocks. But one way or the other, the way I see it is there's this concept of inherited will, and but inherited will and portrayal is what you choose to believe in, right? Like, if you choose to believe something, you will manifest that, right? And the that's kind of what I talk about in my like Eam videos and Joy Boy videos, the power videos. It's like the One Piece story is the power system to me is all about like manifestation. It's like that's what hockey is. You will yourself through things. When Law willed himself to be a dude again once he got turned into a female. It's like that's willpower. That's hockey. That's him willing something to existence. So the way I see Blackbeard and Buggy is like, you could look at Blackbeard's crew and say like, oh, this is the same thing as Rock's crew too. Like, they have Katarina Devon, like the strongest, like most vicious female pirate or whatever, right? Then Pizarro looks like Kaido. To me, it's like, you look at Blackbeard's crew, it's like a failed knockoff version of what Rox's crew is supposed to be. You look at Buggy's crew, it's like the actual version of what Rox's crew should have been, with the actual world's strongest swordsman. Like you put those two, their crews against each other, it's like Mihawk washes the rest of Blackbeard's crew, right? And so I see as Rox's will is being passed to Buggy and Blackbeard, but in a different way. It's like Blackbeard has like the reputation that Rox garnered, but Buggy's is the actual one, where when you think about what Mihawk said, and this is the other word, formidable is a key word to me. The reason why is because Mihawk said the most formidable power in all the seas isn't strength, it's the power to get people on your side and your allies. So when Oda said that in the Road to Laughdale as well, in the text, he said that he was one of Roger's most formidable allies. I see it as like, or adversaries. I see it as, yo, like Rox is probably has a power similar to Buggy, similar to Luffy, similar in that light, similar to Roger, where it's like Buggy and Luffy both came out Impel Down, but Buggy came out with a whole crew. You look at Impel Down, they're exact parallels of each other. And the word adversary, why isn't that used with Whitebeard? It's because Whitebeard and Roger weren't going for the same thing. Rox is trying to go for the same thing as Roger, probably. That's probably the only reason why they're adversaries, right? In the same way that like people will down talk Kid, right? Whatever slander you want to give him, he's still Luffy's adversary for the One Piece, right? To be Pirate King, regardless of how you see Kid. He's considered an adversary. The same thing with at some point Bellamy was. At the same point, a lot of people were. When if they said that they wanted to be Pirate King, it didn't matter if they were a kid or not. Luffy would be like, no, we're rivals then, right?
Yeah.
That's the way I see it.
I think like a lot of the time, like people get too hooked on like a head canon because like right there's like this like head canon that characters can only produce like one offspring or like one will inheritor, and I don't think it actually has to be that way. Like there's plenty of connections between Blackbeard and Zebek, just like how there is for Buggy and Zebek. So I don't think like again,
or here like this, like Ace is Roger's son, but Luffy feels like he's carrying on Roger's dream and aspiration.
Exactly.
So in that same line, Buggy could be Rox's son, and then Blackbeard could be the one on Luffy's end carrying the dreams and aspirations, like that kind of thing.
Yeah, that was exactly what I was gonna paint. And then like people would probably like argue like, oh, that's just a random example. But like again, that just circles back to headcanon. So like when you see like a theory about like Buggy being connected to Buggy being connected to Zebek, that doesn't necessarily mean that Blackbeard isn't connected to Zebek. And like again, this just goes into circles with like false dichotomies where it's like either it has to be this way or it's this way, like it's black or white, when like there's plenty of gray area. And like with the Roger Ace thing, like that was perfect. I was about to say that like Buggy can relate to Zebek because he's like the blood son of Zebek. Meanwhile, Blackbeard is like this will inheritor. So like Buggy is Ace. No, yeah, Buggy is Ace. No, wait.
No, you got
Buggy's Ace, and then you get the other half. My brain is confusing it. But one thing I also wanted to say is like forever ago, like there was plenty of theories about Buggy and Shanks being like brothers or whatever the case is, and like I was always on the side of the fence that like Shanks has celestial blood in him and he's from God Valley. Meanwhile, Buggy's kind of hazy. He's gonna be a son of Zebek for reasons in the video, and like come to find out, One Piece volume 4 billion, it's shown how Shanks is in God Valley treasure chest, and in red volume, I'm sorry, I'm going too quick, in One Piece film Red, he's labeled as a Figureland. And then when you look at the name Figurando in Japanese, it's very similar to Figaro, which is a Spanish family name. And then all the celestial dragons like Don Quixote, like they have Spanish names. So Oda's definitely building this idea that Shanks has celestial blood in him. But the reason why that is so important is his natural born rivalry with Buggy would have to mean that Buggy has to be like the perfect second side of the coin, the perfect opposite to Shanks. And I think the greatest opportunity for that is him being a descendant of some kind to Zebek himself. And I just want to rewind really quick as well, because a few minutes ago you were saying that Shanks was found in the treasure chest at God Valley, but like it's a very dangerous road if, and you weren't doing this, but it's a very dangerous road if we assume that just because Shanks was found, that Buggy wasn't found either. Like I think that's super dangerous, just because Oda doesn't show something, you can't assume it didn't happen or it doesn't exist. But at the same time, you shouldn't assume it exists either. So I definitely want to paint that picture for people. Just because we saw Shanks in the treasure chest does not mean that Buggy wasn't there as well. Regardless if he's a descendant of Zebek or not, you just want to play the game fairly.
No, I definitely agree. The Buggy part is interesting because Tekking actually said this. Someone asked what next One Piece movie he sees, and he said One Piece movie Blue, and it's about Buggy, and I was like, yo, I could see that. And people like forget that people think that like Buggy's, whether it's not important or completely meme, regardless of how you see it, Shanks is representative of Oda. Oda has said that. Oda came to the premiere with Shanks's pants and stuff like that, but Buggy is supposed to be Oda's best friend. Like that's his real life best friend is Buggy's model, and like that's a very important note. And so the other thing about it is like I feel that Buggy's one of those characters that is going to be strong by the end of it. He was on the Rogers crew. I was talking to Tekking about it. We already broke that down, but here's the other angle of it, because even if you don't respect that Buggy could possibly be strong, or his power could possibly be strong, or that given that every single character that we've seen, especially with the Devil Fruit power, has unlocked some kind of new aspect of it, especially in the post-time skip, and Buggy is going to be probably one of those characters that has a new power added on, just like Luffy, just like Kid, just like Law. Every single one of them has had something added on. Buggy's no exception to that rule. But a lot of people, and we talked about this too, about like inserting headcanon. Something that I was like diving in, and I have to paint this video really well, because obviously the people who come to the streams, we talk more often, Twitch chat, YouTube, whatever. You guys get the way I'm explaining it better. But the thing is, a lot of people reference like Rox being strong because Kaido had him in his top 5. I'm gonna ask you guys, top 5. Did Kaido say top 5, or is top 5 something that the community, probably the Western community, because we do top 30s, we do top 5s, we power scale heavy. Top 5 is something that did we insert into the story, or did Kaido say top 5? Because I remember what Kaido said. He said these are the 5 people that can hurt me. That's a very different thing. That doesn't mean, they didn't even say hockey. He didn't even say hockey. He said these are the 5 people that can actually hurt me in this world. So
yeah, and I think, bro, just because like someone like, there could probably be other people in the story that could hurt Kaido, but just because he hasn't come across them doesn't mean they can't, right?
Yeah.
Like obviously Kaido doesn't know about Emu, but if you had to bet on it, do you think Emu could damage Kaido? Yeah, probably.
Did he face Mihawk? Can Mihawk hurt him? I'm sure if Zoro can slash him now, right?
Mihawk
in terms
can
of
cut him.
Hurt him, yes, Mihawk can hurt him. Did he come across Mihawk? Probably no. So it's like top 5 is very interesting, because that almost like that's the main part of that video that I'm like, yo, this is one of those Mandela effects. Kaido never said top 5. He said these are the 5 people that I know that can hurt me. Why am I inserting I know? Because if you were to say Mihawk can't, if you were to say Mihawk can't hurt Kaido, then I don't know what to tell you, because Zoro hurt him, and even Kaido acknowledged it, And if Zoro's trying to match Mihawk, then it would make no sense if Mihawk can't hurt Kaido. But he wasn't mentioned there, not because he's not top 5. It's just that these are the 5 people that have hurt Kaido. And then also his perspective. That's the important part. How old? Again, we talked about it earlier. How old was Kaido when he dealt with Rox?
Bro, he was like 15. And here's another thing, ParVision. I've always said this for years, bro. I guarantee you, if Oda one day made an alternate burner Twitter and like he somehow had a whole bunch of people watching him and he posted a top 30, Oda would get roasted. Like if Oda himself made a realistic top 30, people would probably disagree and roast him. So it's like the whole top 5, top 10, top 20. It's a very dangerous game, because just like what you're saying, like it's Kaido's perspective. It's his lens. Maybe Mihawk hasn't come across Kaido, Emu, all these characters. So like basically how I feel with like your whole statement and kind of short description or tangent or whatever is like we all have to be very careful to not take these things being thrown in the community around like over and over. We can't take it as fact, and we always want to prioritize reading the actual source material. We need to prioritize reading the manga so we don't get confused and brainwashed into believing this is a top 5, this thing was said, that thing was said. That's why I think it's very important to like give receipts, right? That's why I love like some Reddit posts, Twitter posts, whatever, when people are actually coming through with the Viz receipts. That's how you can have like a proper discussion with someone. You can't always say like, oh well, this thing happened and that thing was said, without showing some proof for it.
Yeah. And so like I see a lot of people saying it's fight me, not hurt me. The thing, the what I was referencing is like Kaido's like that hurt or something like that, and then he said these are the people that fight me, how far can the ceiling go, right? The thing is, again, think about it like this: how many devil fruit powers are there that are just that could turn what your perspective is on its head? There's so many powers that are just hacks that maybe Kaido just didn't experience it. Maybe that power is really difficult to deal with, in the same light of like, how does Mihawk deal with Buggy? Like, and at the same time, what I'm saying is not saying that Rox isn't number 1, but the perspective that people have that he's the most powerful, ridiculously strong, super violent, and he was commanding all of these people. Like all of those have a different side to that coin. All of those, even within the story. Because at the same time, then you're like, Foxy could hurt Luffy. He just puts on spiked gloves. We saw that. We saw to the point where Foxy and Luffy basically fought to the last breath. It's like that doesn't mean Foxy is number 5. Like, you know what I mean? Like, Foxy's power is just ridiculously annoying. Like, anybody essentially with unless Hockey can negate the slow fruit, and if Foxy was even a remotely better with that fruit, because we know that there's tiers to how you use fruits. An example is Katakuri. I don't think that anybody with Katakuri's fruit would be able to use it the same way Katakuri would. But this with Foxy's fruit, if you gave it to like Law or someone, maybe he could use that fruit in a way crazier way. Give Rocks Foxy's fruit, and it's like, yo, that's kind of crazy. And maybe the only way you can overcome it is if you have crazy Hockey like Roger. And so if Kaido didn't have that, that might be why he says Hockey is the thing that conquers the whole seas, right? There's so many ways you can look at it. He might have even said that when he said, like, look at Roger, he conquered the whole seas without a devil fruit. It was Hockey alone, right? Like, he might be saying that because Rocks had a devil fruit, and that devil fruit might have been really obnoxious to deal with if, one, you didn't know Hockey. Did Kaido have Hockey at 15? We have no confirmation of that. Well, let's throw Alvida's slip fruit. That is super obnoxious. If you don't know Hockey, or even if you do know Hockey, how do you fight that with blunt force? You can't fight Alvida like that, right?
Yeah.
There's so many fruits out there that are just like, you give that to somebody and you have them fight someone. Even if you give them Hockey, even if you age them up, it still makes that very difficult. It makes it so that that person has a chance with you, right? There's so many people like that, and there's still, like, when I put out that video, someone said, like, Rocks could have had like the luck fruit or something, like similar to in movie Gold, which that fruit is ridiculously obnoxious. It doesn't matter if you're strong. Luffy got touched on the shoulder and then automatically got destroyed. And you guys might be thinking, like, well, that was a movie. Well, Oda designed that fruit. Like, he brought in movie 6, Amatsuri, the grow fruit, the guy who has the paramecia to grow plants. He brought that fruit within Green Bull. He just made it a Logia. Like, these fruits are adjacent to the movie sometimes. So it's gonna be interesting to see. But I want to take I mean, if you have other things on Rock specifically, because I know we're not gonna be able to convince everybody. That's not the point of my video, right? And you said it too. Like half the time it's not, for me especially, most of my videos aren't about being right. It's about, like, opening people's perspectives to a possibility. And that's what that Fraud Valley one was, because I came off of Morge. I was telling you, Morge was streaming and he was watching the anime, and he was seeing like Kaido fight Yamato or something like that, and the animations are dope and super cool, and he was like, I can't wait for God Valley. God Valley is gonna be so exciting, and like the Rocks is gonna be so cool. And so I DM'd in the video, and he's like, I see it, but I don't like it. And I'm like, that's fine, right? That's fine. Don't like it. But the thing is, you got to be prepared for it, because there's a strong possibility about that being there.
Yeah. I totally agree with you. Like, a lot of the times when I make a theory or a video or a Twitter tweet, whatever, it's just like, it's not always something that you would die on the hill for, but it's something that makes a lot of sense and something that should at least have like some kind of respect. Because, like, look at Blackbeard, right? I could make like 10 different Blackbeard theories, but I bet you every single one of those make a lot of sense. I bet you all 10 are like complete bangers. Just because, like, you might have like conflicting opinions about something, it doesn't really matter as long as there's a lot of logic behind each opinion in the first place. As far as Zebek goes, like, my final thought is, like, I think Zebek is gonna largely be a plot device. I think Zebek's gonna be a plot device to fuel Buggy, Shanks, Blackbeard, etc. I don't think we're gonna go into a whole thing about Zebek and how he got stronger and who trained him and like a Luffy journey. I don't think it's gonna be like that. I think he's gonna fuel the Shanks, Blackbeard, Buggy stuff. And as far as like people not agreeing, you know, it's all good. At the end of the day, we all like One Piece. We all have our own perspective. We all have our own logic. And just sharing our thoughts is that's the fun. Because look at me, right? When I was a tiny baby channel, I was trying to tell people and convince people that Luffy did not have the Gomu Gomu no Mi. Nobody agreed with me. I tried to tell them that he's not based on Wukong. Oh my god, the comments I would get from that was insane. And like, I was saying all these things, and I even have YouTubers DM me, huge ones, and they're like, yo, thanks for sending this video, but like, that makes no sense. I don't see that happening. Boom. turns around. Turn around. Luffy has a Zoan, mythical. He's clearly based on Hanuman and Road to Laugh Tale Volume 4. It's just like, you know, we all have to. If we don't want something to happen, we shouldn't act like it's illogical because we don't want it to happen. Like if I didn't want, like for an example, if I didn't want like elemental hockey to be a thing, just because I don't want it to be true, that shouldn't be a reason why it's not true. And obviously I do like the elemental hockey thing, because I think we talked about the Godase, and I was saying like there's an opportunity for the Godase to have those kinds of things because of the elements of the planets, water, metal, blah blah blah. I'm just going on a long tangent here, but
I was
yeah,
actually
no,
go
on.
go no,
You
what
got
you're
it?
saying. No, what are you gonna say?
I'm just trying to condense it all, and I'm just saying like no one's gonna be angry because you disagree with a theory. It's just like you shouldn't bash on a theory for no reason.
Yeah,
like at least be logical.
Yeah, I think that's also I think especially in the community, in my community, I don't know how it is on your thing. When I expand it out to like shorts and reels and TikToks, there's a broader community and they're more abrasive. And the way I don't, not that I don't like it, but like in the community here, you guys come in the Discord and share the ideas, and like if there's people who are just like shitting on your ideas, like one, let a mod know, but two, that doesn't really happen, because it's like there's clear evidence that there's so many times in the story where like something that you would have bashed just a chapter, one chapter before, got proven right. And it's like, why do that? And then if you want to disagree, it's just like, yo, you don't have to insult someone's intelligence, especially when the whole point of all of this is, you know, enjoyment, fun, you know,
entertainment.
Yeah. And that's not to say, I know, like, even in the power scaling community, when it gets like heated, like Brago and Cole, like, you know, they you know, sometimes they'll like insult each other, but that's because they're like homies, right? And that's where it gets hard, because like if it when you're like bros, and then you can say things like that, but it definitely rubs it differently, because like whenever people disagree, and I talked about this with teching, it's like I almost want to engage that more, because then I'll get closer to a better idea. Let me hear what someone opposing me has to say. And so real quick, I know we said 2 hours, but how much time do you have? Because I want to talk about God Valley real quick, specifically.
We could go probably another half hour.
All right,
is that good?
Yeah.
Or longer?
Yeah, no, that half hour is good, and then super chats. I just want to talk about God Valley real quick. With you.
I definitely agree with the bro thing though, because like if I told you like, yo, Par, the stronger is the Beck theory, what the fuck, bro? You would probably be like, oh, he's playing. Like, why am I gonna like hate on you over a theory? But
yeah.
Anyway,
it's always funny when someone comes in stream, like I don't want to encourage this obviously, but like a long time when I first started streaming, there would be people like, oh, so and so, another like, you know, similar size creator thinks your theory is dumb, or like he disagrees with your theory. I'm like, did they disagree, or they just have a different theory? Like, which one do you? Which one?
Or they were trolling. Some people just say something for the hell of it. I might be like, yo, I'll be on my own stream. I'll be like, yo, guys, like elemental hockey trash theory, and I'm like, I'm just kidding. It's all fun and games. But some people like they'll take it out of context and be like, oh, you hate ParVision, like you want to watch him crumble, and it's just like, bro, I actually like the theory. It's just a joke.
yeah, I definitely, it's funny when it gets spanned out in that. And you know, this is a great segue, because that is in and of itself how like misinformation and propaganda starts, right? Like, you know, it's like a game of telephone where well, real quick, AIM PDX, thank you for the 10 gifted memberships. I really appreciate that. Thank you. I'm glad you guys are seemingly enjoying the stream. Yep. Friend Harper, I might have I've been out last few days like entirely, so anything I've been interacting in Discord, it's just been a little bit. This weekend I'll have more time. But you know, going back to the misinformation thing, like what I talk about in the Fraud Valley video, the God Valley video, is the idea that reputation precedes itself, right? Like I think you in real life know exactly what that means. It's like the picture people paint of you is not the picture of you, and even the picture that people see of us on the screen, on the thing, that's not the truth of it. And the thing is, One Piece and Oda plays heavily with that. And like I have a picture, I'm gonna pull it up on the screen right now, from the video, the Fraud Valley video. At the very end, oh, it reloaded, god damn it. It might take a second to load because my laptop's just derpy. At the very end, this is the thing that I want to pull people's attentions to. One of my favorite points. Shout out to Zaki for also. He made it easier to get the pictures, but I was gonna bring the pictures and you just like put it all in one image. God, where is it? It's right. Oh, it's right here. Got it. Right here. Okay. So Oda does this thing with silhouettes. He plays the silhouette super hard. Think about pre-time skip when he told us about the warlords. The warlords are all shown to be swordsmen. Why? Because the people who were telling us about the warlords was Johnny and Yosuke, and they were telling us about Mihawk. So Mihawk is a swordsman. So from their perspective, like, oh, all the warlords are swordsmen, but no, they're not. They're absolutely not. Jinbei, it was mentioned in the next arc. Like literally, or not mentioned in the next. No, yeah, he was mentioned in the same thing. Jinbei would like let him loose or something. Like a warlord set Arlong loose. Oda had an image of Jinbei. Like he did. It's not like he didn't have Jinbei in mind when he wrote that, but he still made the silhouette look like that. So here's an example, right? We get Kuma in the recent chapter. Look at the deviousness around Kuma. We know Kuma. Kuma's a good guy, and maybe you guys aren't prescribed to that idea. Then we get the flashback and doubles down. Like, no, Kuma is this nice guy. Smiles. He's not the tyrant. That's made up. The perception that even Jinbei has of him is this evil mental image, right? We know Sengoku. We know Suru. We met them at Summit War. We met them prior. Dressrosa comes along. Bartolomeo shows us. He's like, oh my God, there's a Vice Admiral Suru, the Great Advisor, and Sengoku. Look at the silhouette he gives us. It's this monstrous thing, which we know is false, right? Like it's absolutely false because we know what they're like. And then we get Rox. Rox is also painted in this devious light. And then you put it side by side with Buggy. It's like Buggy actually just like looks like it. I see it in a situation where these silhouettes, the reputation precedes itself, for sure.
Yeah. And I think like it's also important to know when Oda's trying to portray something to the reader, and like versus when a character in One Piece has their own mental image, their own opinion. Because if you look at the panel talking about Kuma, right? Look at the dialogue. He's saying it from his perspective. He's saying, oh, from what I know, he's a tyrannical leader, blah, blah, blah. But that's his perspective. So I think Oda drawing Kuma in this devious way, that's not for us readers to interpret that because we know Kuma's not like that. But that's how he looks, and that's his demeanor in the eyes of S Shark, right? That's definitely S Shark. Yeah. Same thing with other characters. So
no, that's not S Shark. That's Jinbei when he got turned into a baby because of Bonnie.
Oh, right. Yeah. So yeah, that, and like what you said with Zebek, just because Sengoku was talking about Zebek and you see this devious guy, long hair, that could just be Sengoku's perspective. That's his mental image. He wasn't even at God Valley. So I think it's definitely important, again, to be careful. When is Oda saying this is truth, and when is Oda using a character to believe this thing, whether it's true or not?
Yeah. Shout out to Terrible TJ with 5 gifted subs, memberships. Appreciate you. And to jump off on what Threeville was also adding there was someone in the Twitch chat was saying, my one argument against Buggy type Rocks is that I think he had to have a high level conquerors if he wanted to be king of the world. How do we know he wanted to be king of the world? How do we know
that could be Cap?
Because
I'll go on a limb and believe it.
Yeah, like Sengoku is the one who's saying that. But let me ask you guys this question: If Luffy were to be captured right now and to be vilified to the rest of the world, what would they say? They would say Luffy was trying to become king of the world, right? Like the thing is, at the time there was no pirate king when Rox is trying to do that, right? Like if Buggy came out at Marineford and said I want to be king of the world, that's how they would use to spin it. Think about what they said about Ohara. Ohara were just literally reading rocks. There's literally, and the thing is, the Gorosei knew Professor Clover wasn't like an evil dude, but they were like, it doesn't matter if you do it. the knowledge might stem out and someone else might do it. So they knew he wasn't bad, but they still said like, yo, these are the demons of O'Hara that are trying to destroy the world. Yeah, Clover.
It wasn't like that.
Clover's destroying the world. Like, okay, like even if you said Robin is trying to do, sure, Robin. Yeah, let Robin's millions of hands go for it. She can't do that. The Gorosei were painting this picture that wasn't there. That's the thing here. And so now I want to transition to the God Valley part, because God Valley is mixed in this. And God Valley, I think, is like one of those things that on this boat, it has like a real ramification to the story. I think, yeah, we're like, whether Rox was a meme or not, or this villain or not, God Valley is this very interesting place because it got vanished off the map without a trace. And I explained in that video, vanished without a trace, even if you said Lelucia it was deleted in the same way of God Valley. But the thing is, we have more than one confirmation that Lelucia isn't like a memory wipe thing, because the Marines that were there, they were told like, just act like it doesn't exist. If you wipe Lelucia with that laser beam and you automatically, the memories were wiped, why even say that to the Marines? They would just forget. Why is Lucci talking about Lelucia, right? Like these other places, they know about Lelucia, so it's not like a power wipe thing. But I think in God Valley situation, it was this place that got erased because a long time ago it got deleted off the map, and then from then on, no maps had it on the map. That's a easy way you could spin it.
Yeah, and that's like, that ties into I can never remember the exact name, but there's that famous library that burnt down. Alexandria? Yeah, that. It just ties into that whole kind of theme where it's like, yo, we could physically delete something with these laser beams. So now we're in a predicament. We're in a situation where it's like, oh, Lelucia exists in ParVision, prove it. Go to Lelucia, find it on a map, go grab a relic from there, prove it. And it's just like, you know, with the One Piece world, they don't have the internet, which Vegapunk seems like he's trying to make. They don't have social media. Like, it's so much harder for them to communicate, let alone the red line. All the currents, the calm belt, there's no real communication. There's no worldwide connection to people. There's no internet. So in the One Piece world, it's not like our world to the full extent where people could snap a picture, post it online on Twitter. It's not like that. So when Emu, again, I totally agree with you, Emu strikes down, deletes Lelucia, it's not a physical memory wipe. Like, otherwise Lelucci wouldn't have asked, oh, are we trying to kill Vegapunk because he's tied to Lelucia? That wouldn't make any sense.
Yeah, exactly. And so like, if you apply that to God Valley doesn't need to be this like crazy place that was like, the fact that it got vanished without a history means that yes, there might have been hiding something. But then with Lelucia, it's like, what were they trying to hide? Moda? Like, why did they try to hide Lelucia if it's the same thing? But vanished without a trace, right? With God Valley, what do you think, now that we talked about rocks, now that we talked about the possible reality of what happened there, how do you paint God Valley? Like, what kind of location was it to you?
Okay, I think I lagged out for a second. Am I good now?
Yeah, you're good now.
Okay, I believe you asked me, what do I think about God Valley after all that?
Yeah, like after we talked about it.
I don't know if my internet's tripping out right now.
Yeah, it's like glitching here and there. I'm pretty sure the audio's still been fine. The video's been chopping in and out. But yeah, the question was like, now that we talked about God Valley in this way, I said Fraud Valley, but that was more in reflection of rocks. But what do you think about God Valley itself? Like, what happened there? Why did they erase it? Because the other part that I wanted to add at the end of it was, in my mind, God Valley got erased after the events of God Valley. They didn't erase it while the people were there, because that wouldn't make sense. How would it vanish without a trace if people saw it being erased? Like, it would make more sense if everyone left, the things ended, and then days later it's just gone and nobody knew about why it left or whatever, similar to what happened to Lucia, right?
Yeah.
So how do you see God Valley?
Exactly like that, because if a whole bunch of people left, through word of mouth, they could spread it to this guy, spread it to this island, spread it here. It had to have been like a whole containment of an island, a whole containment of people, and then boom, it just eradicated, whether it's Buster Call or Uranus or whatever. It would have to be something like that. And actually lately I've been playing around with the idea that God Valley might have something to do with Flevens. and perhaps like
Oh, yeah,
Flevins
yeah,
and
yeah. I've
God
been looking into
Valley
that.
are one and the same. Because like think about that, right? They said Flevins, just to kind of catch you guys up in case you forgot. Law was from a town. It's called the White Town, Flevins. Everything there was white. They were rich. Blah blah blah. They had like this super wealthy material that made everything white, but it was slowly like killing people, the white lead disease.
Yeah.
But the important thing to note is when can't remember who it was, it doesn't really matter. One of the Doflamingo pirates is talking about Flevins to Dofi or whatever, and he was saying that it ended up as an island or a town that never existed. And the way like it was drawn on the manga panel and the way it was worded was like identical to Lelucia, and it jumped out of the page to me. The reason why that matters is
Whoa.
here's where it gets interesting, ParVision, because this just completely slipped everyone's mind. When Flevins was being explained, oh, they had the disease, blah blah blah. I can't remember who the Doflamingo pirate was, but he said that the world government knew that material would kill everyone there. They knew that was going to happen.
Trebles,
And
I'm
they
pretty
let
sure.
it happen, and boom, they died, and it never existed. So perhaps, like, you know, when we see God Valley, we see Flevins, we see O'Hara, all these islands that just got wiped off the map, never existed. That plays into the lore of Ancient Kingdom. And I know it seems like I'm kind of going off topic here, but I think God Valley is going to be in this group of kingdoms that explain to us and show us what happened to God Valley, or what happened to the Ancient Kingdom. So with God Valley having this one big score, I think that's what Oda and Zebek are alluding to. Perhaps the Ancient Kingdom had their one big score, and Emu wanted to go to the Ancient Kingdom, get that big treasure, become the king of the world, like how Zebek failed to do. Then you have like this disease and this poison that goes around Zoe and Flevins. I think all these islands, bro, they're all like, I think the words microcosm, they're all like microcosms to the greater picture, the Ancient Kingdom.
Yeah, no, I love that because actually in my Nolan video, I was talking about how even from tree fever could have been instigated by the world government because that would parallel like a white lead disease type of thing where it's like they probably had the power to counter all that stuff, but they just didn't. Or if even crazier, they might have been the ones behind all that stuff. So I definitely like, yeah, God Valley, that's an interesting perspective. Now I want to look back because I didn't realize that's what was said. I'm pretty sure Treble is the one who communicated up to us about all that. But wow, that it's like an island that, or a place that didn't exist, that
Yeah.
I'm remembering that now.
Yeah, I'll send you the panel and everything, and I have some more to talk about Zebek and God Valley. It's in a totally different direction though.
Okay.
So you guys know Luffy in Road to Laugh Tale Volume 4, he was confirmed to be based off Hanuman monkey god, a Hindu monkey god, right? So we can move past that. One of Hanuman's fathers, or Hanumanji's fathers, is named Kesari. Now, this Kesari figure, he was a hero in the Sugriva force, because the reason why he was labeled as a hero, he went onto an island full of holy people, and those guys were getting persecuted by this shape-shifting demon. All right, and this Kesari Garp, he went to this holy location where people were praying and the holy people were being executed, and he beat down that monster with his bare fist. And that legend made him a hero in the Sugriva force. The reason why that's so important is that might actually be a hint to Zebek having some kind of shape-shifting ability. Maybe that's where Higurashi got the fruit from. Maybe something with Bon Clay, the history of the fruit. Like, I don't know what direction exactly. Maybe he could even be like a straight-up demon. Maybe he had the devil no mi, because demons and devils in all sorts of cultures all around the world, those guys are shape-shifting. They're a woman, they're a man, they're a bat, they're a vampire. Perhaps like Zebek, you know, he had this outrageous haki while simultaneously having a devil fruit, the shape-shifting ability, just like the past emperors. Whitebeard, Big Mom, Kaido, crazy haki with a nice devil fruit. So again, perhaps Hanumanji's father Kesari is the story of Garp, since it's so similar, like one to one.
No. Yeah, and I mean the shape-shifting thing is something like you could even apply to Zoans, right? Like there's a few Zoans that could play a role there. Maybe Katarina Devon's the nine-tailed fox, essentially. That one could be what Rox had. I have my own theory about what Rox was that also would fall in line there, which is actually kind of funny. We don't have to talk about that right now, but Rox is a horse is one of my favorite theories. But you know, in that line of context, right? The Bond Clay one, something that people sleep on, and I feel like people don't really grasp the gravity of it. But here, another situation, right? If you could say that devil fruits have tiers to it, tiers of understanding, right? One person might be able to use a devil fruit better than another person. We see that with the clone fruit. It was stated in like it's very subtle, but in the manga it just cuts the pages. In the anime they double down on it. The One Piece wiki talks about it. Higurashi can change forms without touching her face. Bon Clay says that he needs to touch his face in order to change forms. But so that tells you that there's a line of levels to it. There's levels to the powers and how they're used. The second thing, what Bon Clay told us in his introduction, the Mane Mane no Mi, it clones the person exactly, their body, their strength, everything. So when Bon Clay copied Luffy's power and he turned into Luffy, he had Luffy's strength. Now, here's a crazy idea. What if Rox touched Kaido? I've always wondered why Higurashi didn't touch Kaido and just become an Oni, but because he's a monster without his devil fruit. If Rox turned into Kaido and then fought Kaido as Kaido, that's crazy. That I would have trouble fighting myself, right? Like that's kind of the way you could look at it. That would make anybody formidable. If without the Guru Guru, we know Whitebeard is really strong. If Rox could turn into Whitebeard and fight him as Whitebeard, that's crazy. You know, Big Mom, that would make him very, very intolerable for a lot of people to fight, especially if he was good at fighting in some regard. Which again, Buggy is also you know, a lot of people sleep on it, but Tekking's the one who like really nailed it home on the stream. Was like, you can't be on Roger's main ship in all these wars and survive. Like you have to be somewhat competent. Like, and Buggy was competent, and even Shanks talks about that in Chapter 0. That he's like, like Shanks talks about Buggy is like he's unkillable, and then Buggy's like, no, I have weaknesses. Stop saying that. Like I'm actually like Shanks is saying I can't be stabbed, and or Buggy can't be stabbed, blah blah. And Buggy's like, I could be hurt outside of that. We've never seen Buggy get hurt outside of that. And he was in the fight with Whitebeard against Roger, and Buggy was fine. Buggy wasn't hurt, but he was being fought. Like I'm pretty sure like Marco was like tried to like he was about to hit Buggy or something like that. Something I forget what the exact panel was, but that was the anime.
Yeah.
But you know, to bring this back to the God Valley thing, I like now that you say that's a kingdom, that's interesting because here's another question. Do you think we've seen this kingdom before? Has Oda shown it to us in the manga already?
The Ancient Kingdom?
No, the God Valley.
Oh, I know there's a theory by the homie Cube. You might know him, Denden Kushi.
Denden Kushi, okay.
I'm pretty sure recently they came out with a theory that God Valley's Marineford.
Okay, yeah, so they showed me that video and I was blown away by the first thing. I have a counter theory for the Marineford side, but that's actually that's the first one. I'll talk about that one first then. So this, you guys know how I make one of my favorite things with the theories. It's like whenever Oda like tells us something and then like skips something that he normally does, it's like, that's an odd thing to do. And so he did that in Big Mom's flashback, to give you guys context. And shout out to Denden Kushi and Kube of the Red Sea, because that was their theory. They posted it up. They have a completely different angle on where this goes, but their starting point was this panel, this set of panels from Big Mom's flashback. And so 3-Volt, I'm showing it on the thing so you can see it concurrently. Yeah. So what's interesting is in Big Mom's flashback, we get like, you know, she's a kid on Elbaf, blah, blah, blah. Oh, actually, let me show it to the viewers. Put it up and put the red block thing on top. 1 second, guys. Red filter. There we go. All right, so we get Big Mom's flashback. She's on Elbaf, blah, blah. And then we get the Dory and Brogy, giant warriors, terrorized the world over 100 years in the past, blah, blah. Cool. It's coming back into fruition right now. The captain's giant pirates disappeared. They passed into legend. After that, we change scenery. Okay? to Mother Caramel. Okay, I'm not gonna read all of it for the sake of time. Try to remember the story. We change scenery to the giants being executed in front of a bunch of people. There's a civilization in the back, towers, houses, etc. Right? Then we go here, blah blah blah, dialogue, blah blah, storms roll in. Then we get this imagery of the like the back, like we see like rain, but we also see houses, we see towers. It's a very interesting thing. And at no point in any of this did Oda give us a location. And think about that. Oda, even when he shows us all the random characters, he's like, even if we don't know the place, he'll say like, oh, on a random island in the New World, on a random island in the East Blue, random island, random island. He'll even say that. He did not do that here.
Yeah. You know what? I even asked people. I showed them the panel. I was like, hey, I'm gonna show you a panel. Tell me what island this is immediately, okay? I'll show them, and everyone said Marineford, Marineford, Marineford. I didn't even show them the rest of the page. So to see these guys get executed at a place that looks exactly like Marineford, where, by the way, Ace was killed at Marineford, in case you forgot. It seems like it's heavily implying that the place is Marineford, but also on that panel in the middle of the page right now, that big mountain, that just strikes me as like some God Valley kind of I don't want to say architecture, but landscaping. Now, this is not a theory that I want to die on the hill for, but this is definitely one that I think makes a lot of sense. It's kind of implying that she was at Marineford or God Valley, and they just completely skip over the name.
Yeah. And so, like, whether it's Marineford or not, because I personally don't know. Like, go watch their video. Oh, Kube's here, and 3-day link the video. I have my own perspective on Marineford and tied it to Wano, to Amatsuki specifically. The creation, because the island is a crescent moon shaped thing, and Wano moons, crescent moon, and it's also a giant metal shaped thing that they made. But this point that they did not tell us where it is, and this is by the way, this is like 100 years ago, like a long time ago. This is before Big Mom is even born, because Mother Caramel is like very young, right? This could be God Valley, and the thing is, the execution, Nolan was executed in his hometown. Roger was executed in Logtown. Ace was executed at Marineford. That was honestly an outlier given the situation. But the fact that, again, Denden, Kushi, and Kube found this detail that this place was unnamed but shown to us is very odd to me. And this could be God Valley.
You know what?
Whether it's Marineford or God Valley, they don't have to be mutual. They don't have to be the same thing. They could be completely separate. This could be God Valley right here.
It just clicked in my head. I don't remember if they addressed this specifically, but you see how they're basically executing giants at what looks to be Marineford? What if, like, when we get to the island of giants, Elbaf, the giants there are like, hey, you know, the people before us, they were killed on God Valley, and then we look back at this page, or even, you know, maybe in that moment, and we're like, wait, is it that Marine? Oh,
and they wouldn't know.
They
wouldn't know
like,
it's what would,
because think about it, if this island is Marineford and basically, or God Valley, and basically the world government Marines and the Marines hijacked the island to make their base, as shown through the big mountains and hills on the sides of the island, then you would have to question yourself, like, oh, like, how are we going to understand that? How is Oda going to reveal this to us? Mother Caramel's gone. These are random giants. How would Oda illustrate this for us? Because generally when we get lore and we get flashbacks or whatever, it's given through a certain character. Now, seeing how these are specifically giants, and, you know, there's a whole island of giants, Elbaf, and everyone believes they're going to go to Elbaf. Again, maybe we go to Elbaf, and then the giants there are going to be talking about God Valley or Marineford, and they're going to have something to say. They're going to be like, you know what, the giants before us, they were killed on God Valley, but now the Marines are calling it Marineford, and then that can click for us as readers, and we're like, yo, like, I guess that's what happened. It disappeared without a trace because they literally just changed the name of it. Like, you're not going to find God Valley because it was just renamed.
And in, you know, even on that note too, the Marineford that we know, half of it, on one half of it, is where the citizens live. On the front end that the war took place, that was like the Marineford side where Shiki rolled up and all that stuff. But at the same time, the entirety of what we know of Marineford is manufactured. There's like a giant metal crescent moon that is made, which is why I was saying like the Void Century connection could be there. But if you took God Valley, destroyed it, they remake it, and it's like there's two ways you can look at it. This is God Valley in and of itself, and it completely looks different. And the reason why it's not there is because the name isn't there, because now it's Marineford, or they moved the headquarters. Like this could have been the original headquarters, because look what happened after Summit War. They had Summit War, and then they have a new Marine HQ. This is Marineford still, but they can't just like, they're not gonna just make all these people move right at Marineford. So it could be that that is much of the same situation. So and then there's one more thing that I want to bring up, and then hit the final point on God Valley, which is in the recent thing with Kuma's backstory, and Bonnie jumped into it. There was another a situation where, for me, I kind of looked at this place. You know, Oda decided to give us a sliver of the place that Kuma is at. It's not named, right? But it makes sense that's not named. It's in a weird flashback, because it's not even like a normal flashback. It's like a flashback, but like of Bonnie entering the flashback, which is, you know, so we wouldn't get the name of it. But that aside, right? If you take the context of what happens in this paneling, Kuma seems to be a celestial dragon slave, right? He is being controlled by people who seem to have higher level of a freedom than him. Like they're almost his retainers in a lot of way, and they're acting on the behalf of the celestial dragons. But the celestial dragon, like, he somehow ran out away from them, and they want to bring him back. And if you think about that, like marriage joie, that doesn't really like make sense, because anybody who's underneath the what's it called, the celestial dragons, they have like the CP agents, like the Cypher Pole agents that we saw in like Sabaody, like the people in the suits, but they're not like out here beating like the slaves and like, oh my god, you need to come back, otherwise we're gonna die. Like it's never been portrayed like that. And then everyone else has been also slaves, but yet these people are like not feeling like that. And then we get a sliver of this place, and so in both directions, it doesn't feel like it's marriage joie, and it doesn't feel like it's Sorbet Kingdom where Kuma would be from, because if Kuma is royalty from there, or if Kuma's from there, why would this be the portrayal on his kingdom while he's there? So it almost makes me feel like this is another place, a different place. And when I was reacting, I was like, could this be God Valley? And this being God Valley, and the other one doesn't need to be separate either, but it could easily be that this is God Valley, because we know that the celestial dragon's there, Kuma is there, Kuma is a child before God Valley. And this could honestly be our first like full entryway into the God Valley conversation. I'm curious to know what you think about that line of logic.
I've never thought of it like that, and that's amazing. I was gonna throw out Goa, but I kind of like this better. That could be a great segue, especially with you didn't mention this, but I thought you were alluding to it with Kuma climbing the red line, obviously trying to get to Marijwa, so it kind of ties into this moment which we're seeing like simultaneously, right? We see young Kuma around the guys with the long hair, obviously CDs, and I don't remember which panel it is exactly, but if you zoom in on the Kuma, you can see the celestial brand on his back. So
really?
Yeah, go scroll up a little bit.
Yeah.
Keep going up. I think it's up. Keep going up. Yeah, keep going up. Keep going. Oh, I think it's that one right there.
The one who's hunched over?
No. Right after that, where she says, huh? And then look at Kuma right there. That's a celestial brand on his back. You see to the left?
I can't zoom in more.
Yeah, it's super, super small, but
interesting.
I mean, yeah, so, but like, we're kind of assuming, we're not assuming, but we're kind of building on the case that he's with CDs and he's a slave anyways. It just kind of adds to that.
Yeah.
Just to circle back,
meaning like that doesn't need to be true for him to be in, like, there are celestial dragons, the haircut is there, he's, you know, he's enslaved in some regard, and then that would just be the nail in the coffin, right?
Right, yeah, exactly. But more importantly, I think this would be, like you said, a great segue, because Kuma's climbing the red line. Meanwhile, there's this flashback of him dealing with the celestial dragons. It's almost like him current day is rebounding to where he was in the past. But that being God Valley seems to be probably equal to it being kind of stronger than it being Marijwa, because like how did he escape Marijwa slavery? Like, if you remember, when obviously you do remember, but thinking back to when we went up to Marijwa with Neptune, Shirahoshi, those slaves were underground pushing a bridge. Like, how did he escape, go all the way to the fields? Which, by the way, is there's just trees there. I don't think there's any fields, open fields. It seems a little weird landscape wise to say that's Marie Joie. It would have to be something else that's world government affiliated, which it seems to be the case that God Valley was under world government control. Long-winded explanation, but I think that might actually be the top running answer, and I never looked at it that way until now.
Yeah, and this is like, this is what I'm glad we finally got to the point where we could share this, because it's like, when it comes to God Valley, the point that I wanted to hit was like, the understanding that it vanished without a trace, is wiped off the maps, might not be what we should take away from it. Like, it could be that there was another place and it got reformatted, whether it be Marine Ford. It could be that even in this panel, that could be a Marine Ford. Maybe it's similar to the architecture there. I think that was what we did on the live stream, was like, this architecture, Oda showed us the buildings, and he does architecture really well. And the thing is, we haven't seen this architecture in Marriagewa, and in a lot of places actually. We haven't seen Sorbet Kingdom, so we couldn't, say that, but like, it could be this place that's in the background in Mother Caramel's backstory. So one way or the other, it's like, that concept of God Valley being erased, it's not like a the world government just slammed down on them and erased the memories. Both, the other part is, people think that Rocks was erased along with God Valley, but that's not the case. It's like, Rocks was erased because people didn't want to talk about him. Rocks Pirates didn't want to talk about him. Garp didn't want to talk about him. Anybody there didn't want to talk about him. The newspapers said their own story about it. They didn't even reference Rocks, according to what we know. And then again, the people who would have witnessed God Valley being erased shouldn't have been able to witness it. So what that leads me to believe is that God Valley was just a normal place that was just more regular, like similar to how Saba Odi has Celestial Dragons people buying slaves there, right? It could be as simple as that. And that place was some place that Oda might have actually showed us already. And these things are things that we shouldn't sleep on, because a lot of people are, the egghead thing, it's easy to have like a focus on like who the traitor is, the Gorosei, but like, Oda's cooking in every single panel, and it hasn't just been egghead. Like, when we look back at Whole Cake Island, a lot of people don't like Whole Cake Island, but it's like, it's flashbacks like this that are just like, Oda is in his bag about a lot of these things. And I think you said that too, like maybe it was prior, that Odin's backstory, the flashback, Odin's flashback is one of your favorite ones.
Yeah, it's just a top tier flashback. Not only do I absolutely love Kazuki Odin as a character, to see his upbringing, but to also see the Roger Pirates make it to Laugh Tale. Like, how do you talk about One Piece and talk about Laugh Tale without addressing that point? Like, bro, for the longest time, us as One Piece fans, we had that boring little silhouette that Crocus gave us, Raftel. But through Odin's flashback, we actually see these guys go to Laugh Tale. We see their expressions, we see their reaction to the whole point of the story, this great legendary treasure. So I think God Valley, like, I'm hoping Oda can have God Valley up there with Odin's flashback. I think it'll be hard, but that's just my opinion. I really love the Odin flashback, but I think, seeing what happened to Zebek, seeing what happened to the island, the upbringing of Blackbeard and maybe Buggy and stuff like that, I think it could make for one of the best flashbacks of all time. I'm praying on that Rocksteady Buggy, and I'm praying on that Shanks is a son of a Gorosei.
Yeah, I think like you said, it's gonna be hard. Given the conversation we had, I would almost think that I saw a lot of people in the chat saying it too, that it would be too straightforward to have Rocks just be the next, like, the strongest one of all of them. Oda's a man of twists, and it wouldn't be surprising to have that twist. And at the same time, I think like that's where Oda has fun with it, is like making God Valley be a story that's very difficult to tell, and it has this reputation from all these people. And how does that reputation still apply to this story, that if you experience the story, those things that the tales that people told are not the case, and that tales that people tell is something that Kaido emphasized on Wano, and he not a single time brought up about Kaido. And yet God Valley was supposed to be this thing, but no one tells the tale of God Valley. No one tells the tale of rocks.
I hate to interrupt, but I just remembered because I was going to point this out.
Yeah.
Another reason why I like your take on Kuma being at God Valley through his flashback with the CDs is like, what do we have also going on in the story? Garp approaching Blackbeard. So this could be the sickest little twist where like Oda's like sprinkling in like, hey, Kuma's backstory when he was a kid, that's God Valley. Are you gonna notice that? Because we're about to jump into the God Valley flashback once Garp gets to Blackbeard. I think like even if that's not true, that's something Oda would do.
I thought of both things. We talked about how Garp, it was at the Reverie, how putting one way or another, Garp being into the story, Garp is our window into the God Valley. We'll finally get it from him, right? The question is why and how and whatever. But you're right. Since that's on the precipice of the story, Oda would be drip dropping like parts of God Valley, and that would be. Oh yeah, you're right. I like that.
Because like. It's like, oh, you guys think Shanks is from God Valley? Buggy, Blackbeard, Dragon? No, Kuma.
yeah.
Like he's of age. Just because these guys were born at the same time or year before or whatever, like that doesn't have to necessarily mean that they were involved with God Valley. And I've always had that approach, even when I said that Shanks was going to be there. But Kuma being a little bit older, I think he would have been, give or take, 8 years old at God Valley. I think like that's fine for the story.
Wait, I just thought of another crazy thing too, because then that would make, you know how like Fisher Tiger is the hero of whatever time, like the hero of the fishermen, hero of the slaves or whatever, right?
Yeah.
Even Boa regards that. He liberated Marijois, and like Garp probably took the responsibility of that, which would mean that Garp could have been the one who freed Kuma. Oh shit, I didn't even think about that. Yeah, it could be that because of Garp, Kuma got free. That's crazy to think about.
And then what happens right after that? His son works with Kuma.
Yo. Oh my. Oh yeah, and then the Kuma. Yeah, that would make sense why Kuma would work with
his son Luffy's, and then his son, the grandson, is working with Kuma. Is basically homies with Kuma. He protected the ship.
Yo, I think that's it, because I've always wondered, like, how does Kuma get to Dragon, and then like what's that situation? It could have been like Dragon helped liberate Sorbet Kingdom, but like why believe in this person, right? Like it would have to be like a Luffy type of thing, but like Dragon's not a Luffy type of thing, so it could be like, yo, you're oh shit, that's a cool one. I like it. That's a tasty one. Ooh, all right.
I do have to say Luffy's mom is from Amazon Lily. I just gotta throw it out there for the chat.
Fair. But do you subscribe to the idea now, especially that we got Zoro's mom's name, Sanji's mom meaning sky, Sora, Zoro's
Earth,
Terra, Earth, or heaven, depending on which translation, like Japanese or everywhere else.
All the tweet.
Yeah, it could be one way or the other, or yeah, and then Luffy's could be what's it called? It would make sense that ocean could fit there, right? Sea, ocean. So then Umi, everyone thought Umi, but that doesn't necessarily. The Emu Umi thing, it could just be like people have reversed it, but it could easily be that Luffy's mom's name is Umi, and it's just like a rough connection, right? So
yeah.
So do you think that?
The thing is like, don't get me wrong, I like the argument Earth, ground, or Earth, sky, water. It's just like that is less for me to use than saying Luffy's mom's from Amazon Lily, because if you want to talk about that conversation, there's plenty to say. So
wait, I mean, she could be from Amazon Lily and have the name.
Right. Now here's the thing. I think like in this case, it might kind of conflict, because if you look at the Kuja empresses, they generally have names that are associated with flowers. Right. And the other day, bro, I spent fucking hours, excuse my language, looking. I was on like Flowerpedia or something, just flower. I was looking at hundreds, I promise you. And like it was so hard to find like a name that would work for Luffy's mom. Like in general, and I don't think I saw any flowers that would work for Luffy being or Luffy's mom being a Kuja Empress while simultaneously tying in the water. And I think you don't watch Boruto at all, do you?
I watched some of it. I didn't get to I'm not current with it now though.
Let me
no way Boruto answered a question for you. Did you just self-report? You watched
so
Boruto?
No. I don't watch Boruto.
All
Look,
right,
look.
fair.
This is gonna make sense though. In Boruto, Naruto, the main character, he
Yeah,
had a daughter named Himawari, right?
yeah.
Himawari translates to sunflower. Now
Uh,
imagine Luffy's mom had the name Sunflower, because she's a Kuja
okay.
Empress, she's the missing one. But then what was her son? What did her son turn out to be just by a twist of fate? The sun god, right? So I think like Kuja, I think Luffy's mom being a Kuja, there's just more to talk about. There's more to grasp than like, the water, earth, sky thing.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
it's like, and like I said, it's just like the Kujas, all of them, the empresses having flower names, that kind of like conflicts with like the water thing. But I don't know, maybe there is a flower out there that's like a, a flower that like fits the description of a Kuja Empress, like the theme that we were seeing. And then
I think
also related to water.
a lot of people bring up water lilies. The one I think about is a lotus. It could be a lotus. That's generally water lotus. Japan has an emphasis on lotus too. Uh, Interesting. Yeah, honestly, the thing I've been meaning to do an Amazon lily one. There's something that I've been thinking about, uh, but I haven't had the time to put thoughts to it. But you know what? We could definitely save that part for another conversation. If you have to go, that's cool. But there's a lot of super chats, so I'm gonna be running through them. One way or the other, though, let me just summarize before we get to the super chats in any regard. I was thinking about like what kind of topics to cover with Threeville here, given we're both theorists, we have a lot of different theories, and we've talked about a lot of things. And the thing is, it's like what I've noticed with Threeville's theories, and I think he's noticed with mine, is like a lot of times we have different theories, but we don't disagree with them, mainly because we come into the game with different perspectives. And you were talking about that at the very beginning, that we have very, very different perspectives. And then when we share them, we're like, oh, wait, I agree. And so in terms of like, that ended up happening today with the Rocks Valley, God Valley Rocks thing. But there was a lot of nuance in between that, right? Because it's something that is something that's so disagreeable, right? We may agree, but there was a lot of people in the chat that disagreed, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so like if we just kept on sharing theories and then we just completely agreed on it, then we have a bunch of theories or videos like that, a bunch of ideas like that, like the elemental hockey being one, your sun calendar one. I think there's someone in there for sure. I got more information on the sun calendar about why, from a different source, of why that could play a huge thing. It actually relates to the Vatican, why the sun calendar thing is kind of crazy. But I think this was a really good stream because you got to see two people who, we don't normally get to talk in your guys' perspective, and we share a lot of different videos, but you could see how even from something as crazy as Rock's buggy connection, God Valley not being like vanished, and the world government being this completely like propaganda nature thing, to completely different perspectives coming together and agreeing on a lot of points. Not all of the points. We don't agree on all of the points, but the thing is, all of our points fit in them underneath the same umbrella. And I just want to share that because I feel like you're saying, or what you just realized and synthesized about the Kuma thing. If that is in fact God Valley, then that leaves credence that yes, probably with Garp we are getting God Valley soon. So this conversation, hold it in your head, guys. Remember what Threeville and I were talking about, for sure.
It's always good to hop on these streams and explain, because like it's like sometimes it's kind of like disheartening and like frustrating when like someone hears the conclusion to a theory and they think it's reaching and they think it's a forced parallel and it's trash and it's blah 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 blah. Like actually explaining the reasoning for a theory, that's what I absolutely love to do. And like anytime me and you are working together, bro, we're able to get our thoughts out and show people how we arrived to this conclusion. So like even with the Luffy's mom theory, like I gave you guys a little hint of it. I have a Twitter thread about it, but like another clue, right? Oda once gave all the Worshin members like flowers that they would be related to, and then Luffy's flower was the sunflower. So like all the reasoning that I didn't really get to introduce about Luffy's mom being from Amazon Lily, her name could be Sunflower, because not only did Oda hint that through an SBS, but then it also connects to her being a flower as the Kuja Empress, giving birth to the sun, which would be Luffy. But just getting on these streams and like being able to like show your thought process to people, can give other people ideas, make them excited about the story. Maybe they learn something that they didn't know. Like there's so many nuggets, there's so much to gain even from a wrong theory. And
Yeah.
I honestly truly believe that. Like you could learn and have a wider perspective, and you could even make an insane theory because you saw one that was wrong. So you don't always have to, you don't do this, but you don't always have to have like this negative outlook. And sorry, that was such a long
No,
explanation.
that's exactly it. Where it's like I care more when it comes to theories, right? I mentioned this with Denden Kushi and Kube's one, right? I may not agree with the conclusion of the theory, but that didn't stop me from clicking off the theory because the first seconds of it, I was like, wait a second, that's correct. And it's the thing right here where I've never heard anybody point out this detail, and that's the kind of stuff that I love looking at, where it's like, when has Oda ever not done something like this? And the larger point is like, a lot of the good theories or the videos that I enjoy are videos that you end up learning about something that you didn't know about, whether it be history, French history. You on the stream, you just spit out a bunch of mythology about Hanuman, and that the thing about like those kinds of religions and mythologies, those leak out to everyone, right? Every culture around the world relates back to like various aspects of Buddhism and Zoroastrianism and things like that. So and then on my channel I try to talk about science. The next video, actually, I take a direct quote from the UN, which I, no doubt in my mind that Oda probably listened to it because the whole world essentially listened to this, and you'll understand why I say that when you hear what it is. And it's just crazy because when you read that quote, you're like, wait a second, this is the One Piece story. Some random ambassador, not a random ambassador, the U.S. ambassador was spitting when he said this, and I was like, huh, that plays heavy here. But yeah, so I just want to, I don't want to hold you hostage. There are super chats. I just want to thank you for coming onto the stream. Hopefully, sounds like you enjoyed it. Shout outs to all the three. I saw a lot of your viewers coming in here. Some people that we have a few crossover, people who've been wanting this collab for the longest time. Honestly, collab with you has been, it was like more Tekking, Morge, and you. Those are the first three names essentially when it came to when I started my channel. It's like you got to collab with, those are the three names I think, right out the bat. So before, let everybody know while we still have people here, before people click off and we go to the super chats, let them know what you got going on. And my last bit is definitely go subscribe. Definitely double check if you thought you were a subscriber, because dumbass hackers decide to ruin a day. But Threeville overcame it and has his channel back, and that would mean that YouTube either unsubscribed you, might have unsubscribed. One way or the other, just go double check for me. All right, so Threeville, let them know what you got going. Yeah.
Emu's the moon, Shanks is the son of the Godase, Blackbeard's an octopus. We're dying on those trains. I will take a bullet for the community. Emu has something to do with the moon. All right, I've put too much time into that. One Piece is the Aztec calendar. What are just like all the theories I have that I could just throw out? Shiki working with Blackbeard. Luffy's mom's the missing empress of Amazon Lily. Everything that's fun. I appreciate being here. This is a lot of fun. And even when I was on Dak's stream the other day, bro, like he kept like dropping all these facts, and I was like, wait, where'd you find that out? And he was like, oh, ParVision said this. I was like, what? Like, nah, man, like this, like I always knew you knew what you were talking about, but even like when you see it from other people, like it's just so fulfilling, and it makes me so happy to like read the story and get to meet people. But yeah, more content on the way, y'all, for everyone that's watching. I'm gonna try to drop a video on Luffy's mom because I posted it as a Twitter thread and people loved it. So I'm gonna try to drop that. I have a Zoro video I'm working on.
Me too.
And then I kind of want to make an Egghead Trader video, but like that topic is so oversaturated in my opinion that I'm debating it in my head. But regardless, guys, I just have endless theories. I could just go on forever. It's just more so making the time, sitting down and knocking it out, which can be very tough. But
yeah. And on top of that, just want to add, like, Threeville, like the same thing. It's like the history stuff. Like, there's been times when I watched this video and there'd be like a logic line that I was trying to follow, but I just dropped it because I was gonna do a different video. And then he took that logic line and like put receipts on receipts with like the history, and I'm like that. I really love that, because I always say this is like you learn a lot about people from history, and as disconnected as we all feel, it's like we all came from some place on this earth that had some kind of religion, some kind of culture, and you're indirectly showing a lot of that. I know you mentioned before when you started a channel, like the Buddhism, Hinduism route ended up
Yeah.
making you connect a lot to like the Indian community, and you have a lot of followers there, and that's a huge connection that might not have existed had you not made
Yeah.
this channel or at all, right? So
But you know what? Like people only see the outcome. People only see the final video. They don't see like how you were up at like 3:30 in the morning, like going through like a million Wikipedia pages debating like, will that matter? Is this relevant? Does this connect to the story? Does that make sense? Is this actually true material? They don't see all that. So
yeah.
like I'm glad like when I put out a video, like I would say like 95 to like 99% of the people that watch it can see the amount of effort and like all the crazy things I'll do to get a theory as pinpoint and accurate as possible. And then like one other thing that like I value is I think it just slipped my mind. Oh, a lot of times, bro, like I would build theories with people and they would get really tired and they would get bored or whatever. And they're like, you know what? I'm just going to drop the theory here. I don't care anymore. But I'm the kind of person that takes it way further and see what I can derive, because these people, they're too scared. They're too lazy to do it. But me and you and a bunch of other theorists, obviously, we go all the way to the fullest extent to try to figure out like, no, what if this Hanuman monkey god tells us about dragon being the wind god, or a wind devil fruit, or like K-City, and like all these other things that I've used. I've even used like Princess Kaguya, Imhotep, just all sorts of religions. And again, just so people have like a good understanding of me, I'm not always using the religion and the history and the mythology magnifying glass. I always take into context I take the context of the story first, and that's what matters. And I'm always just trying to figure out what Oda is trying to illustrate and the message he's trying to give us, and I'm trying to come out with the most pinpoint accuracy or pinpoint theory I can have. I keep going on these long tangents.
Nah, you're good. You're good. And so definitely, guys, go check it out. And I think on my perspective of that is like, for me, a lot of people were wondering like how you come up with these theories. I'm like, if you need to interview my wife, because my life is just thinking. And even like I would honestly say the amount of time I devoted after becoming a creator to One Piece and thinking about it, it's not necessarily like I definitely sit down to make the videos and write the stuff and do that, sure, right? But like outside of that, like I always thought about whatever I watch, whatever I do, I always think about it deeply, no matter what it is. And like if something doesn't invoke my thought, then I don't necessarily like watching it, right? I like having conversations, and that's kind of what started the channel in the first place. So like Marvel, though it had like a it's seeing its own demise at the moment, there was a time where it's like the conversations were fun and the ideas around it and talking to people. That's the main point. That's why I like doing it. And I that's what I do with anything. And you guys like heard the teching stream at the end, like it was medicine, science, whatever it is, I'll be talking about that. So but yeah, one real quick on what you said about the theories thing, the next video, you're really gonna like it. The majority of it is countering your emu is moon thing, but at the very end, I was like, no, hold on. The emu could be the moon in this context, using all the logic that I painted out. If you just switched it and used the moon, it makes sense. And so I'll let you know when that video's out, because I've been saying it'll be out tomorrow, but I've been so busy. But after the stream, I'll be working on it. Hopefully Saturday I'll be able to get it out. But yeah, with that, I'll be going through some of the super chats. Let me know if you're gonna stick around for that. But if not, all good, all gravy. Appreciate your energy, Threevil.
Always. And I'll probably head out here, but like I said, actually like a total blast. I think this was going on 3.5 hours,
Yeah.
100% worth my time. If you guys are new to ParVision, which I doubt it, y'all should be up with the times. Subscribe to this man. Follow him on Twitter, Instagram, TikTok. He's going insane on TikTok. Always has been. Please support him. If you value me and if you value my content, please support ParVision. He's a great person. Helps everyone, helped me out, and it was just so fun again getting to or being able to get on a stream with you, and hopefully I could get you on a stream of mine. Did you switch your chapters to Wednesdays or Thursdays, like your reviews or whatever?
Oh, no, I'm still on Thursdays. I'm still on. Everyone else switched on Wednesday, so I was like, you know what? I'll just stay on Thursday. Like,
Okay.
it's just easier for me.
Okay.
But there's always like, if you still stream during the break weeks, like last time, then I could hop in on those. But depending, sometime in the future, I might have to 1 or 2 weeks. I might do a spoiler 1 or 2 weeks. But
Ooh.
yeah, maybe it might be in the cards. I've been talking about that, but we'll see.
Yeah. I usually I don't really do like post chapter reactions. I usually do them like the reactions as soon as they drop, like the chapter itself. But maybe like one of these weeks, like a day or two or whenever after the chapter, has settled in and
Yeah.
we have our full thoughts, then maybe we could try to get together for the people in the chat.
Yeah, I think everyone would look forward to seeing that for sure. I'm down. You know I am. So just hit me up with a message. Take it easy, Threevil. Talk to you soon and stay safe. Keep away from those hackers. You don't need that happening again.
Never again. You too, bro. And everyone in chat, thank you guys so much.
Yeah.
All right, everybody.
Later. Okay. All right. So we are shifting over to the solo stream. I'm gonna leave it up like I usually do. We did talk with Threevil. If you guys tuned in late, this will be up on the live. I don't think YouTube scuffed this stream. It'll be there the entire time. I saw someone said, "Dude, stay for my super chat." I didn't. I just saw that. Hey, I'll bring it up, and then if I'll also bring it up to him, and then we're gonna be talking about it again. So I'll definitely keep it in the steel trap. So we'll be what's it called? Hopping into these super chats. I just want to thank you guys for being here for so long. I apologize. I try whenever I solo stream, I do a much better time of like not going on super tangents and reading the chat. I was reading the chat, you guys could see, but I didn't want to derail like what Threevil was saying in our conversation so that we can get to the end point. And truthfully, the end point came an hour later than I told Threevil. I always feel bad, so I'm glad we got to that. And again, I think what's really cool is, again, the name of the stream, Voice of All Things. It's cool when despite there being so many difference in perspectives and how we approach situations, because Threevil has said it from his point of view, I've said it from my point of view. We both like will read like a line. We might come to the same conclusion. Sure, we might come to the same conclusion, which we demonstrated in the thing. But like the first thoughts that come, and you guys saw it actually. You guys actually might have saw the live example of that in the stream where I pull up the panel and I'm thinking one thing and he's thinking another thing and we're like, whoa, and then it collides and then it comes to a really cool place. So that's what I like seeing. I like seeing how people think. I like seeing how that thinking goes one way or the other. So real quick, let me talk to some of the chats. I see Zoro is a what? Zoro is a plant. Whether it's in spirit or in canon, Oda's gonna come through. Oda's gonna come through. They had people call him Mosshead, but now Green Mom, and you saw Green Mom. The reason why I like Green Mom is because if Oda had that, Oda wrote Green Mom and he wrote Terra as his mom at the same point. If Terra is referencing, which I saw people debating in the chat saying like Terra is not Japanese, so Sora being Japanese would discount the connection there. But I implore you, I asked you, how many times has Oda made multifaceted connections, right? We saw with Terra, I don't know if you saw Artur's post, but Terra, Pin Zoro is Snake Eyes, sure. Arashi is also some kind of gambling thing. Furiko references someone who gambles a lot. And then Terra is the name of a card company, or not a gambling company, but a casino company, maybe something like that. So like, even if you were to say Terra means heaven, Oda was also just referencing a card company. Like, that's crazy. And then so I wouldn't be surprised if Terra also referenced the Roman connection, now that we're getting a bunch of Roman connections, which I talked about prior. Wow, ParVision preschool is running a little late today. Wait, what do you mean? What do you mean 3 day? What do you mean preschool is running a little late? For you or for me? Uh, Also name that shark. We'll name that shark on a different stream. We'll name that shark on a different stream. Arashi is storm. Yeah, Arashi also means storm, right? Like there's so many different connections. I forget what Artur connected Arashi to. Um, but one way or the other, it's like I see a bunch of names, and so the reason why I was on this logic line was green mom. Green mom is how you would describe Terra. Terra is the earth, the embodiment of earth, mother nature. It's a green mom. If Oda was really going nuts in that, it was chapter 1060, I think Chopper said no, he said you're a green Kaido. Someone said green mom. I think it was Nami. Like, and the thing is, that was volume 105, was it not? So then it's like boom. That's how you make the connections there. Zoro, green mom, boom. So Zoro is a plant. I'll make that video, like that full video, I don't know when. The thing is, like, I talked about it in the recent SBS post I put. It is a joke theory. And that is significant. I want to point out. There are very rare, there's not many theories on my channel. The thing is, on my channel, the videos themselves very rarely meme theories. There's parts of it where I could be joking, and the thing is, Oda plays into jokes, which is why they work well. But the thing is, like, in terms of me calling Zoro's a plant as a meme joke theory, like, even I'm like, I can't tell you, like, I was held hostage. My competency as a person was on the line. I was summoned to a Discord thing, and they're like, Zoro is a plant. This is Void from that One Piece talk. And they're like, maybe Par can explain it. And then I explained it. And then I was like, wait, I'm convincing myself. And everyone's like, you can convince anybody of anything. And I was like, no. Like, you don't understand. This is a problem. Like, I'm convincing myself, which means that I'm going to make a video about it, which I don't want to do. And then like, I dropped it. And then Oda put in, I have to pull up the panel. Like, after Wano, was it 10? It's 1060, I believe. It was when we learned of the news of, yeah, right here. Sanji says Crappy Moss head. Chopper said Green Mom. Yeah. You're an ogre from Onigashima, which is, this is part of the, these two lines are part of the Big Mom video that I put out. But, yo, if Oda keeps dropping things like this, I don't know what I can do. His mom is literally the name of Mother Nature. Are we memeing? I like it, joke or not. Yeah. So that was a quick addressing the Zozo plant. Plant seeds is sown on Earth and Terra is Earth. Yeah, the one way or the other. Plants come from Earth, and if Terra is the mom and that's Mother Nature, Zoro had to have come from her. Right? Like, sprouted out. It's crazy. Whether you want to see it or not, it's kind of there now. The thing is, that was right after Mihawk as a sword got proven, right? Because, like, then all the people in the chat, there's still gonna be people like, what? Mihawk is a sword? Yeah, Mihawk is canonically a sword. Was it chapter 1075? 1076. What is this, guys? What is this? Like, I'm not memeing with that theory, but I was not expecting this. This is Mihawk. Whether you like it or not, a clone is Mihawk. This is Mihawk, and he is a sword. It's canon. 100%. Like, you can't even dunk on that theory anymore. So let me get to some of these super chats though. Again, thank you guys for sticking around, being here. Appreciate you guys. Always have to say that. It's always a fun time. Hopefully, especially if you're new, I feel like if you guys are new and you're like, oh my god, why did I click on the stream of a guy saying Zoro's a pan, Mia as a sword? Just go check out the full videos. That's all I could say. Oh, not the Miyagi is a sword one. I've had the most skeptical people from TikTok and Instagram now that I posted the theory there. They were like, they were skeptical. I said, go watch the full video. And then they commented on the full video and like, huh, I can see it, and I'm like, hey, see what I mean? It's scary, but it's there. And my next video is gonna be the nail in the coffin, because a lot of people don't think. Okay, so I keep going on tangents before I go to super chats. Oh my god, someone stop me! I'm going on rampage. So a lot of people don't like that One Piece talk. They recently were like, Mihawk as a sword would be bad for the story. But the thing is, this is a trope. Like, it's actually a trope. Like, the same line of logic that Rocks is stronger. Yes, I'm saying that Rocks is stronger, right? Stronger from Blackbeard's crew is Rocks D. Zebek, which I didn't bring up with Threevil because I don't want to get memed on, and I don't want to explain the theory there. But that in it itself, the main villain of the story being hidden within a derpy animal, is a trope within anime beyond time. Beyond time. The same line of logic. Think about Bleach. Think about anything. Swords, objects being people. That's not just a One Piece thing. That's Shintoism. That's a concept in Shintoism that things have souls, have manifestations of it, greater sentience, various things. So we're going to talk about that. I feel like that's the nail in the coffin for me, this next video. It's not even like I talk about Mihawk's sword literally for one sentence, but the entirety of the thing is actually about Im, and you'll see. So yeah, and his name is Stronger. How crazy would it be if Stronger was just stronger than everybody else because he's Rocks D. Zebek? Very cool theory. Go check it out. It's a fun one. It convinced a lot of skeptical people. Nah, bro, I was completely open to endless possibilities in One Piece because of VODs like this, and I'm relatively new. Peachy, I appreciate you. I feel like more people need to be open-minded, because what is One Piece about? Being open-minded. That's what I think. At least that's my take. So JP Legend with a $10 super chat said, in a month's time, it's going to be 20 years that I'm with the series with a lot of ups and downs. It's not a perfect story, but it's always been there for me, and big thanks to the community in general. JP Legend, I don't know if you're still here. You're always here supporting, though. I appreciate you. Hopefully you end up seeing this part of it. I'm sorry I didn't read this earlier. And same, I'm in the same boat. I've been in the One Piece story for 20 as long as it's been introduced to the United States in anime. Ever since then, always been a One Piece fan. So and I couldn't have imagined One Piece becoming a greater part of my life than it already had, because every Saturday, One Piece, every Saturday, talking with my wife, I'm like, my wife would already know, oh, you gotta watch One Piece, right? I'm like, yep, you know, and so yeah, JP Legends here. So just shout out to the community that's here. I always say this, that this conversation that we're having right now is a once in a lifetime thing, because the conversation is going to change next week. When One Piece ends, it's going to change. Yeah, and it's cool. I see Kosuna saying, I read manga since Impel Down. Everyone's come to the story at such different points. It's so cool how we end up connecting too. However you came into One Piece, you think about that moment, and you're just like, that moment led me to this situation here. And hopefully it's a happy situation, right? Like, for me, it was the 4Kids rap. That's why I like, you can meme on it, you can dunk on it however you want, all right? You can do whatever you want. But that 4Kids rap hooked me in even more than the show itself at the time when I was a kid, and here I am now. So here we are, right? And I know Joy Girl, she got in during the pandemic, like in large part, and like at least she'll have a good memory about the pandemic, right? Yeah, exactly. Chopper be doctoring. Exactly. My name on Twitter is 4Kids Rap Apologist. Exactly. I only caught up One Piece in 2020. I'm ecstatic to be here with the community. Ethereal split. Exactly. I think that is Joy Girl's story too. The greatest achievement of 4Kids above all their endeavors. Yeah, the few creators, the few viewers who are here, like, that's why, you know what? That is how. Okay. I know this is a quick aside. I know. We can all agree 4Kids was not good. For God's sakes, they replaced Laboon with an iceberg. Like, like, how do you do that? Laboon, bro. They replaced Laboon with an iceberg. Like an iceberg, as in not iceberg from Water 7, like an ice glacier. They had Luffy go down the thing. They saw a giant iceberg. He shoots it with a cannon. The cannon one shots an iceberg, which crazy cannon. And then they just meet Crocus. That was what happened with the 4Kids. Like, the 4Kids was crazy. But even with how bad it was, it got us into One Piece one way or the other. It got us knowing it. And so if you use that logic and apply it to the live action could be absolute doo-doo, which I don't think it will be. I think it'll at least be faithful to the source material story-wise, right? No matter how bad it is, it's gonna get people there. If the 4Kids got me here, yo, think about that, right? Think about that. Skyberg Obama with the $2 super chat says, where Eddie at? Who's Eddie? What are we talking about, Eddie? Is Eddie supposed to be Threevil? Threevil, we had him for three and a half hours. He had to hop off. All makes sense. FrameX, been binging the Voice of All Things, Reveries, and any discussion between YouTube theorists. There's always so much to talk about, and it's amazing. That, you know, that I love that, because it's like, these streams, they get viewed a lot less than the main videos, right? But these streams are way more core to why I love One Piece and why I wanted to start the channel in the first place. It was just to talk to people. Like, that's kind of why. The videos are jumping points for conversations, but these are the conversations, right? So appreciate that. Par got the bite of the gum and now he's here. Exactly. Not gonna lie, Jay's Reverie is definitely my favorite Reverie. Jay's an amazing host. Jay's really good at conversation too. I love it. 3 hours and 33 minutes. That's goated. I'll be honest, I wanted to end it there, but we got super chats, we got conversations to have, right? I wanted so bad to end the stream at 3 hours 33 minutes, but I think Threevil will understand extending it by talking about it, right? Let's see. Oh, wow. FrameX with the next super chat. Wait, that was crazy. I read your chat and then super chat. Thank you. I appreciate that. FrameX, €5 said, good evening, guys. Possible to get your opinions on Shaka being in contact with the dragon. Been a while, but I just can't stop thinking about it. Ah, damn. You know what's crazy? Is we did end up, I think me and Threevil came up with a completely new theory together on the stream about how Dragon connects to Kuma. Yeah, that is one of the ones, like the Shaka talking to Dragon. I've talked about this in a previous video or stream, wherever. It was like, to me, it's crazy that Shaka, like, not to be a Debbie Downer, right? But I actually have personal experience here where it's like you think you're about to, essentially die, right? That's what Shaka was like. I'm not gonna be here anymore, right? I've been in that situation. That's when you start calling people. Like, you know what I mean? You start calling like, yo, how you doing? I just want to prepare you, blah, blah, blah. I've been in that boat, right? But the thing is, like, Shaka's connected to Punk Records, right? Like, so do the other do the other satellites, do they have that same perspective? Because to me, if you think you're gonna die, like, you would act differently, you would do different things. It's like, like what Shaka did. It's like, yo, he must, and this is Shaka, like, we've seen him on Egghead, like, just be like, oh, people are being blown up, oh, the Seraphims are coming, oh, CP0 is coming. He's never like reacted like that, but he called Dragon, and I'm sitting there like, why didn't like Lilith or like York or anybody else start calling people or like thinking like, maybe I should be a little bit different because I'm gonna die soon, right? But to put that and contextualize it, here's a thought that I just thought of. Whoever the traitor is, it might be that's motivating them. It might be that they're so afraid of death And because the Stella is putting them in the track of being assassinated, that's why the traitor betrayed. It's because they're afraid of dying, right? Shaka accepts his death, tells Dragon, is fully aware of it, whereas maybe someone else on the boat in the satellite thing, they don't exactly see it that way. So in their fear of death, that's why they're acting out. Thank you for that super chat. You know, it ended up contextualizing in a different way, because I'm on the boat that whatever the satellites are doing, it's not malice, it's misunderstanding. And that is the easiest misunderstanding, right? Like if I'm thinking I'm about to die, right? Like that puts you into a crazy state of mind, for sure. Completely understandable. Lilith wants to live. Tekken got the youth surgery. Makes sense. Because Shahara woman and she hooked up with Dragon, aka Luffy's mom. Oh, you're saying Shaka is Luffy's mom? One way. My theory is Tekking is Emu. Hey, yeah, I spoke to Tekking, and you know what Tekking said? This is a quote from the stream. Tekking said, "ParVision, the vision is too strong," and as he gripped his head. So if Tekking is Emu, then I am the one to take down the world government and sit on the empty throne. No, I'm joking. Bro, it'd be so boring to. You know what? I'll be honest. I have a fear of heights. It's a different fear of heights. It's like I have to explain it on a different stream. But the empty throne is so high up. Like if I sat on it and it's like so steep, bro, I don't know. I don't feel like I wouldn't be comfortable there. Let's see. ParVision greater than Emu. Exactly. Let's see. People associate selfishness with evil, and this would be a selfish move, even though they're trying to survive. Exactly. Friend Harper, I saw a chat earlier that I didn't see, Han. The Shades with the souls and Shandorians might have been the souls of the ancient kingdom who had devil fruit powers. Nolan let them out into the world. Nobody had devil fruit powers in that story. Whoa, wait a moment. Friend Harper is cooking there. Wait, hold on, I dissected that Nolan video? That Nolan, no way, right? Do we have any context of devil fruits prior to our storyline? Vegapunk maybe, right? But 400 years ago, the trees, let me reread that out loud. The trees with the souls of the Shandorians might have been the souls of the ancient kingdom who had devil fruit powers. Nolan let them out into the world, and nobody had devil fruit powers in that story. I didn't read that. I just want to point out what's crazy about this. I scrolled up maybe like 30 minutes of messages, and I just saw, I didn't read it the first time. Something in my mind just started itching. I was like, you know what? Let me go reread that message. I saw a lot of messages, obviously, that I want to go back to. I just went back to that one, and I'm like, whoa, wait a second, that's kind of crazy. I feel like maybe Millidreams. It could be that they were just uncommon to a greater degree. Yeah. Toki had a devil fruit power. I think Toki's not a fair example, though, because she's from the Void Century, right? So, like, whatever came from the Void Century happened, and then that's when things split, right? So, I'm liking that because if you watch the Nolan video, I do talk about the trees and their importance, and that's a crazy... Oh, no, Friend Harper. No, this is crazier because... Oh, wait, pause. It's crazier because in that Nolan video, I was comparing the trees in Shandora to the graveyard in Ringo. Because the way the Shimotsuki did their burials was they buried their dead with their swords on them. What do we know about swords now? Swords carry wills. And I made a video that swords are this was before chapter 1033. Right before that, I put out a video. Swords and devil fruits are seemingly to be the same thing right now. It's just imbuing a will in different ways. Wano imbued it into swords, someone else imbued it into fruits. And if that makes sense, then that was Shandorans were doing the ones that were the ones who put it into the fruits. There might be a Nolan video part 2. Friend Harbor, I don't know if the Nolan video is on the top of your mind, but rewatch the end of the Nolan video, and that might connect some dots. Because I said I was gonna make a second video on that topic, but I never did because life. But no, not life. I want to say one. I don't should say life. I should say Oda. Oda after the Nolan video just went sicko mode. So, ooh, my God. Okay, let me pocket that one because I could talk about that one forever. Because I actually have a script that I could just insert those details. Oh man, I love it. Thank you, friend Harper. I appreciate that. Man, this is dope. Amax, thank you for the 3-month subs. Appreciate you. Oh man, I gotta do Twitch streams again. It's coming soon, guys. We're gonna be doing that again. Definitely will, friend Harper. Definitely will. Once I get this week was super busy. Again, this was the only day of the week where I was actually sitting on the computer besides Monday. Everything in between, I've not even been like home. But Ethereal Split, $5 super chat. I find it funny how they took away Shusui from Zoro when he's the one actually related to Ryuma. Much love, Par and Threevil. Thanks for everything that you do. The Shusui thing? A whole pocket what you said, Ethereal Split. Pocket it. Wait for the Zoro video I'm gonna put out. Because what you just said, it's funny, right? What I'm about to say is it's even funnier than that. It's even funnier that Ryuma handed Zoro the sword. Ryuma's related to Ryuma, and they took away the sword because it's national treasure. I'm gonna add one more bit of detail in that video that I've been wondering about for a very long time, and it connected because of the SPS. And if true, the Shusui is not just Zoro's like Zoro's. It's not like inheritance. No. That sword is like tantamount to like Zoro's One Piece. Like, if that makes sense. It's crazy. I'm gonna talk about why. It's like that sword is like should be Luffy's straw hat. Oh my God, there's something. If you guys are like, oh man, Par's blue balling us, go watch my Amatsuki Toki catfished Odin theory Amatsuki video about the Void Century. There's one part of there. It'll stand out. It'll stand out now that I said it. Stand out. Maybe it will. That's where I'm jumping off of from that video. Oh my God. I told 3-Day about it. I told 3-Day and Sai about it. That was a fun one for sure. Appreciate Ethereal. Thank you for the super chat. We appreciate you guys. I think like more than anything, that's another thing that Threevil I want to thing. It's like all these creators I bring on, you can see like their genuine care for you guys. You guys talking, being here. In a lot of ways, it's irreplaceable to a lot of creators. I know. Like, I just want to say that because I know I'm missing a lot of super chats. I know I'm not there. I do try to read it as much as I can, but it's like we do care a lot. Most of us, a lot of the people that I've talked to, Joy Girl, Threevil, I would put them in the same boat of care. You know, if Joy Girl didn't have 3 jobs outside of one piece of content creation, she would be more attached. But you know. But Threevil definitely, even when I hopped into his voice calls, is there. I love that too. So let's see, Tungus Bungus. Now I'm not insulting the name; it just threw me off. I had to say that name very carefully. That was where Freudian slips, cancellations could have came. I just gotta be very careful. I don't wanna catch a thing. But Tungus Vungus. $2 super chat says, but why were the clothes and food reported stolen? Tungus Vungus, what is this in reference to? If you're still here, I'm so sorry I didn't get to it earlier. What were we talking about? We were talking about SBS 3 hours ago. SBS, Killer Kid, no. Tama, no. Orochi, no. Zoro? Clothes? If anyone remembers what this might have been in context of, let me know. Reported stolen. What was stolen? Damn. Usually it takes a second for me to remember where this comes back. In Egghead, the police Kuma reporting that clothes and food stolen when Atlas were there and them taking them. Thank you. Got it. All right. So hopefully Tungus ends up seeing this. The clothes and food, why were they reported stolen? Huh. I would imagine it was just like a you know, like when you leave like the department store, you get the beep 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 beep. Maybe they just walk past it and then the Kuma got alerted to that, you know? Interesting. I forget, me and Sai talked about it, why that's an interesting point too. Because if no, I forget where I was gonna go with that, but yeah, if you're still here, Tungus, let me know. But because that is a point that I haven't really thought about too much, but it is something that's interesting. I'm Trevor. I just have a dumb YouTube name. Oh, you're like here explaining yourself in the Twitch chat, and then I get it now. Got it. And the pacifists stopped chasing them when Bonnie aged them, but they were still wearing them. That's true. They were still wearing the clothes. Do you think the Kuma would care more about the clothes and less? Oh man. Not the ACAB jokes here. He cared more about the people than the crime. The thing is, I joked about this in the live reaction. I was like, bro, they stole clothes. You didn't need to blow up your own island. But you know what? That is an important point I want to reflect back on, because the way I see it, those kinds of details, the Pythagoras living was something that if you only would have recognized had you paid attention to Pythagoras's introduction. In that same light, let's look at Kuma introductions, right? So that was one of them. Why did they not care about the clothes, but why were they even sent there? It is interesting. It is interesting. Kube of the Red Sea, yo, I got a good take about this. Feel free to share it, bro. Dr. Jack the half-dead anarchist, anachronist. Oh, whoa, I read that wrong. Anachronist. Wait, isn't that color? All color. Anachronist. Without color? The half-dead person without color. Is that what that means? Is my etymology on point here? Had to join since I was only a 3-ville member so far. Now I have 2. Appreciate Dr. Jack. Tungus Vungus is my dumb old SoundCloud name. Got you. Hunter x Hunter almost has much theory potential. They have a whole new world waiting on them. I hope Hunter x Hunter ends up getting the completion. I saw recent news about the author, like he won't be able to complete it. No, it means not of time, basically. Oh, chrono. Duh. Why did I think color? What made me think of color? That makes so much more sense. Not of time. I was almost there. Just the... Man, I should have remembered, because Cronus and Saturn. God. But appreciate it. Thank you for joining as a member. Another W stream. Thank you, Growth Stonks. Appreciate you being here. I'm a Trevor too, but my name is not dumb. Hey, Trevor, you got some beef to take care of. Mr. Bushido with the €2 says Kid will eventually beat Shanks to too much setup. No, what setup? No. I wish I read this in front of 3-Vol. I wish I did. What do you mean setup? What do you mean too much? Mr. Bushido's memeing right now. I know he's memeing. What setup? The setup is that Luffy is gonna be stronger than Shanks, and it's not good setup if Kid beats him. Eventually, yeah, when Shanks is not in the story, when Shanks is dead, yeah, then maybe Kid could beat him because he could lift his tombstone with magnetism. Fine. That's all he's gonna do. No, Riz, not common Mr. Bushido W. See, the thing is, he gets a W. Why? Because he used the word eventually. Because that means, yeah, eventually. He says the same thing with Carrot, right? He says the same. I'm a slander Mr. Bushido. He's not here right now. I know he's not here right now. He says Carrot's eventually going to come back in the story. Me too. I agree, Carrot. But he's eventually going to join the crew. Yeah, when the story ends and Luffy's like, we're all on the same crew. And Carrot's on the crew. And he's going to come back to me 30 years from now when the story ends. And the Mr. Bushido's going to be like, where's my W, bro? I'm like, are you... Is getting toxic. Mr. Bushido pulls it out of me sometimes. Mr. Bushido does. I appreciate you here. I'm always here to win. Sure. Fine. You take this one. Kosuna asked, have you thought about Queen's comment about Lunarians surviving the most extreme conditions? Do fire powers let you survive in any extreme condition? Lunarian powers adaptation, they can develop any power to adapt to current environment. I thought about it, but not in the context that you're talking about it. Do fire powers let you survive in any extreme conditions? Is that the takeaway? That, you know, honestly, that's not a bad synthesis of how you should look at that, right? Like what we've seen of Lunarians so far, it's like the fire power, right? The fire on their back. That their major way of overcoming most things. I would look at more as an energy source, but like all like Zor, I don't know. It's interesting. I did talk about how like Impel Down could have connected there, but like if you lived on the sun, then being tolerable of fire is a way of surviving it. Yeah, maybe. You know what? That kind of does kind of make sense. Because if you were like an ice person, it's not like you could survive in a fiery world. But if you were a fire person, then you're tolerable of heat and you could survive in a cold world, right? But then can the cold smother out your heat? Not if you're the source of the heat, right? Think about it. I swear soon Par will be bowing to me. I have no mercy. I need to meet Mr. Bushido. I need to meet you. One day if there's a Comic-Con or something in Europe, or you come to the States, I'll meet up. Friend Harper with the $10 super chat says, I also think Joy Boy made the hybrid animals on Gaimon's island. Off of this, fishmen are created by Joy Boy as a way for his people to escape into water. Would explain compatible blood with humans. You think Joy Boy made? I think the whoever had Law's Fruit first made the animals on Gaimon's island. I actually had a video talking about that, but then I just like pocketed because maybe I'll do it as a short. I'll do it as a short now that I'm doing shorts. Fishman one is interesting. I take it the flip way. I think that all humans come from fish. I see it that way. Actually, that's a thing. Canonic, even in our world, and you guys would be like, oh well, that's a theory of history, right? Creationism. No. I'm gonna prove to you. I'm gonna prove to all of you that all humans are fish. Started off as fish, little tadpoles, if you will. I have indisputable piece of knowledge that I will share in that video when it comes to that time. So we'll get there. Dope stream. I'm gonna head out. This is Raw. Thank you, Trevor, for being here. Glad you had a good time. Let me see. Oh, read the other one first. Wait, I missed one? Oh, wait, how did I miss this one? Oh, friend Harper, $10 super chat says, what do you to think about Gaimon foreshadow parallel. I think One Piece will have been reached. Treasure taken. I'm so sorry, I missed this. Treasure taken before the Straw Hat gets there. They will have overlooked an Afro, the true treasure. So I know the Dak Sake love is there. I do more way than one. Chapter 22, Island of Rare Animals. Yes, I think that was Oda's, like, he giggled making that chapter. Why? Because that's the One Piece. Something there, something we missed. It's there. It's not talked about. Whether it's related to the island, whether it's talked about in the story. I think like one of the first things I'll do when we find out the One Piece or learn about it or Laugh Tale, the island, I'm gonna go back to chapter 22. That's like the first thing. Okay, so Kube posted, said, convinced that Blackbeard has always targeted Garp to use putting his devil fruit to get Garp's memory of God Valley. We'll post this message until you see it. Oh, I got it. No, yeah. We talked about that at the Reverie too, is that the pudding, I was talking about it. It was funny because the way it happened was, I think we just got the Garp panel, so then it was a topic of conversation at the Reverie. I brought up the pudding thing because 3-Day brought it to my attention. And then later in the stream, separate, Threeville brought it up, and we both had different perspectives of how it'd go down. But yeah, like ultimately, like I've always said this, after, if we weren't gonna get God Valley from Kaido, we have to get it from Garp. He's the only person left, unless it was Rocks himself, which wouldn't make sense to me. The Rogers Pirates maybe, but like it would make more sense to use Garp in that because like I emphasized in the Fraud Valley video, is that all of Garp's character comes from God Valley. He was touted to be hero of the Marines from God Valley. So like, yes, Garp is going to have plenty of story outside of that, but God Valley is his most important thing that we have to learn about, in my opinion. Besides that, it would be Dragon. How Dragon came about, his interaction with dragons, right? Not dragons, Dragon. Those are like the main things I would see as important. But sorry, go back to friend Harper's thing. Yeah, I definitely see that. That's also another reason why I like Dak Sake's thing about that. But on the same note, hey, if you think about it like that, if Law's fruit is connected to Gaimon's island rather than Joy Boy, that might play an important role about why Law and Luffy are connected the way they are. And it would also explain why Law's power has been touted to a certain extent greater than even Luffy's fruit in desire, right? People don't want Nika's fruit for themselves. They want Nika's fruit to be gone, right? That's people who know about Nika don't want Nika, right? But the people who know about Law's fruit, they want Law's fruit. So that might be an interesting perspective when it comes to the Island of Rare Animals, because the Island of Rare Animals were animals that were like chopped up and like half things. And we get Monet, we get Punk Hazard. Law did much of the same thing, so surprised. Wouldn't be surprised if we saw something like that. Let me see. Juna or Yuna. I've seen your name in the chat and I've never asked myself if I'm reading it correctly. €5 super chat. Let me know if I said that correctly. Here's a theory. Yoru was originally Zoro's dad's sword and carried on his will by becoming a human after his death, and the rest you already know. Yuna, I'm going to have to go to say that comment. Just kidding. I'm not going to. But you're... I'm not going to say anything. Not going to say anything. Love to hear it. Great minds. Great minds. All I'm going to say is, while that's not what I say in my next video, what I say in my next video might support your theory. And your theory is something that I'm not going to discount. I don't think I can discount. That's possible. Maybe not. Maybe grandfather, one way or the other. But strap in. Dr. Jack, you like that one? Yeah. Shinuku gotta work. See you apart. Thank you for being here, stopping by. Did you ever read my super chats? No, I haven't gotten there, L. We're closing in them. We're closing in on them. Oh yeah, actually, let me see what Kube responded with. Mimic Queen talk to the pilot. That makes sense. ParVision is the fish. Hey, honestly, I could be. If you ask my wife, she wouldn't doubt it. I don't eat fish. That might be why I don't like seafood. But that's the growing up. One of my close uncle, like, you know, like in our culture we call everyone uncles, but this, he was really really close to me. I ironically, okay, quick, very quick tangent, because there's a lot of super chats. In our culture, it's like you call everyone by, like brother, right? Like even if it's like your friend, if they're the same age, you call them by, like, you know, familiarity kind of thing. So this uncle of mine, he's technically like a grandpa. He'd be like my grandparents' age. And he had kids, and his kids are my parents' age. That's how far apart we are. And I was introduced to him as his name by. And so ever since I was a kid, like I was like 4 or 5, I would call him brother. Like I would call him by. And like, and I thought that was his name. I thought that was just his name. I didn't know the difference at the time. And so to this day, I'll still call him that. He even stops me from changing. He's like, no, call me that. And it's like, even my parents won't necessarily call him by. Like that's how different it is. And so he was a crazy fisherman, and he'd love going fishing with me because he always caught a lot of fish with me. And one of our stories is I caught 60 fish in 1 hour on a dock of a lake. And it was like the crazy thing. There was sizable fish. Like none of these fish were fish that you had to throw back. All perfectly sized fish. Caught 60 fish an hour. I sat there. I was like, wait a second. That means a fish per minute. And he's like, yo. And he was just sitting back on his chair. He's like, yeah, reel him in, par. That's crazy. And then I'm like, wait, I don't even eat fish. And he's like, oh yeah. And then what we ended up doing is we gave fish away to other people who were fishing, and they didn't end up catching fish. And so we were like, here's 5 fish. And we came to the dock with a few families. So we gave each family 10 fish. And we gave other people who couldn't get fish 5 fish. And there was like other kids who were sad. And I was like, here's fish. And we just walked around. And but yeah, so like, hey, I could be a fish. That could be why I don't eat fish. So like that was the one thing that he wanted me to do, because he loves seafood. He was like, wait, you love fishing? And I was like, no. I don't necessarily love fishing. I do love fishing, but when I was a kid, it was more like I was good at fishing, you know? And then, but I never ate fish. So he always ate my serving of the fish. Par provides his children with fish. Yeah, that'd be fun. 60 fish in an hour. Yeah, it was like these sunfish. I'm pretty sure they're called sunfish. Like they're just like the normal fish that was there, and they were probably like 7-8 inches long, and they were like round and oval, that kind of thing. Fish only eat lesser fish. Are you saying I'm the least fish? I'm the least fishy fish of the fishes? Is that why? Am I a starfish? Party fish hunter. All fish conquers confirmed. Yo, hold that thought, Dr. Jack. Hold that thought. No, I'm not talking about it here, but in a future video. Just know that the celestial dragon fish agenda, Buggy is a fish agenda, is not dead. In that video where I talk about how all of humanity comes from fish, even in our world, I'm gonna talk about that. All fish have conquerors. It's true. In the One Piece world. Sunfish. Hold on, I have to know. Was it sunfish? Is that what they're called? Because that's kind of crazy. No, this is ocean sunfish. I'm talking about like a lake sunfish. Lake sunfish. Was it sun? Nah, it can't be a sunfish. Oh wait. Yeah, we're these guys. Yo, we're these. What are these? Red breast sunfish? Yeah, it was versions of these. Oh yeah. It was these guys. So like some of them are small and you're supposed to put them back, but like most of the ones I caught were like, yo, you see this one? This guy is a big one. Yeah, that was it. All right, let me get back to what's it called? The super chats. The all blue is actually just Par's bath. Oh god. Not Sanji in my bathroom, bro. Get him out of there. Ethereal split with the $2 super chat says kid was tanking Big Mom's attacks like it was nothing. Hold on. Not to revive that conversation. Let's not say nothing, all right? Patek, hey, if you want to call me that, Patek, go for it. You can call me Parbai. I don't do that. It was just with him, and I've used it wrong. Like my mom always yelled at me because I don't call my brother that, but my brother is just like, yeah, that's weird. Don't do that. So. Par used the voice of all things and talked them into the boat. Yo, all I'm saying is if you guys listen, teching. Oh man, now we're just gonna talk about this every stream. But teching stream, I told a story. Oh no, was it teching stream? No, it was in the 50/50 podcast. So if you guys don't know, I have a podcast with Sai, another One Piece content creator. We talked about that story where the fish were just coming at me. If I had a fishing rod there, oh, get this. I didn't even say the craziest part. My dad, side story. My dad's not the most supportive father when it came to those kinds of things, right? He thought fishing was a waste of time. Bro, I was like 7 years old, and he's like, "That's a waste of life." That's why I love that uncle that I had, because I just like, I want to go over there so we can go fishing, right? So, this is, we were generally well off growing up, right? My brother less so, is more of like when I was born, it was a lot easier. I think that kind of happens when you have a first kid, and then second kid, you have more things put together. But that aside, we could afford fishing rods. Like we could afford them, right? But when we went fishing, I just used, my dad was just like, I'm not going to get a fishing rod. It's too much. We're not going to store it. So what he did was he made, and like, again, when I was a kid, it wasn't like a thing. And this isn't like a thing that I would say badly about my dad or anything like that. But he took like a rod, again, from Home Depot. So we just got a rod, like one of those fiberglass rods, like the ones that are really hard to break, like has really good tensile strength or whatever. And he put a handle on it, like a what are those called? The snow cleaner, the handle. Put one of the handles on it, taped it on, and just put a line of string on it. And so I literally, that 60 fish an hour, that was with a stick and string, bro. And I wasn't even using real bait. Like I was just oh my god, I forgot about that. And my uncle, he had good fishing rods, and I'd love to use his, but I got used to just using a stick and string. It was my favorite. So it's just whoosh, and yeah, it was a lot of fun. A lot of fun that way. I've never went fishing. Fishing is just relaxing. If you've never gone, I'd say do it one time. May not be your thing. I think it's fun once all the stars aligned. You just feel connected to nature. So Minecraft fishing, right? Yeah, exactly. This was his hockey training arc. He never realized, yes, while fishing. Ryro, right? Isn't that crazy? Like, I still question to this day, but like, I asked my brother, I was like, wait, we fished with just stick and string, right? And he's like, yeah. And my brother never really caught fish. It was just me. Oh man, that was good times. Fishing is a basic vital survival skill, not ever a waste of. Yeah, there, exactly. I think a lot of people who live in the city, they're starting to come around to go out and do fishing. This is a weird thing. People don't have a lot of time. One of my favorite things, another side, was my baby cousin. I call him baby cousin. He's like 20 now. During the pandemic, everyone's on TikTok, all this thing. My cousin and his friends, they just started going fishing. I was like, what? What do you mean you went fishing? Like, these are kids who play Call of Duty and Xbox night in, night out. And then he gives me an update, like, yo, we just went fishing. I was like, what do you mean you went fishing? Like in Minecraft? Like in game? In like Fortnite? Like they added fishing? He's like, no. Like in real life. I was like, oh, what? I was so happy. When I heard that. It's a great thing. All right. Tangent aside, let's get to this thing. Kid was not tanking Big Mom like it was nothing. By the way, he was definitely hurt. All right, that's disrespectful to Big Mom. Let's not do that. What I will say to this day, Kid, the one thing that bothers me, and I don't know how Oda can write that Kid will make a railgun, but then not write in that Kid should be immune. Say it with me, guys. Kid should be immune to lightning. There should be no world where Kid should ever be hit with lightning. There's no way that Big Mom's Fulgora, or when Big Mom set off Hera, whatever, on the roof and he got electrocuted, give me magnetism powers? Never happening. What do you mean? How do you get hit by that? That is the one thing, okay? Push it away. Exactly. Say it loud, say it proud. That is the one thing about Kid that you can't have a debate about with me. Like, you can't give him a railgun and then tell his power is magnetism, and then the first thing you learn about magnetism, it pulls charges away. Like, he should be immune. Cool, Dad. Your dad made you a pro fisher. True, true. I would say I would give it to the uncle more because I only went fishing with that stick with him because my dad wouldn't take me fishing necessarily. But fair enough, fair enough. Par is just like, oh, a bad fishing rod, I can still one shot him. Exactly. You know what it was like? It was like that the Mario Party game where you just like catch money. It was like that. It was like that. That was so much fun. My brother, I remember my brother when he was a kid, he's like, you fish just like that Mario Party. Yo, that's funny. That's crazy. Kid acts like a fridge magnet. Yes! Big Mom's lightning was a homie. Okay, but it's still lightning. What do you mean? It's still lightning. Hello? Like, it doesn't matter if it's a homie or not. It's lightning. Scott Bergaban, $2 super chat. I'm currently showering, but look at these two chats. That's a good time to. He was showering, super chatted, and was watching us. Hey. Either Scott Bergaban replaces his phone every time. His shower has a waterproof screen in it, which I've seen. Yo, shout out to Scopper. Scopper also chatted, Mr. Miles, don't what shower? I like how he super chatted that. People in the shower are probably like, what? Why are you watching while in the shower? And he's like, you guys don't shower? You're the weird one. Oh my god. I went fishing one time. I fell asleep for like an hour and a half, so I don't know if I caught anything or not. I needed the naps though, so I didn't complain. Hey, shout outs to the naps. Everyone needs naps. Scopper Gabon $2 super chat says, where's Arturo? Arturo as in one of our chatters, or Arturo as in Arturo Library of Ohara? Because I'd love to get Arturo on one of these calls. I probably maybe in a little bit. I know we're both kind of like, we have a lot of things to cover. So yeah, my brother has a waterproof 45-inch TV by his tub. What? They make waterproof TVs like that? I was talking about like a modded like situation, like it was behind like a panel. Interesting. Skyberg Bond $2 super chat says, Mr. Miles, I super chat if I want, you aren't mod. Oh my god, what is happening? Skyberg Bond, I'm so sorry you have to fight people. Another super chat, Skyberg Bond, I love kid, not kids. That's weird. I'm gonna say it out front. I'm gonna say it up front. I think kids are more likable than Eustace Kid. I'm gonna hit that. I'm gonna hit that note real quick. Skyberg Bond $2 super chat just said 3. Very interesting. Umbrella with the SGD 7 SGDs. The super good democratic money. Thank you, Umbrella, with the 7 of those. And then he gives us another 298 and says, Dad Vision clapping cheeks. Shout out to you. For context, he comments out on all my videos. And then sometimes comments other things as well. Let's see. Kid Railgun versus Frankie's Radical Beam. So Radical Beam is interesting. Magnetism, bending light is if he was capable of that, Oda would be going hella scientific. I can easily see him saying like light you can't magnetize it, right? But then again, maybe Oda's the type to be like, you can, right? Light acts as a particle and a wave, and in that regard it can bend, right? We know gravity, but Kid has not put out the amount of magnetic power force to be on par with even Fujitora's gravity fruit, right? Magnetism is a much lesser force when it comes to gravity, though they act similarly. Their source of power is slightly varied, which is confusing because everything has a charge and everything has gravity. gravity is mass and charge is energy based. So like if this were Dr. Stone, maybe, but I could see Oda romantically talking about that, like kid. But then again, if he's not having him dodge full Gora and everything with his magnetic powers, I don't see him dodging the laser beams. But technically, theoretically, yes, you could. Technically, you could, but like no, I don't even think Magneto. Like Magneto, given Magneto is like one of the higher tiers of magnetic powers in fiction, I don't even think Magneto was bending light like that. I have to think about that more, but yeah, I don't think that's how it would work. Percentage chance, how likely do you think it is for Frankie to get green blood? High chance. High chance Frankie or Usopp get green blood. I'm on that boat. So lightning can't hit him, but fire can, like solar radiation? Yeah, it's interesting. If that comment is clipped, it can be taken out of context really fast. Wait, which one? Fair enough. I mean, it's not exactly false, Patek. I mean, to get a kid, to become a dad, you kind of have to, right? Let me see. I saw Kube say something. Oh wait, hold on. I don't know why this isn't a thing yet. Kube said, my question is where Kobe was taken from when Alvida took him. I feel that was never touched. I have a few thoughts on that. I'll talk about that in a different time though. That's a whole different tangent. Let me see. Magneto still loses Child Kazar. Yeah, it's interesting. I could listen to Teacher Par for hours. Hey, I'm gonna try to get that third channel up very soon. Very soon. The science channel. The ParVision. That channel is up. Has the logo. First video is there. I just gotta get more things. More time. WoW fell with the 50 Qatar. I'm pretty sure that's Qatar. I don't know. Is it rupees? It's not rupees, right? What are your current headcanons about Blackbeard fruit theories? Oh, I mean, Threeville shared his, the octopus one. I think he also has the multiple soul one. So, sorry, Wowful, for not getting to that earlier. But thank you for being here. The Blackbeard fruit theories, yeah, Threeville's definitely I think he talks about it a lot. For me, I think I just see his my main thing is I see his Yami Yami as a possible mythical zone. At this point it doesn't even need to be like that, but I do see as a mythical zone. I have a video or two about that. The Shadows theory corroborates as well. Finally, we're at LL Super Chat. Is Chopper just merch now? Yeah, Chopper's just merch now. Until he's not, he is. L, thank you for the $10 Super Chat. The thing is, I'm not even gonna buy Chopper merch, but I'm glad to get it. But the fact that this SBS kind of like so the other way Oda could have answered the SBS addressing Chopper's situation with the Ibisu town, he could have said Chopper tried to help them, and in conversation, in his research, he realized he couldn't do it yet. And Artur actually said that. Artur said that in the translation it says not yet, which implied that Chopper might do it later. Chopper with Vegapunk possibly. But even in that conversation, the way he answered it's like, yeah, Chopper's merch, bro. Sad to say. I forgot if I ever shared this, but that's the reason why I was against any character for Nakama theory. Not necessarily like I have my own, obviously the Shanks one, and like Carrot, Yamato, whatever. When Yamato's situation, I never wanted another Nakama, because you add more, you get less. And what I mean by that is you get more people, but you get less of those people, right? It's not Brooks' fault, it's not Jinbei's fault, it's not their fault, it's not Frankie's fault, but you got them, cool, and then we got less of Chopper, right? We get less of Usopp. It's a sad thing. I mean, What did they do on Onigashima, right? What did Usopp? You literally like I implore you to timeline Usopp and Onigashima. Nothing really of like crazy value, right? So that's the thing. You add more friends on the crew, you get less focus on them. That's my take. So I think Chopper is relegated to merch until he's not. Karen is joining Mr. Bushido. Sure. Brooks' Fruit Awakening when he died, but in the worst possible location. That'd be kind of crazy. Make more Nakama, just kill them for dramatic. The Will of Dreams saying that's wild. What on earth is Brooks' actual fruit? It's interesting. I see I touched something, saw sparkle in his eyes. You did. For sure. There's some fun conversation that spawn off of that. Let's see. Brad W with the $10 super chat said Luffy's devil, Naruto's demon, Naruto Hokage, Luffy's king, Naruto lost Sasuke, Luffy lost Ace, time skip, Imu Kaguya, Obito, Mask is a jokester, Toby, Roger's makeup, clown, Rogers is Buggy. So I read that verbatim, and now let me synthesize this. Okay, so Rogers makeup, clown, Rogers is Buggy. But how would Roger and Buggy Roger and Buggy were concurrent though? But what I will give you, Brad, if you're listening, go check out the Rocks is Stronger theory, because it completes the ending. The Obito part, that's what I'm saying. I'm saying that the Stronger is what Toby is. There might be a person behind Stronger that will tell us who the Obito is, and that Obito might be that crazy level of it. Saying it by end of 2023, I'll collab with ParVision. Y'all heard it here. That's the power of manifestation. I mean, for sure, we'll be you set sail on the blue seas. We'll see where that takes you. Let's see how what kind of reputation you garner, Kube. And when that reputation starts making a name for yourself, we'll bring your Conquer Hockey self here on the stream, right? Stronger is a horse, yeah. The person behind Stronger is even stronger. Exactly, Ryro. Christian Chagaruli. I like that name. Where does that come from? I feel like I don't know. Chagaruli. Is either that's a made-up name or that's a culture, that's a name etymology that I don't know of. I like that. It almost is that like? Is that no? I was thinking like Thai. It almost sounds like Thai or. I don't know. Interesting. $5 super chat says, where do y'all think Mihawk is, and what do you think he's doing? Mihawk? Oh, he is training Mr. One right now, without a doubt. Mr. One, when he shows up, will become a black blade. He'll be able to infuse his blade, his devil fruit blades, with Haki, and he'll become a full black blade, making him even more of a formidable foe. Mihawk, why would he do that? Because there is a man who has a little sword in front of him, and Mihawk's journey is to find and fight the strongest swordsman. So why wouldn't he fight Mr. One? I think Mr. One is who he's fighting, and he's probably training there. Like, he's probably just chilling. The other thing about it is, when you really think about it, where is Mihawk ever? Mihawk is always chilling. He's always having fun. He's always just like, even when he's hunting Dawn Creek, it was out of fun. When he was fighting Zoro, it's because he was entertained. When he was on Muggy Kingdom and he's training Zoro, he was literally gardening with monkeys. Like, he's never doing anything. Like, when you really think about Mihawk is not this, like, he's not like a Shanks kind of guy. You know what I mean? Mihawk is a polar opposite in that regard. He's just like, yeah, sipping this wine, gardening with monkeys. Oh man, the Marines are coming after me. That's obnoxious. You know what I mean? Like, I'm just trying to have fun. I'm Mihawk. You know what I mean? Like, that's how I see it. Growth Stonks asks, is Dracula Mihawk from Leloucia? I definitely see a way that makes sense, but right now Leloucia has a weird situation, right? They emphasize King Seki's teeth, then we get Stussy, vampire, but no one else on Leloucia has vampire teeth. Are vampires a thing? Mihawk doesn't have those teeth. It's weird. I don't know what to make of it. I've thought about all of those connections, and I don't know where those connections lead us to. Like ParVision would say, Mihawk is busy unsheathing. Exactly. Ooh, he's trying to find his sheath. Maybe he lost his sheath. Maybe that's a real journey. Oh god, that's a crazy analogy. Planet X is called that because it was the 10th planet. Oh, this is a theory about the Nibiru thing. I saw that previously. Plot hole detective, I see you. Mr. One teamed up the Seraphim Mihawk, wielding Mihawk the sword, also teamed with Zoro. Exactly. All goes back to Sumeria. I can see it. How do you think the world government controllers the bats that carry the message? I don't know. I've talked about that. I'm actually gonna make another short about that because when I posted it before on my short platforms, it was all in the form of a tweet. But what's it called? That's an odd one because that, you know why that's odd? It's because what I tweeted, and you can see in my TikTok, I think it did decently well. I was saying like this will be we have to keep an eye on bats because one way or another the world government is tied to bats somehow, and I'm curious, is it like connected to Gorosei? But then we get Stussy who has bat wings, and I'm like, what? And we know that like Stussy, it has some like weird connection. I mean, she was inserted in the CP0 for 20 years. I don't know where to go with the bat thing, but I can definitely see somewhere. I'll make another short so that we can expand that conversation though. Oh, and for those of you guys who don't know, the way the world government, the way the Gorosei announced their messages, it's not with news coups, it's with bats. So if you go back to chapter 596, when Buggy, or 595, one over there, when Buggy got his warlord notice, it was from a bat. When Jinbei got it from the flashback chapter 626, 627, around there, Jinbei got it from a bat. Those are the 2 points we're talking about. Head out, Mr. Bishop. Thank you for being here. Thank you for the support. Yo, Randy Troy, Mr. Savage himself. We shouted out the Tama theory. I had a whole video about it too. Taking the W's, showing up. The man, the myth, the legend, Randy Troy. How you doing? I'm just going through super chats. I'm still really far back. And once we get to the super chats, then we'll end the stream and I can make that video. That'll be exciting. Yeah, Randy's here. I think what ends up happening, whenever there's like a crazy reaction in the community with SBSs specifically, or not SBSs, me and Randy usually share a similar sentiment. A lot of people go towards like the negative route, but then Randy's like, no, hold on, I can see this. This makes sense, you know? So I'm sure Randy's on that boat. I didn't get to see the full theory because I was out, or the stream, but missed the main show. Damn. Yo, it was a good one. We were talking about yeah. Randy already knows. I'm preaching to the choir about this. Rock's Fraud Valley agenda. Randy's already on that. Like, if anything, like Randy can probably paint a whole another picture too. So. About damn time. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, so if you guys are doubters of the Fraud Valley Rocks thing, just know that Randy's also in a similar, I don't know if it's exact same one. If Randy watches the Fraud Valley video, then he'll know. But that's too much time. But I can say we talked about it when he was playing Odyssey, that people need to see the light. People need to read between the lines. People need to read the lines, first of all. Been on it. The Savage crew is here. You know how it is. So Andrew Connor with the $10 super chat says, hey Par, I wanted to hear your thoughts on my Rome piece theory. Also, York could be traitor Vegapunk. Could be the traitor Vegapunk because her name is derived from York, England, where Constantine was proclaimed emperor. I actually have been looking at the Constantine angle a lot. I don't even know when this video is. Oh no, this is a secret video. I haven't even told anyone about it. The Rome piece one, I'm definitely open to share it in the Discord. I'm also certain Hidden would love to do it because me and Hidden have a Rome piece agenda. He's the one who put me on a Rome piece more so than Greek piece because I was on Greek piece, he was on Rome piece, and then we came together and realized the thematic is the world government being Rome, is probably where we're going at. And then later on, I think right after that was when we got seraphims in the story, which is like a reference to the Bible. And then we got Saint J. Garcia Saturn, and then obviously the Vatican connections with Eam and the world government is there. So definitely open to that. York, the other reason why I think York trader thing could make sense is because two things. She should know that S Snake has that power, where if she is disturbed, not disturbed, but not completely in control of her emotions, she'd get turned to stone, right? If you're aware of her powers, you'd be very wary of that. But the other reason why is because all of the names for the satellites follow some kind of thematic, and in every conversation, York is the outlier in all regards. I painted out why Atlas is an outlier, but York is more of an outlier than Atlas. Sengoku, so from Randy, Sengoku in the world government is not a reliable narrator. Boom. Sengoku saying he was the most evil just says to me that he was dangerous to them. Boom. Keep on spin, Randy. That's what I'm saying. I needed to have a cameo of Randy in that video now I'm thinking about it. Because that's exactly what it is. It's like the way if Luffy got captured in Enies lobby, that's what they would say about Luffy. And Luffy is not, like, I don't care what you think, like, Luffy's not what people think Rocks to be. Right? Agree with Randy. Yep. I also think it's Greek piece. I think it is Greek piece. I think it's Rome piece. I think it's all piece. I think that's what the One Piece is. It's all pieces of all these cultures. But the last saga is definitely Greek Roman. Because they are, damn, I don't want to say this wording, but it's a known thing. It's just when I say it out loud, I'll say it out loud. Greek is known to be the cradle of Western civilization, and Rome is the cradle of modern society in a lot of ways. Both are the cradles of civilization, which is obnoxious to me because, you know, Greek aside, the outskirts, the outshoots of Rome ended up destroying the other ancient civilizations. Because to this day, it blows my mind that Oxford University and the Mayan civilization were concurrent. They were at the same time, same era. That's still to this day the most wild thing. The Mayan civilization existed when when Oxford University was we have records of Oxford University has starting even before that. So it's wild. Yo, what's up, Ked Knight? What's up, Ked Knight? How you doing? Fancy seeing you here. We're on a longer stream, but we're catching up with the super chats here. We're catching up. Still talking about One Piece. Oh my god. The timing of this super chat is hilarious. So Lil Autism with the $20 super chat, appreciate you. Said howdy. Thank you for the support. Appreciate you. Woo. I like how you just come in and show support. And I feel like it's just to meme on me, so I say your name. Finished Attack on Titan season 4 episode, now I'm chilling. Got you. Oh, did the new episode Attack on Titan? Oh, I gotta watch it then. Baby Pluton with the $5 super chat says the map of our world isn't up to scale because Africa is much larger than portrayed on globes and maps. Oh yeah, you're talking about how it gets skewed in how we draw the maps because we have a preference of perspective, right? But if you were to actually draw it, it'd all be different size. Was it that Africa was huge or oh yeah, it's shown smaller than it is and Europe is shown bigger than it is because that was a European focus. How are you still going, Part? I'm going through super chats. I gotta get through these super chats, right? And honestly, I've been going through some tangents. I talked about how I might be a fishman, you know, like I may myself be a fishman, as that's why I don't like seafood. I eat seafood sometimes, but I don't like it. I don't know, something about it just feels wrong. That might be why. Baby Blue Down $10 super chat says, I thought this landscaping reminded me of Impel Down, especially the buildings, and so that island that could have been God Valley, but was Luciad, and the landscaping changed to a hole underneath. Oh, so you're saying this thing from Randy, I know you're here. Real quick, something that was really cool. Shout out to Kube, who's here, and Den Kushi. They pointed out that, you know how Oda always flips where we are, but he always gives us like, hey, look, this is the island home of the Warriors of Elbaf. Every time we get a setting change, we get a note of where it is, even if it's a random island. Again, like chapter 95, when Mihawk landed on Shanks's island, I think it's chapter 95, 96. Oda said a random island. But here we switch to Mother Caramel's flashback, and not a single time did we see where this was. And like, we've never seen like architecture exactly like this. They say that it might have been Marineford prior, and so God Valley, this could be God Valley 1. This is Marineford, so Marineford is God Valley. It got destroyed in the event, so the names changed to Marineford, which is why it's not on the maps. And that's why Marineford is what it looks like now. That hole in it could be a reference to that as well. And while I'm warming up to that full idea, actually. I'm warming up to the full idea. But at the minimum, this could be God Valley, and that could play a whole role as to like the Marineford agenda. And why did I talk about this? Oh, because the Impel Down thing. Baby Blue Down, I'm saying this being Impel Down because the architecture. That's another thing. Impel Down, at the surface of it, it's like a beautiful greenery place. You guys like remember? I saw the video on that. It's a dope idea. Yeah, it's a dope idea. I love it. I love that they found like these are my favorite things to find. When Oda breaks his pattern, and he broke his pattern here 100%. Like, we've gotten to know the most randomest of islands, and yet he didn't tell us this island. So it's exciting. And the Impel Down one, that one's interesting too. That one is interesting. The one thing I will say about Impel Down is that Mother Caramel had to be concurrent with Morley. Morley was said to be in prison at Impel Down. Morley was said to be in prison at Impel Down 100 years ago, I believe. So, and I'm not sure about the context. So I don't know if this is the same thing. Oh, you meant Annie's lobby, not Impel Down? Yeah, there's a lot of context here because the giants being executed at Annie's lobby would be crazy, because then that's why they were working there, right? Oimo and Kashi. Maybe. A lot of interesting perspectives, and I'm just glad that someone brought like Kube and Den brought that to the attention, because now I'm gonna be cooking with this. And so we got Hassan Z with the $10 super chat, says, love the content, keep it up, appreciate you. Hopefully you're still here for me to read that. Yeah, it's a Katha B. I can't pronounce it. I have been looking into that. The Anti-Cathria or whatever. And specifically, that gets memed on a lot because the ancient alien guys, George Popstacka, you guys know the crazy ancient aliens guy. He's the one who like popularized it again recently, and he says about all this stuff, but it's like, we don't have the technology, we don't understand how this works, and he gets like the most niche expert opinion on it. And like, yeah, I went to Harvard University for a day, so then they put Harvard University under the thing, and then they're like, I don't know how this works. So I want to do more research on that clock, but I do know that a lot of people have corroborated that that's a very interesting mechanism clock that is very difficult for us to make now. And I wouldn't be surprised if it comes back into play here, because Threeville had the theory of the sun calendar, and it could be like a connection of all those things. Could be a connection. Speaking of patterns, so Randy Troy says, speaking of patterns, expecting a Crocodile and Mr. 3 update soon. We got the Vivi and Wapol update. Now the Giants. Let's keep the Arabasta Saga characters update train going. Hey, I would like that, because if we get Crocodile update, then we're getting Mihawk update. I need to see both. Doran Ross Chuvia, $5 super chat, says, because you're still streaming. I'm assuming you're saying you're super chatting because I'm still streaming. I'm glad. Thank you. Like I can't, Monday was a longer stream, also because I had no time to do anything One Piece related necessarily in the last 2 days. So I'm enjoying it right now. I'm enjoying it. Hey, and if you guys like me rambling on about random stories and stuff like that, did start a podcast with Sai, 50/50 podcast. I think we're trying to keep it under 2 hours, so have a lot of fun there. I posted up on my VODs channel, by the way, with a 50/50 podcast. It's gonna migrate to its own thing as soon as we get time to like slate out all the stuff. You give so much time to streaming. Yeah, this is the most fun part of it. This is the most fun part of having this channel. I mean, how many of you guys have like, again, like it's like you don't have. It's hard to find One Piece people in real life, though we're numerous. But this is a room full of One Piece fans. Gotta appreciate that, right? Mr. Bushido with the €2 super chat says, "Kid gets the Sanji treatment a lot. I 100% Kid gets a W." How many times did I get back on Mr. Bushido's super chat only to come back to like the head hitting the wall of Kid getting a W? The Kid's not getting a W. What can I bet on this? Like I don't know what I'll do. I'll figure something. If Kid wins, I'll eat my words for sure. Mr. Bushido with the €2 says, "If Carrot joins, name Shark Bushido." Just kidding. Oh my god, wait, that's crazy. He future sight. I said, what do I bet? And he wanted me to name this shark in the next super chat. Mr. Bushido. You know, honestly, Kid. No. You know what? That's fair. A lot of people have been saying to name it. If Kid gets a W against Shanks, we will name this shark Mr. Bushido. All right? I like that. Good future sight there, Mr. Bushido. That's crazy. Been here the whole time, love just listening. That's what we're here for. Just, I don't know. It feels good. Feels good. I have a coworker who won't read the manga, doesn't want spoilers. It's the worst. But my bestie doesn't care, so I can spoil stuff with him. Share a lot of theories. Yeah, it's just I've now experienced this. And I can tell you it's one of the coolest things. I've experienced this in 2 ways. I'm gonna try and close out the stream in 5 hours, so that's in 15 minutes. I think we'll be able to get to the super chats. So 15 minutes. Just want to give you guys a heads up, so you guys are like, ah, damn, the stream ended. But so 2 different ways, right? One of my best friends is in the chat. We always watched anime together, right? But we were friends first, and then anime came second, and we talk about anime. We like the same things. Sometimes there's things I watched, he doesn't watch, and we share them. Cool connection. But we were friends first, right? Last year I experienced it the flip way with the Hidden Islands specifically, but also like Mosh, a lot of people, right? Where essentially I got to know them through One Piece, and then when we met in person, we were really like, we just became really great friends. And Hidden said it was like, bro, it feels like I've known you for like my entire life, but like this is the first time I'm meeting you in person. And like the reason why that's the thing is because we talked so much about One Piece, and we got to learn about each other and talk outside of that. And like my best friend who I met first got to meet like that One Piece talk, and they came to like a baby shower type of thing. And it's like, it's just so cool because that was the same way there. And then on the flip side, I got to meet a few fans, viewers. I don't want to say fans. That's gross. Viewers that watch the channel, and like our only connection was One Piece, and they watched my channel, and then we ended up talking like 10-15 minutes. And it's like, it's just so much fun where it's like, imagine doing that with any other, meeting a stranger and being able to just feel comfortable about talking about crazy stuff, right? Like I forget who it was, but it's just this is the craziest one. It was a shirtless dude. I might describe like, it was a shirtless dude. All right, shirtless dude comes up to me in like a convention. Not me. Now I spoiled it. Shirtless dude comes up to you, right? You talk for like 10-15 minutes, right? And it's like, yeah, at the beach, normal, but like in the middle of the city, This guy cosplaying Ace. He was just shirtless, comes up. By the way, it was like negative like 3 degrees or something. Cold. I'm confused at how he's warm. I was wearing my Shaka cosplay, so I had the thing, the helmet on. Where we were standing, the sunlight was just coming in, and I was getting cooked inside, right? And he was like, "Bro, I love your Shaka cosplay." And we were just talking for like maybe like 2-3 minutes, and like we were in the middle of conversation talking about like Egghead, talking about Shaka, all this stuff. And then we were talking about the convention, how much fun, what he's doing after, what he did yesterday because he was at the convention the days before. And then I took off my helmet, and then he instantly was like, "Wait, are you ParVision?" And I was like, stop, you're memeing on me. You're actually memeing on me. I was like, "Wait, how would you meme on me but also know who I am?" So I lifted up my helmet, and I was like, no. And then we ended up talking more, and it was like I'm like, you guys know I'm like self-conscious with the thing. I'm just distracting myself by not looking at the camera in the chat, and we ended up talking way more after that. And it was this dope dude, and it's literally just from One Piece. And we talked. He didn't even know what I looked like. I didn't care what he looked like. Yeah, we were talking about One Piece. And then I took out the thing, and he's like, "Yo, you're ParVision. This is my favorite theory, Miyagi's sword." I forget which one he said. I think it's the Nolan one. He said the Nolan one was his favorite video of mine. And we ended up talking, and he almost came to dinner with us, but he had plans before. And it's like, how many situations do you get something like that? The only times I've ever heard of something like that, it's like, yeah, you go to a concert of like someone you really like or whatever, but like you could be a fan of the same artist but be completely different. You know what I mean? And but with One Piece, it's like you kind of bridge those gaps for One Piece. So that was a long tangent. I saw Ryan Choi say "feel that." He knows what I'm talking about. He's out there. Got a lot of people recognizing him. Yeah, it was a funny thing. I wish I was streaming that moment because I was like, "No, stop it." Like I was like, "You're lying to me. You're making this up." Like you came up to me knowing. And he's like, "No, I didn't know that. This is the first time I saw you cosplaying." And I was like, it's like, damn, he's not lying. He actually recognized me. I like started blushing so hard, and I was blushing. I was like, no, I'm not blushing. It's just the sun is in my eyes. It was that kind of thing. But yeah, it was a fun thing. How did I get there? How did I talk about that? I don't even know. All right, whatever. Ethereal Split with a $2 super chat says, "Does this mean Zoro's dad long?" Let me just give the context. I said Zoro is a plant. We just got confirmation that Zoro's mom in the SBS, his name is Terra, Mother Earth. So his thing is saying, does this mean Zoro's dad? Is this confirmation that Zoro's dad long pee styled the dirt? Weirder things have happened in One Piece. I would say weirder than that is the Tontada and Big Mom situation, right? That's weirder. Papag became a human and he was a starfish. I don't know how that goes about. I'm just throw it out there. No. The imagery that came into my mind, like, I don't know, you guys probably don't have this, but because I'm like in a thumbnail kind of state, because that's so important for videos, and I have to ask like an artist to make it. Sometimes when I think of ridiculous things, I'm like, what would that look like as a thumbnail? Oh god, just prepare yourself, guys. One day, Mr. Bushido with the €5. I swear, if this is about kid, I swear, Mr. Bushido, Emu is based off of a Celtic Dark Lord. It's not about kid or Carrot. Oh my god! And Luffy is her grandson, and based off the Irish sun god Lu. The Irish have a sun god? That's crazy. P.S. Hard sellout Barto or Straw Hat joining Giant joins kid. Man, they're not joining the crew, but they're gonna be joining the fleet. I see that. Emu is based off Celtic Dark Lord. That sounds crazy, but the thing is, the Ireland, France, German, Turks, like all of those niche Norse mythology also, you do have to take that in consideration now that we have the Roman stuff, right? Because all of that stuff, Roman stuff, it all is like a cycle. It's all a cycle. Damn, I didn't even think about that. Wait, Randy, were you talking about the Zora's a plant thing getting confirmed? That was, I woke up to that. Let me just tell you guys how my morning worked. I didn't know that the SBS came out till much later. The first messages was Zora's a plant confirmed. Zora's a plant confirmed. I was like, what? What do you mean? Like, what happened on a Wednesday night that or morning that Zora's the plant? And then the SBS came out, and I'm like looking for the connection, and then I see Terra. I'm like, is this why? And then I ask her, I was like, yeah. I'm like, damn. The vision, it incepts the brain, making the connections when I don't even need to make them anymore. Let's see though. Scotberg Bond, $2. Oh man, I asked where the Eddie's at. He asked where's Eddie at. I don't know who Eddie is. Scotberg Bond, are you still here? Can you tell me who Eddie is? L Super Chat with $2 says the 4 kids made me dip out of there as a kid, sadly. That's fair. See, the thing is, that's fair, but you knew about One Piece. It was there. You know, you gave it a chance later. And I have a friend, he was in Greece, and he watched the Greek version, which is, in my opinion, tiers worse than the 4 Kids version. And so he dropped it. Right? He wasn't watching One Piece. In Greece, they don't call it One Piece. They called it Drake the Monkey. Or no, they don't call it Drake the Monkey. It's Drake. Luffy is Drake the Monkey, though, in the Greece thing. And so then when he moved to the States, all of his friends were like, yo, we gotta watch One Piece. And he's like, wait, I've watched One Piece. Why are you guys calling it One Piece? It's Drake. And then he gave it a chance again. And he's like, wait, this is dope. So one way or the other, it's fun. It's dope. Wait a moment. I've been streaming for, oh God, 5 hours. Yeah. Skyberg Bond, $2 Super Chat says 3 hours and 33 minutes. That's goated for sure. God, appreciate Threeville giving us that time. That's what I got. Well, not now, but if you guys aren't subbed to Threeville, definitely go. We both got flooded with the mentions on this. So yeah, we did, Randy. But yours, yours is an S tier, right? Mine was an imaginary S tier. Let's be honest. Like, you waking up to that made sense. Oh God. Man, I was so excited when I saw the Tama thing, because that was the next. Once I saw the SBS release, I saw the Tama one. I was like, yo, that's wild. Eddie is Threeville. Oh, where Eddie at? Yeah, we were streaming for 3 hours prior. Scopper Gabon $2 says, do you ever wonder why Tekking never ages? Yeah, because he has the power of youth. Tekking does age. I've seen some of his old videos, but it's also like not getting old. It's like he just looks like he just looks like he matured, but like not even like I'm not wording this properly, but you can tell Tekking now versus 2 years ago, different Tekking. You just can't put your put your finger on it, you know what I mean? But you know that this was an older Tekking. It's weird. It's like a hockey thing. It's definitely interesting. Skyward Bound $2 says, my theory is Tekking is emu. Oh, I read that. I feel that. The immortal youth. Tekking got the perennial youth surgery. Makes sense. Have you ever read Oda's one-shot called Wanted? Yes. I addressed that in my Zoro videos with the Ryuma thing. I'm assuming you're talking about this because it's like, you know, connects to the lineage thing. The way I see that story, right? Oda wrote that before One Piece was even like made. I think he made that before One Piece was finally like, he sat down and put that in the thing. Because I remember Oda submitted One Piece twice in like a manga thing, and it wasn't until the second time that it got approved, I believe. And the first name was like Romance Dawn, and then part 2. I might be butchering the story. Randy probably knows better than me. But Wanted, I think, is even prior to that. And so the way I see that is that there's points in it that are probably related to what Ryuma actually is, because Oda came out and said that that's canon. But what I would say is that's like what the dragon looked like or where Ryuma was. That might not be the canon parts. But the other stuff, the elements, the events that happen, yeah, that's the way I see it. Do you think next chapter will take up half chapter for kids and strengths? I want it to. I want updates on everything. Monsters is fun. It feels like Zora became make a plant version of my monsters pro tag so I can make more dragon slicing. It's gonna be exciting for sure. I'm gonna bring up monsters again probably soon. Par's the Oda fruit. He has the ability to keep Oda in his basement. Oda be cooking, bro. Mihawk is a sword. It's a canon now. It's canon now. All those people who were doubters in that comment section on my TikTok, I said, did you read the latest chapter? Did you read it? And I knew that they read the manga because I put manga spoiler and things. So I was like, you read 1076? You read 1076? And then half of them didn't respond, and then half of them were like, all right, you win. And I was like, go watch the full video now. You'll see what I'm talking about. Johnny Holt with the $5 super chat says, World War II spy Jay Garcia connection? I'll also die on the hill that Emu is Luffy's mom. Okay. I'm not opposed to it. I just think the connections, and I think the community won't receive that well. That's one. Two, it is a trope, and Oda kind of memifies tropes sometimes. Can I see it? Yes. Do I want it? No. Will it happen? Maybe. That's where I'm at. If you're dying on the hill, hey, I see that hill. I'll pay my respects. And when that hill comes, hopefully you'll welcome me to at least join you on the happiness it will be that getting that W, right? But I'm more curious about the spy Jay Garcia. World War II, I gotta look at that. I can't research that right now, but I was looking at name connections there, so I'll pocket that one. Amax with 3 months, shouted out before, thank you again. FrameX, 5 euros, said, could Shaka be doing a double treason and trying to get a response from the world government to move so Dragon can ambush or something? So many thoughts. That's what I want. This is where we go. I want that, but is that the reality? I don't know. I don't think Oda's, I don't know why. In a weird way, I think Oda loves Dragon and he's going to boost him up when it's relevant. But like, there are opportune moments like this that could make Dragon an insane character. And I don't think Oda's going to take that because there's already so much happening. But there's like two ways to look at it, right? You're talking about it like Shaka's the traitor, he's betraying Dragon to get him to move. That's one way to look at it, right? But the question is Dragon even gonna move? You know what I mean? That's where I'm at. Because what happened when we saw Kuma on new Baka, what was it called? God, what the new Kama Kingdom. Was that what it was called? My brain, Kamabaka Kingdom. There we go. When we saw there, everybody was like, oh my god, Dragon's gonna come to Egghead. And then Kuma's like, peace, and he just dipped without Dragon, and the Dragon had no clue. And then that's like where, all right, Dragon's not coming this way, but then he doesn't know where Kuma's going, and I don't know if he has the brain cells to be like, okay, Kuma's going to Egghead, but no, that's wrong. He's going to Marriage Raw. It's like, would Dragon follow him? How would he follow him, right? So it's like, I'm gonna take what your comment said, FrameX, and just back it up a little bit. Shaka could do a double treason thing, sure. Anybody could be the traitor. Randy Troy says Shaka's not the traitor. I don't think he's the traitor. We talked at length about it. Right now, amongst the people, York is a low level. Edison, I'm suspicious of Edison. But only suspicious of Edison if my Seraphim theory is right. And then Atlas is interesting because, just quickly, Atlas, name-wise, yes, is a crater on the moon. Yes, it fits the thematic that it's a moon thematic thing. But Atlas is also one of the satellites of Saturn. Atlas is one of Saturn's moons in our world. So it could be that Atlas is unintentionally or intentionally St. J. Garcia's Saturn's informant. Regardless of how you see it, backing up here. For your idea to work, Dragon needs to move. I want Dragon to move. Why? Because right now, in this part of the story, is the unprecedented moment where a Gorosei member left their senior citizen home, left the room, and is now vulnerable. Sure, Kizaru's there, but it's like, this isn't this what Dragon has wanted this entire time? To like go after the dragons, the Gorosei. So like, if you're not putting Dragon and this instance in the same boat, it's obviously not a miss, right? Because that's what I want. Oda doesn't have to do it, so it's not a miss. But I just feel like I need Dragon somewhere, and this is a good place to put Dragon. That's the way I see it. Edison and Lilith are sus. Yeah, Randy Troy to Philly. Randy Troy. I keep not his government name, but just keep saying the government name. Randy Troy. Randy, when I did the detective stream and Growth, who asked it? Are we getting another Growth Stonks? Are we getting another detective par stream? I'm gonna see after next chapter. Let's see what the chapters, the pace of the next chapters, to understand if the way Oda's gonna go about it. If he solves it in 1077, it's not really necessary, but in 1077 and 1078, maybe it'll necessitate another detective stream. But what I was essentially saying is, I think that largely the trader aspect, it feels like that because it might be misinformation. When you look at the Punk Records thing, that's a centralized system prime for misinformation. If you're not uploading, you'll get misinformation. Shaka, having the perspective he has that made him call Dragon, doesn't seem to reflect on the other satellites. There's so many different things about that is confusing. And so the way I see it is, if the last thing Vegapunk said, or Stella said, was like, it should be impossible that they knew about the research on our island, and that was apparently why they sent Cypher Pole, right? If you can explain that way outside of the satellites, which I have done, I showed it to IMD King Zach, and he kind of liked it, but if it's within the satellites, then a trader makes more sense. But it could also be an unintentional thing. Like, the satellites don't intend for this end result, but by each individual's actions, that's how they came to this point. In the same light of context, where it's like, yes, someone told the world government that they're researching poneglyphs, so they sent Cypher Pole, but then we have someone capturing the Cypher Pole agents. So you have a back and forth there, right? It could be one person, it could be separate. And so the way I saw it was, in 1074, we came to the conclusion that Edison probably gave a unclear command to the Seraphims, and then and we were predicting that in 1075 we would see a Seraphim attacking everybody, and then that's what happened. And we were saying, because Edison was the last one to give the command, it could be what Sentomaru said. Sentomaru said to the Mark IIIs, he said, at all costs, make sure Stella gets off this island. If you had given that order to the Seraphims in any similar light, the Seraphims would go haywire, right? That's the way I saw it, where it's like, even the word traitor isn't exactly accurate to what we're talking about here. I think that it's all just misunderstandings and misinformation, whether it's from Punk Hazard, whether it's from like just someone hiding something and not understanding it, right? It could be that one satellite thinks another satellite is a traitor and they're trying to smoke them out, but that satellite wasn't a traitor and it was just a misunderstanding. It could be something like that too. So that's the way I see it. Randy says, gotta run later, gang. Always a pleasure to talk to you, Randy. Be talking soon in the future, I'm sure. I'm future sighting it. So let me see. Well, that was off of FrameX. Thank you for super chat. She's in logic, she isn't logically. I would crap if I knew Kizaru was coming away. Yeah, shout out to Savage Crews, shout out to them, appreciate them. Mr. Rubik's $2 super chat, still waiting on a Vinland Saga watch party par. I've been watching the Vinland Saga all on my own. I'm caught up with the anime right now. I just love the anime so much. I want to read the manga, but I love the anime so much. If you guys want me, once I get the watch parties, I'll add Vinland Saga if you guys want me to. Dr. Jack became a member, appreciate that, shouted out earlier. Mr. Bushido to €2 says Barto joins kids, I can prove it and more. I could see that, but I could see it as a temporary thing, a temporary alliance, right? Barto's forever under Luffy, Lucci's forever under CP0, but a temporary alliance is in the cards. See that? Watch Blue Lock. So I used to watch Party It, and we got to episode 11. I watched the last episode 12, and I could watch Party the rest of it together. One Piece is on a hiatus right now. This might be the time where in the next 2 weeks I'll talk with my wife about scheduling, but maybe I'll do a thing where every other day I can maybe do a watch party stream to catch up. So then we're concurrent, and then we're good. But yeah, so join the Discord to get that information for when that happens. The anime is worth watching. Yeah, banter. Doran. Oh, with the $5 super says because you're still streaming. Appreciate you. Okay, we're about to catch up. L super chatted $2 says you should do a live read of the spoilers with Sai later. Yeah, that's kind of where maybe 1-2 weeks I'd entertain the idea of doing the spoilers, depending on life circumstances. Because at the end of the day, the schedule just has to line up with my schedule. That's why I still stream on Thursdays, even though I know a lot of you guys would want me to do it on Wednesday, because that's when the chapter drops. That's when you guys read it. But I'll be sticking to Thursday because that just works with my schedule. Doran with another $5 super chat says, "Who not dead yet will die and then come back to life, making everyone upset in the final saga." Rocks. Oh, who not dead yet will die, then come back to... Oh, not dead yet. I mean, Sabo would be an explanation, right? Who's not dead yet, though, that will come back to life? I don't even know if there's an answer to that. I don't even know if I want the... I mean, the end, making everyone upset in the final saga. I feel like by you prefacing that, I'm like, yo, I don't think I want that. I'll be thinking about that. Yo, Par, you still streaming? Lit? Yeah, we're closing on Super Chat, so at the end, I'll talk to the chat for a little bit, but then, yeah, I'll have to end the stream and then close out everything. If you guys missed the conversation I had with Threevil, it'll be uploaded on the channel. We got a lot of people hop in. We got that One Piece talk. Got Randy. Dax hopped in. Kube, Denden, Kushi. Hidden Island was there earlier. Got a lot of people. So is Mihawk a sword or not? Mihawk is 100% a sword. Partha Vadlamani. Hopefully I pronounced that correctly. Became a member 18 minutes ago. What's your idea for the significance of Roronoa? If you're a member, you can watch. I talk about it a little bit more, I believe. No, I talk about it in the main video. I talk about the SBS on my main channel, but members have an extended cut where I talk about the other SBSs. And I think I talk about it there, but yeah, I think I do about the Ryuma stuff. It's less so the significance of Roronoa. Oda already told us what Roronoa means. It's tied to this French pirate. You can look it up. Francois Lolonois. I know someone told me how to pronounce it. I'll learn how to do it later. Kube, maybe you can help me with that, right? But the significance is more so on the France part of it. It's a French pirate. France is super, super important for the story now more than ever. If it was ever important before, it's going to be important later. And so I don't want to talk about it too much because I still have this ties to history also, so I don't want to get details mixed up. So just wait for that video. It's one of the after this next video that I'm going to work on. It's the one after that. Oh, we're on the last super chat. Ethereal Split with the $2 super chat said, "Kid lost his arm on purpose to flex on Shanks." You're sounding like Mr. Bushido. Kid lost his arm on purpose to flex on Shanks. Kid. The thing is, I know you're memeing, Ethereal. But people might say that truthfully, wholeheartedly. And what I say to that is, how can you flex on a man who's not even there? For all we know, Kid doesn't even know what Shanks looks like besides his bounty. For all we know, that Kid doesn't even know how tall Shanks is. Doesn't know that he doesn't have another arm. Has anywhere outside of like knowing Shanks, is it purported that he's one-armed? Only Mihawk said that. It's not like his epithet's the one-armed red-haired man. No, it's just a red-haired man. The world may not even know that Shanks has no arm. When Shanks walked up to Whitebeard, Whitebeard's like, oh, you do only have one arm. Like, I'm paraphrasing, but it's like, it was like a confirmation of a rumor, right? So it's like, it's interesting because Kid might not even know what Shanks looks like. Might not even know he has one arm. A lot of people think Shanks lost his arm on purpose as well. This could be a Kid's Shanks parallel. JK. Oh my goodness. Kid isn't a sword though? Wait, why does Kid need to be a sword? Kid doesn't need to be a sword. Shanks spends too much time getting wasted at bars. Yeah, they should say he's an alcoholic monster before being one-armed. But yeah, so we got through those super chats. Now I'll just talk with the chat for a little bit. And just know that closing out the stream, last things I'll say, thank you for tuning in to the Voice of All Things. There's a lot of you guys still here. Hopefully you guys enjoyed it. This is now one of the longest Voice of All Things. It makes sense because me and Threeville, we do talk a lot anyways in the first first as a basis. So, you know, we talked to Threeville, really great creator. I do love the perspective he takes. And one thing I will say is kind of awkward to say, you know, while he's here, he has a great speaking voice. I don't know, something about his voice is really interesting. Go check him out. Definitely a strong voice in the community. Shares a lot of perspectives. And that's kind of the point of these streams. I think you guys got the thematic, right? Everything, perspective matters, right? And if you're sticking to your own perspective or you don't want to see another person's perspective, then you may not be seeing the reality, right? And that is how I frame my Fraud Valley video, right? I frame my videos of like a thematic meaning, right? Oda's trying to purport that like perspective matters. The reputation of people are based off of the perspective of this speaker. The person who tells you the story is equally as important as the person as the story itself, right? Or even more important, the person who tells the story, right? Usopp telling Kaya the stories, right? Sengoku telling us the story of rocks, right? Interesting. Anytime we've heard a story, you have to ask yourself who's telling the story. That's how I see it. And I feel like One Piece is continuously elevating as I hear more people talk about it. And it's not just theories, it's not just history. No, that's why like half the time, like when Brago came on, when Jay came on, you know, we talk theories here and there. But I like to hear their perspective on why they like One Piece, right? Because at the end of the day, Oda's wrote a story that has encaptured a huge part of the world, and I wonder why. It's because he tapped into the voice of all things. So that's the way I see it. Yeah, so the next thing before I talk to the chat, close out the stream, is video tomorrow, hopefully. About the thumbnail will have Eam on it. After that, it's just 1078 is the main, or 1077 is the main thing. And then I have 4 videos right in my face concurrently typing, and the Roronoa Zoro one just got put in the front. Then it's Shanks, then it's Elemental Hockey. Those are the ones. I have the let me spoil you guys a little bit. Let me see if I can. Let me see if I can. Ah, damn, I can't. It's in a different chat. I have the thumbnail for the Shanks one. I love it. I love it. It's so fun. I think me and the artist who made it, we both sat back and like, this one feels good. But yeah, see you, Par. Have a good night. Thank you, 3-Day, for being here. Thank you for all the help. Shout out to all the mods who helped me out for this long. It's crazy that we still have mods here. A lot of members, see a lot of people in the chat. I believe 100% that kid is going to win. Okay. This is the last thing I'll say about this. It's perspective. What is a win for kid? A win for kid is confronting Shanks and not dying. So yes, I agree with all of you kid fans that say kid is going to win. Kid will win. Because I don't think kid will die. And for it, that is, kid should be praying for that. That is a win. If kid comes out of this alive with all of his limbs, he won. He won. You're right. Kid will win 100%. Just from his perspective. From Killer's perspective. From Heat and Wire for his crew. They're like, please, Shanks, don't kill our Captain Kid. We love him. For them, it's a W. I get it. Par, do it, grip, Austin. What is going on? We don't even have Bonnie's foot on stream. Hello? Kid could try to be served, but yet not efficient coolness factor for sure. Got it. From my perspective, Shanks doesn't stand a chance again. My goodness. Riz a bait troll. Yeah. Check out the 50/50 podcast. Thank you, AIM PDX, for shouting that out. It's a fun one. AIM, you've been listening to it, right? It's great. It's a lot of fun. We're going to record another one Sunday. We post Mondays. That's typically how we post. Ethereal Split says, thank you for the streams, Par. You and the rest of the community turns my and plenty of others' days upside down. Appreciate you and the time we spent here. Whew. Friend Harper. Oh, I'm gonna have to. Oh, you told me that the philosophy thing that you study. We're gonna have conversations. It's so. Friend Harper says it's the mark of an educated man to be able to entertain a thought without accepting it. Aristotle. That's deep. That is deep. Shout outs to Aristotle, bro. Shout outs to Aristotle. He doesn't get shouted out enough. Yo, that's probably gonna be. I'm gonna quote that in a video. Let's see. I think it's an opportunity for kid to learn cope with conquerors. Maybe Par's a politician, diplomatic. Wait, hold on. Was that really political? I mean, come on. I can see it. My wife says I'm a politician. I don't know if that's no, that's a compliment from her. Don't spoil ParVision. I'm not caught up. Get Oda out here and spoil us. Oh my goodness. Shanks gives up his other arm for the next generation. He looks at Kid and he said, "Yo, you're an adult, and I just feel like you need more of a motivation. You were so weak. Let me just rip out my other arm for you. I'll donate it and still whoop your ass." Is that what you're saying? W Stream Par? What's up, Boston? Glad you enjoyed it. Kids getting juiced. I agree. Shank's gonna feel bad when he notices another red-haired one arm, or only when he conquers him and his left arm is metal, falls off, then realizes Beck. It'd be crazy. ParVision, watch that clip from the stream. It's in Twitch. I will. Definitely will. My man, the father of logic. Appreciate it. Aristotle was funny because his ideas boiled down to philosophers are super cool and hot and deserve all the money and girls. Is that really a takeaway from it? Look up to make sure I didn't misquote is from my memory. Oh yeah, definitely will. Parlotical advisor Par. I like it when you guys like just add my name and merge it to different things. It's very fun. Still going. I've been checking out Uzumaki Khan. He just released his 1044 reaction. Oh yeah, he caught up, right? Or he's reading the manga. Yeah. We're gonna get a kid apology video when he wins. I'll do a stream. And I'm not. What apology? I already said he's gonna win. Just not in the way that you guys want him. The Parthenon. Alright guys, we have hit the 5-hour and 21-minute mark. I just want to thank you guys for all the gifted memberships, the chats, the seeing so much green in the chats makes me happy. And I just feel bad because there's not a lot of membership exclusive content, though there is a and now that I think about it, for those of you guys who don't know, members get access to my theories as audio when I'm able to make them ahead of time, not when I'm rushing them out. And so there's an Aokiji video that I'm gonna name Logia Awakenings that members have access to that has not getting posted yet. I think that concept that I talk about with the Aokiji video is what Logia Awakens is going to be like. But that being said, I'm going to be trying to make more member exclusive content, and it'll look like that. The SBS video that I just posted was face cam, and I talked for an hour, you guys. I showed 28 minutes to the main thing because I didn't want to post an hour long new structured video. I wanted to do as short as possible, and 28 minutes was as short as possible. So there's a 20-minute video just for members, and I think that opened up a lot of conversations too. You need the mods to host game nights for Discord. Gardic members, Gardic phone, that'll be a fun one. Kev Dog is here. When's the Pog emote coming to the mainstream? Oh yeah, I gotta do that. Definitely will. Kid stock is rising. Kid stocks, see, okay. If a stock is at 0 and it goes to 10 cents, it rose, right? If Dogecoin goes from 0 to 1, it's rising. Woohoo! Like, I mean, where was Kid at when his stocks ended Wano, right? Let's talk about that. Its stocks may be rising, but any stock could rise from the dirt. Let's be honest. Let's be honest, bro. Well, it's like philosophers are the most virtuous, so they deserve all that comes from. Got it. Aristotle sounds like a cool guy. X Laser, weren't you at the beginning of the stream and then you said you were gonna leave and you just woke up and now you're here? We're still here. The vision is all there. And just know that if you're in other streams and you mention my name, I may be watching. I may be watching. But with that, guys, I'm gonna close it out. I'm gonna get some rest. I'm gonna go eat. And we'll talk again soon. Definitely join the Discord to get notified about when we do streams. I'm gonna start doing Twitch exclusive streams, which are less One Piece related in the first place, but we always talk. It doesn't matter if we're reading news, reading about animals, One Piece comes up. 100%. So there's that. Videos, things. Oh, my merch store. I'm gonna start posting stuff on there soon. That's gonna be fun. Other than that, hopefully you guys have a great rest of your day or morning, rest of your weekend. Hopefully you guys stay healthy, stay safe, and hopefully you leave this stream a little bit happier, a little bit with a smile on your face. Hopefully you smiled at least one time in the stream. Imagine watching the stream and being upset the entire time. Couldn't be us, right? We're a happy bunch. So with that, peace out, guys. See you guys for the knock up stream.